Oh.
Oh, yeah?
What's up? Testing. Is this thing on?
Yeah, I hear you.
Cool, cool. Is there a conversation topic going on?
Not that I'm aware of.
So yeah, I'll take that as a no. There's just so much evidence we can't even find any of it. Dan, you should be unmuted. Just keep it on your mic.
Okay. Nobody's talking in here.
Yeah, I guess we got to get the fire going again, huh?
The fire. Yeah.
I'll chuck a couple wood logs in there.
Put on the Yule log.
I was only here for part of the day. I saw one baller come in today. Did you guys see anybody else? Any ops slide through today?
Every time I run into one of these belligerent ballers, just dumb as a rock, I say, well, why don't you come into this Discord over here, 24/7 Flat Earth, and explain to all of us how it works. Oh, they will never, ever come in here. They know better.
Yeah, looks like we got quiet time. But if anyone has any topics they would like to bring up, they're welcome to do so. I see somebody just joined. Just name Evacuate. Don't think we've spoke, so welcome. I'll give you a chance to say hello.
Were you here earlier when you said there's a Glober in here earlier?
First thing when I popped in, about noon maybe, Eastern time.
Yeah.
Some dude named Steph Curry was getting flat smacked.
How'd he do?
He was a little young. You could tell that the attention span was very low. Maybe he had to take his
Well, I mean, was he listening respectfully to other ideas, or how did that work?
better than most, I would say. But he was definitely looking for anybody to creak a little door open so he could slide through and get out of there. So, yeah, he was looking for a loose vine to swing away from, the current point to some other point.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they'll do that a lot. Like you kind of nail them down and get them in a corner, and then they'll just jump to something else right at that point.
Yep. So that was his flaw. His just like, you get him cornered, and then somebody like opens a window, and he just jumps out the window.
Yeah.
So
refraction. A curve is a straight line. In math.
Yeah, it's kind of like watching an MMA match, and like person who is more of a wrestler is getting hit a lot more than the person who's getting taken down, but all those takedowns add up. And eventually, you're like, oh, well, he just won because of takedowns. Well, defend the takedown, dude. You just won because of 8 inches per mile squared. Well, defend it.
that's a good analogy. Yeah, defend the takedowns. Yep, good point.
I mean, how do they get around the lack of curvature, the 8 inches per mile squared? And when that doesn't check out, what do they say to that?
They just say it's curved. They don't even give an explanation for it.
Yeah, they're dead at that point. You realize that, right? They better give us a new number to start with for the radius of the ball, because the one they gave us, we're not seeing those humps of water in these curves.
Well, it's definitely not a hill of water. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, you go out on a ship in the middle of the ocean all day long, you're not going to be seeing any hills of water. Flat,
Exactly.
as far as you can see.
That's exactly what it is. Hey, CB, did you see my new meme in the chat?
No, let me take a look.
Pedro Serrano.
That's good. That's good.
Is that in live stream voice text?
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the baseball one?
Yeah.
Oh.
You ever see that movie Major League?
I don't think so.
Oh, you got to see it. There's a guy in there. He can't hit the curveball.
Yeah.
He can hit everything except the curve.
Oh, is that a clip from that movie or a shot from the movie?
Yeah, it's him trying to stare down the pitcher.
If they could show us some curvature, we'd listen a little harder. But they just don't have it. They got a ship going over the horizon. Oh, it went over the curve, obviously. No. Give me that binoculars. Just, oh, look, there it is. What happened to the curve? They've been flat smacked. It's really it's like a religion, and it's like a strong delusion that even factual information acknowledged it can't get through that brick wall. There should be nothing but curvature. If you're on a ball, there's no flat spots on a ball. Well, we got a sleepy group in here tonight. Is my mic even on? I don't even know.
Can anybody hear Dan? No, I'm just kidding. We're here.
I don't know if I'm talking to nobody or everybody. Okay. I see that my mic is on. All right. Well, I might as well just sit here and pontificate then if no one else is going to talk. A lot of Discords I go to, I can't get a word in edgewise. Now I got nothing to say, though. As far as I'm concerned, the Flat Earth truth has already demolished the globe model. It's not, it shouldn't even be a debate anymore. Hey, did you hear that they measured the moon and they found out it was 1.5 inches farther away from us than last year?
That's amazing.
Yeah. You know how they got that measurement?
The measuring stick?
Close. No, they claim that, when the Apollo 11 missions landed on the moon, they brought with them reflective panels. And I saw a picture of one of these things, and it's like, I would say 10 inch by 10 inch square little thing on the ground. And they supposedly are able to take a laser from Earth, shoot it 240,000 miles to the moon, hit that 10 inch by 10 inch laser, and then the light coming back, they time it, and depending on how long it takes to get here, they can tell if the moon's 1 inch farther away. Give me a break.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It makes sense, right? Meanwhile, the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour, and the moon's, spinning and moving and doing all this stuff. But they could hit a 10 inch by 10 inch a panel with a laser beam.
Yeah,
Well,
because the Mythbusters done that as well, eh?
Huh?
Those two guys, the Mythbusters, they done that as well.
Oh, did they say that there's reflectors on the moon?
Yeah, they proved the moon landing was real.
Oh, I see. Yeah, Mythbusters are shill fucking, a disinformation operation. Can I get an amen or what?
Well, they proved it was real fake.
Oh, it's so fake. Got to be real. Looks so fake. You see how that works?
Yeah, that's how you can tell.
Yeah, so to believe in this latest story about measuring the distance to the moon, you've got to also believe that we landed on the moon and brought shit with us and left it there, and make a lot of assumptions. I mean, to say it's an inch and a half moved, why don't you just say a mile moved or something? I mean, make it a little bit realistic.
I love that people honestly think that Mythbusters would come out and prove the moon landings were fake.
Yeah, like that's going to happen.
Yeah, just casually prove it. I don't know what time it's on there in the US. What's 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock? Casually prove the moon landings is fake. 9 o'clock. No big deal.
Yeah, it's fake as fuck, obviously. So, back to you, Bob.
Yeah.
I mean, I've looked at that thing hard over the years, just every aspect, everything related to it, none of it checks out. I'll tell you. The spacesuits don't check out, the lunar module doesn't check out, the dune buggies, don't check out. It just goes on and on and on.
You telling me you don't believe in, what was it, the thickness of 2 sheets of foil paper shielding or something like that?
That's how you make it. That's how you make a vehicle to fly through outer space. I mean, I'm still my mind is boggled by that LEM. It's called the LEM, lunar something module. You know that thing I'm talking about? It looks like it's made out of cardboard and duct tape and foil, aluminum foil, and it's just a piece of junk. The panels are all bent up, and you're just looking at it in amazement. Like, if you're going to fake it, at least, make the thing look like something real. Am I right?
Well, I'm thinking they did do that for the time period.
Yeah, I guess
golden foil was the idea of futuristic spacecraft.
Yeah, it had gold foil. Ooh, that's got to be a spacecraft. What's that foil on that thing? Gold foil, no less. I mean, zoom in on that thing. Your picture, you got questions. You're like, what the hell? Why is it all bent up? Why are these panels? What is this thing on the side that looks like a hot dog? I mean, what? You just start getting more questions.
I'm still wondering how they fit all that crap in there, man.
Yeah, where's the footage?
3 guys, it's like, or was it 2?
Oh, I know. When you find out the dimensions, it's like they would have been just crammed up in there. And then to put these spacesuits on, it takes like 2 people. Like, one person you're putting the suit on. So you got to have like a second guy like helping you get it on and shit. And then you find out the hatch. There's this round hatch on the thing. It's like X amount of inches, and you figure out that if you had a man to put that backpack on inside that thing and tried to get out that little hole, he wouldn't even fit.
Nothing about it adds up.
Yeah. There it is. Somebody just posted it, oblivious it be. I mean, that thing took off from the surface of the moon, on their way home. Right. Okay, so they walk in the moon. Now it's time to go back to Earth. So they climb in this thing, and shoots up into space, and now it's supposedly got to dock with the ship that's like orbiting supposedly the moon, waiting for them. Right? It's got to dock with this thing going 7,000 miles an hour. I mean, you have to take off right at the precise time to, somehow end up docking with the thing. It's just all ridiculous. $38 million for a dune buggy with lawn chairs. Where's the footage of them taking this dune buggy off the spacecraft and setting it on the moon? That don't exist. It's just like, oh, look, they landed on the moon. Next, there's a cut, and then the next thing you know, they're driving around in a dune buggy. I want to see them take it off the spaceship and assemble it, and no, you're not going to be seeing that. And how wouldn't that thing be so lopsided if you've got a car attached to one side of it?
I know, right?
How are you going
to packed up?
How are you going to fly that thing straight? You got a car stuck on the side of your fucking spaceship. Oh man, I tell you. Look at that umbrella deal. I guess that picks up messages from outer space. That's how President Nixon calls the surface of the moon from his office phone.
Well, the freaking lawn chairs. $40 million lawn chairs.
Yeah, you can get them on sale. Save a couple bucks.
I think I saw that exact replica at my local yard sale up the street.
Oh boy. You see Buzz Aldrin, and he's getting more senile in his old age. They had him on that program, where they got the little kid to ask him a question, and the question was basically, why didn't we go back to the moon? And he's like, well, I think I know the answer to that, and that's my question too. Like, but I think I know the reason is because, well, we never went there. Yeah, I feel it's like psychology. He wants to tell the truth. He didn't want to look into another little space and lie his ass off.
Yeah,
because he's all about dead and he's going to meet God. He wants to tell God, well, I told this one little girl the truth. I said we never went there.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a way to sort of be like, well, I did say,
Yeah. NASA sees colonies on the moon by 1978. Yeah, sure.
I don't think the karma's on them, to be honest.
Really? You think just taking a shitload of money to lie to?
No, people have been given plenty enough times, plenty enough hints. It's practically in every popular show. There's like this gimmick of, seeing astronauts in some filming studio. They put it in your face. They're telling you.
Yeah, it's pretty much out there.
At this point, it's on the individual.
Most people walking down the street probably don't even believe in the Apollo moon landings. They just instinctively know by now, yeah, that was pretty fucking fake.
If you're so inclined to find out the truth, you will.
Yes.
It's not difficult, especially in this day and age.
Yeah. Yeah, see, they didn't anticipate the internet back then when they were making these crappy films. They didn't know everybody and his brother would be like examining them and putting them through Photoshop and seeing the cut and pasted earth in the sky and all that.
Yeah. That's why, fake moon landing 2.0 is going to be much more difficult.
You know, I can't even
scrutinized. You know,
I can't even believe they would have the audacity to try that again. They seem to keep putting it off, though, you notice. You know, they might pull a stunt like, oh, we're going to do this moon landing and, we're going to send up, a black woman astronaut for the first time, blah, blah, blah. And then the thing blows up on the launching pad and then they go, okay, well, we can't have any more manned flights. It's obviously too dangerous. So we'll just be sending, cameras up. So
that's probably what they'll go with.
Something like that will happen.
How's it going, guys?
Hey.
I just got back. Ooh.
Did any of you guys see there was after they supposedly landed the Curiosity rover on Mars, they had this I don't know what you would call it, like a press conference thing, and they had a panel of these people sitting with these blue shirts on, and they're taking questions from the audience, and it's like the head of the whole project, like he didn't have any answers for anything.
They never do, though.
Like this one woman goes, this one woman asked, so for the photos that this robot sends back to Earth, what kind of files are those? And the head of the whole operation is like, oh, geez, I don't know. Bob might know. Bob, what kind of, like, wait, I think you'd know all that kind of stuff.
He couldn't offhand give you the file extension for what? Like,
I vaguely remember that, Dan.
I'll bet you he can't tell you the title of the program used to open up those files that they receive either.
You ain't got the answer, Sway.
Yeah. And then, like, somebody else asked him, describe to us the landing, and how that all worked, And he's like, well, it was good. Yeah, it was good, It's just weird answers. You just could tell these people are clueless, because they're just talking about this cartoon they made.
It was good.
I mean, you could see the NASA photo from taken on the Mars, and then you hold up the picture from Devon Island where NASA has, then they shot all this Mars footage, and you see the same mountain range in the back and the same desert in the front. And they just put a red tin on it and said, look, it's Mars. They have one photo where there's a damn ground squirrel in the picture.
There's one with a rainbow in it as well.
Really? I hadn't seen that.
I see him up there talking. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Mackey, it's a great idea, okay? I posted just a GIF and watching. I was joking.
I mean, the way that they showed how this operation was supposed to work. Okay, so this space vehicle gets all the way to Mars. I don't know how many million miles that's supposed to be, but it drops this. It drops this like a ball, okay, like a gigantic ass beach ball or something, and it drops it. And all of a sudden, the ball starts bouncing across Mars, right? And then right when it stops moving, it like opens up and the little rover rolls out, and it's perfectly right side up and just rolls right out. I mean, just worked the first time, huh? What if it rolled one more roll? The thing would be upside down. Oh, Jesus. So
the CGI only has one outcome, so it's all right.
Yeah.
Oh, they probably explained it that they had some kind of gyroscopic thing to make it so that it stayed perfectly level, and then it could roll out like that, and like the that ball droid thing they use for Star Wars, like to film that. Like it's something like that. See, and then it just comes out.
I mean, it seems like just they're not. It's just I can just imagine
gyroscopes and science with
gyroscope science. That's how. What are you stupid? Go back to school. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
I mean, if that thing just didn't roll and stop perfectly like that, the whole mission would be a waste. I mean, all those billions, it was just like, oops, it's stopped and the door's stuck. It won't open up. Okay, done. We just wasted, $80 billion. I'm also pretty impressed with that 70 million mile Wi-Fi connection they got. I mean, isn't that absurd? A 70 million mile Wi-Fi connection? Not to them. That's not absurd at all. Sure, we got technology. You ever heard of radio?
Problem is, we don't have the technology to do that anymore.
All right, we destroyed that technology.
My favorite astronaut is Gus.
Gus Griffith? Yeah, he had a,
How are we going to reach the room if we can't talk between 2 or 3 buildings?
Yeah, he knew that shit's not going to the moon. They're like, yeah, we got a plan for you.
His dude was like, they can't hear a thing you're saying. He's like, I said, how are we going to reach the room if we can't talk between 2 or 3 buildings? And then, holy crap.
Yeah, and then he came to work one day and he hung a lemon off that fucking thing.
Like, this was audio from when they killed him, man, or from when it exploded, when the fire went off. Like, that's exactly what his last words were, how are we going to reach a room when we can't talk between 2 or 3 buildings? And then the fire went off and they all ended up dead. He asked the wrong question.
See, they saw him as like, this guy's kind of questioning what we're doing here. And he's kind of got an attitude, and he could go on talk shows and talk shit. Let's just shut this down right now.
You're right. What you said about the lemon, yeah, he had done that like shortly before all of this happened. Like, yeah, they didn't like his attitude at all, like you were saying.
He's a loose cannon that might shoot his mouth off,
Later on, then Nixon's like, yep, we're at the Oval Office and we're whatever, like talking to, he's like, he basically says hello to Buzz and Neil and is like, I'm calling you on telephone from the Oval Office.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, how are you going to use the telephone to call the moon? But you can't talk between 2 or 3 buildings.
He's too dangerous to be left alive.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. This is President Nixon calling you from the White House.
I really want to do edit a video of that and use like a Buzz Lightyear character and kind of like maybe Stretch Armstrong because his face sort of looks like Neil.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, how about that press conference they did when they supposedly got back from the moon, and they all look like their dog just died.
Yeah, man, they look like they just found out that Santa wasn't real and that Christmas has been a lie. Like their parents have been lying to them their whole life about Christmas, and that all those presents did not come from elves.
I think it's just like, I mean, when they got back, they were throwing ticker tape parades. They were the rock stars of the planet. They were, just worshipped by the humanity. And they're just like, oh my God, I'm such a fraud, And then it's like, okay, you're going to have to lie about this forever till you die.
That's why Buzz punched that dude in the face. when he put a ball, like, swear on the Bible you went to the moon, and he punched
Yeah.
him. He didn't. He got super mad.
Yeah, he said, look who's calling the kettle black. You said you went to the moon and you're full of shit. You know, you're a liar and a coward. He's like, oh, popped him one.
If somebody's telling the truth, though, right? And they're gonna laugh at somebody who would deny the truth and be like, whatever, you're being a clown. Then, I mean, you're just
the Bart Sibrel.
But if you're a liar, then you're gonna get super defensive, right? Like you would violently defend yourself, even because
like that guy's saying the big secret that no one's ever supposed to say. You're a liar. You didn't go to the moon. You're a punk ass bitch, deceiving everybody. And he's just like, shut the fuck! Don't say that. It's my whole career is this.
That's another thing. That somebody was talking before, saying that you can't say that. Talking about how the flat Earth type thing. Like he might have actually been kind of. It might have been like a fraudulent slip, or he might have been revealing the truth. Like literally, he cannot say that. Like if he says that, they will kill him. He cannot say that.
Yeah, that's right.
He might have kind of wink. Like I literally can't say that though, dude.
He's under contract to just never utter those words. You know what I mean?
And that's speculation, I guess. But I'm just saying. But it also is realm of possibility. Like you know,
of course they have non-disclosure contracts with anybody who does anything classified or whatever.
Yeah. That's somebody had asked, like, why would they lie? And I'm like, you do realize that classified information exists, redacted information exists, and like declassified information exists. So they do and will continue to lie to us. Withholding information is lying.
Right. You know, there was this speech I saw Neil Armstrong giving some graduating class of something. He was like the guest, honorary guy who was going to give him a graduation speech. And he's like, yes, we're here with the best and the brightest, and he was talking all cryptically about, you're going to have to peel back the layers of, the onion skin layers to get to the real truth, like talking all weird. Like, what do you mean by that? What mystery, what truth is hidden under layers? What kind of layers? Layers of lies?
Do you have a video of that?
I don't have one. You know what I'm talking about? You seen that one?
I have, and it sounded interesting though.
I thought there was one with Buzz Aldrin.
Though, it's like, like something. Sorry, my bad.
I was just gonna say there's one of Buzz Aldrin, I think, addressing like a graduating class also, where he kind of he does like what he normally does, where it's like.
What was the scariest moment of the journey?
Scariest. It didn't happen.
Yeah, that.
It didn't happen.
Now, was he saying the scariest moment didn't happen, or it didn't happen?
Wow, that's almost like he would have said to that little girl, we didn't go there, it didn't happen. Yeah.
Well, you can't have any scary moments if nothing happened.
No, I know.
And if something happened, for sure, you got to have, come on. It's got to be a scary moment or two. Or 10.
I mean, that mission would be so life-threatening at every moment, just one little rip in your suit, you would have died, just flying through the middle of, I mean, yeah, they just act like, doo-doo-doo, yeah, everything's great, no problem. You get to the moon, you screw around, you play golf, you fall on your knees. And where did they take a piss? Where did they take a shit? Is there bathrooms on that little fucking thing?
Well, you just go in your suit.
just shit your pants and sit in it for 4 days. That's awesome.
Yeah, science.
If you like look at the math for how fast that it would have taken them to get to the moon and back based off of their math and the distance and all that, pretty damn fast. It's pretty crazy.
You're saying that they got back too quick?
I'm saying that they were going like 3,000 miles an hour, and how did they get all the way there and back without having a single micro meteorite or whatever, like space debris of some kind, penetrate the structural integrity of the ship, and miraculously get there and back without having any problems
Six
at
times,
all.
dude.
Plot armor.
And then like the radiation belts, the Van Allen radiation, like you didn't know about them. How'd you get past that microwave crap? Come on, man.
Yeah, at first he goes, hey, well, what about, did you experience any problems from going through the Van Allen radiation belt? He goes, well, no, I don't think we went high enough to hit those. He goes, oh, yeah, you did. You went through 50,000 miles. He goes, well, I guess we did then. Yeah, didn't hurt us, so I don't know. We didn't discover it. We didn't know about them back then, so they couldn't hurt us. That's basically what he said.
Yeah. I think Obvious It Be was going to say something, though.
He tried to get around it by saying, "Oh yeah, we didn't go through them. We didn't go high enough." He thought the guy was stupid. He would just go to the next question because he didn't want to say, "Yeah, I went through the deadly radiation that would have fried us like a fucking French fry." Like, no, I don't think we went through those.
Remember, guys, it's easier to go to the moon than fake it.
Oh, yeah. I was going to bring up that argument. That was like the dumbest argument ever. Oh, it would be easier to actually go to the moon than it would be to fake it. What kind of reasoning is that? Are you kidding me?
But we calculated how much fuel we needed, so what do you think, we faked it?
And, with how much we're struggling to get back today with our technology.
I mean, when they
back then,
when they first came to Wernher von Braun with this idea, okay, we need to go to the moon by the end of the century. He started like working on. He came up with. He said, okay, you're going to need a rocket the size of the Empire State Building because of all the fuel you're going to need. And then he says, about halfway there, you're going to have to build a space station where they can refuel. I mean, no. We're just going to use cartoons. Don't worry about it.
That's super poor logic. That it's easier to go to the moon than fake it. Like that's just
it's like a totally impossible thing, or just fake it in a movie studio that's been done 1 million times.
First of its kind, remember.
And then they have the audacity to claim they went there 6 times in a row, without a single glitch, problem, nothing. And then now today they go, we don't know how to go back to the moon. We lost that technology. We can't go any higher than low Earth orbit. We're working on figuring out how to get men through the dangerous and deadly radiation. They have to go through it on the way out and then back in. I'm quoting this NASA guy in a video, 5-6 years ago, was explaining how NASA was working on how to get through that radiation belt to really go higher than low Earth orbit. By saying that, he's admitting that that moon project was fake. We haven't fucking gone through this radiation belt. But you're supposed to, you're not supposed to notice. It is photoshopped. It has to be. See, when you're upholding lies this huge for this many years, at times it's just going to come out. Somebody's mouth is going to just be, it's this truth waiting to burst forth. You know what I'm saying? It slips out in many ways, like Freudian slips.
Yeah. The cool part is they don't actually have to keep their story together when they keep moving the goalposts. They can just make up the rules as they go along.
Yeah, they make up everything as they go along. Okay,
That's something interesting about these globies that come in here. Like, they want to appeal to a hierarchy of academia, which is an appeal to authority. But the authority that they're appealing to is making up the rules as they go along. They're like, why would you trust something like that, appeal to it, and bandwagon with something so freaking arbitrary and frivolous?
Because they just trust that, smart scientists have figured this all out, and they're all official, and you're not a scientist, so how can you have an opinion?
Mob rule scientism is not science. That's just, there's a lot of us, so we're right, and you're unscientific, so it's a witch, burn her. And it's just like burn you at the stake for being against their doctrine. We totally need to get some Monty Python clips in here, CB.
Burn the witch. That's what people do. Real zealots.
Tons of funnies. Yeah, they really will, and they'll like straight up like torches and pitchforks you over anything that crosses their societal paradigm.
Right.
Hear that? That's a witch.
Yeah.
Hold on. Shh. That's a witch.
With this, COVID we've been through, you see the idea from the left is saying, like, trust the science, a science denier. It kind of goes hand in hand with this subject too. Like, you're not conforming to what we've told you to believe. So there's something, but you're dangerous, actually. You're full of misinformation because you're an ignorant science denier,
That's occultism, the way that it is. Yeah, it's very culty.
Yeah. They are a cult, or a death cult. It's like a suicide cult for the whole planet.
Can't believe I used to like Rage Against the Machine.
I liked them when they raged against the machine, when they started actually feeding the machine. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? You're supposed to be like, pick up that sledgehammer, man. What are you doing?
Why? What did they do? Did they do something lately that was chilly?
Dude,
didn't they make sure that people had to have the you-know-what to come to their concerts or something?
Oh, really? Those assholes. Are you...
That's what I said. They fed the machine.
Oh, my God.
Slave to the machine.
Yeah.
Didn't they understand that it hurt their credibility?
Nobody who truly loves them anymore.
Oh, my God. They're dead. They come out with a song. Gonna get the shot in my arm.
I didn't really like their music to begin with, but when they did that, I'm like, you guys are hypocrites. You need to change your name.
I want to see somebody come out and your vaccines. Fuck this scandemic bullshit.
They're already not like that, but they're having a lot of songs that are kind of very anti participation.
Right. That's the key. Just quit, what do you call it? Consenting to these things. Quit paying attention to these monsters.
It's
tell them to kick
perfectly
rocks.
acceptable to say I don't consent to this interaction, like deadpan.
Yeah. See, because it's all outside of law. It's all done in the color of law. The actual laws that exist, you can't make someone wear a mask to go into a store without a judge's order declaring that person some kind of health hazard.
It's beyond that. It doesn't matter. Any law that's repugnant to the Constitution is null, void, and to be treated as though it were never written, and deprivation under color of law can be punished by fine, imprisonment, or even death.
Yeah, no one upholds that.
I'm just saying, I could go on, but I'm quoting verbatim, like, they're legalese, they're legalisms.
Right. It's like I watch these First Amendment auditor videos, right? You know what those are?
Yeah, I've seen them around.
Yeah. What was I going with that? I lost my train of thought. Shit.
Train of thought derailed, thousands lost.
Yeah, just a big old train wreck in my head. It's like they go to a government building, right? And they might have a piece of a little sign they made on the printer, and it says, no video or photography allowed in this building, right? And you see that, and but guess what? The Supreme Court is already in the actual law. The law has said you can film in public, public spaces. Period. So that is a policy, but the law trumps a policy. You see, but the police come out and enforce the policy. The police policy.
Yeah,
they try to. They try to, they say, well, that's their policy. They want you to leave. And the guy says, well, I'm not leaving. I'm in public. This is my First Amendment protected activity. I'm a journalist. So what are you going to do? Violate my First Amendment right, my Fourth Amendment right? Sue the city and take your qualified immunity, and I'll own your pension. So do what you need to do. These cops, they know better. They're like, yeah, I can't risk dive. They know it's legal.
If somebody can verbatim speak that legalese in a way that has their heads kind of like rubbernecking, like they're just whipping their head, like, no, I'm good. It sounds like they're talking to the freaking prosecuting, like the DA in the courtroom. Nah, I'm good. I ain't screwing with that guy. He knows too much.
It's like, it's not worth it because this guy is definitely going to sue because this would be a bogus
drag you through the trenches for sure. Yeah. And they deserve it, some of them, because they have a chip on their shoulder they don't deserve. They're supposed to be our peacekeepers, our guardians. We're supposed to love them and look up to them like they're heroes.
They take an oath to the Constitution.
And when they do things that are beneath them, and when they start doing stuff that disrespects that, it's like, obviously people are going to disrespect you then, because your little blue suit doesn't make you, like, invincible. You're still a person.
Right.
And
until you break a law, that cop is just like another human walking down the street. He has no jurisdiction over you unless he can have unless he has some reasonable, articulable suspicion of that you just committed a crime, about to commit a crime. Other than that, you don't have to talk to them. You don't have to answer their question. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You have the right to remain silent, and if you're not being detained, then you have the right to go. And there's nothing they can do about it.
Free to go. And they go, well, no, you're not. Well, what crime do you suspect me of? Well, I'm doing an investigation. Well, go investigate first. And then,
Like, what do you want me to do? Give you a Scooby snack? Like, I don't know how to help you, man. Go call Batman. I hear he's a good detective.
Get your supervisor down here. I am the supervisor.
I don't mind asking questions for real, legit stuff if I'm a witness to something. Like, I'll testify and tell the truth. But when people are just being butts and they're trying to dig for stuff so they can get you because they're fundraising, bro, I'm not buying. I don't want any tickets to the policeman's ball. Like, you go sell that to somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Another
Yeah,
thing most
I
people
want to
don't
say
know with the speeding tickets. If they ask you how fast you're going, never tell how fast do you think I was going. Always don't admit to fault, because they might not know and they might just be trying to get you to hook yourself.
Yeah, you really shouldn't talk to the cops much at all. At some point you might want to say, I don't answer questions, because they're just trying to be friendly, but they're waiting for you to say something they could latch onto and make something out of it.
And that's the thing, though. If you start off by answering questions and then you say I don't answer questions, then you're a liar, because you just answered some questions. So then they're like, but you just were answering questions, right? So like, if you're going to
basically say I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Say I'm not going to talk to you.
Yeah. Or like, I don't consent to this interaction. Like,
right.
I've actually told that to a cop before. I was really sick in the hospital, and I could not sit up in the chair that they had set me up, and I was trying to prevent myself from falling out of the chair onto my face. I had to like lean over, like lay down, but the way that the chairs were all, like, there's arms on you, there's no way to. And I was dehydrated, so I could not. There's no fathomable way that I could sit upright. It was impossible. I leaned it over and laid down on it, and then like some of the nurses freaked out, and then this like security guard cop dude was threatening to take me off to the detention center. And I said, no, you won't, because if you tell me to leave, then I'll go freely and I won't cause any problems. And he kept on being like a jerk to me, so I was like, I don't consent to this interaction. And the minute I said that, like everybody out, and like, there's so many people who were just kind of in the waiting room, like just random patients, they all kind of got super pissed at this guy and at the nurses, and then some other nurse kind of swooped in and like put me in a chair and wheeled me off somewhere else, and then put me in this other chair that actually reclined so that I could lay back. Like they actually, because there's no way I could sit up. Like I would, all this Rona stuff is talking about, and I'm laying on a hospital floor. Like I do not care. I just whatever. I should be in a bed by now. I do not care.
They were upset that you didn't sit up.
Yeah, they were upset that I was laying. That I turned one of the chairs down so that I could lay down. I was way out of the way. I wasn't in anybody's way where like somebody could trip over me. But they just got mad that I moved a chair and laid down because I couldn't sit up, and they wanted me to sit up. Like how I can't. Literally can't. And I'm like trying not to throw up, like puking my guts out. The hell am I supposed to do? Fucking that's medical gaslighting. They do that crap. They'll diminish and try and act like what you're saying is like untrue, or that's not as bad as what you're saying, and they don't care. This is especially common in emergency rooms, so I've dealt with it a lot. There's a lot of people who are really good, but then every once in a while you have to deal with like a major jerk who just does not give a shit. Like their heart is callous and they don't care. There's nothing you could say or do. They just don't care.
They shouldn't be in that line of work.
Dude, this other hospital trip I went to, I was dehydrated, but the emergency room people said that I wasn't. Like they gave me like a small IV bag and then turned me loose. And like I was still dehydrated, so I just kind of like drank a whole ton of water to rehydrate myself, but I was still very, very dehydrated. So I go and talk to my urologist today. And he's like reading the stuff, and he's like, yeah, you were very dehydrated the last time when you were at the hospital. And like he was highly concerned about it. Like I was sick and nauseous. They said they were like really concerned about me, that I was going to end up in the hospital tonight. But he was kind of upset with how the emergency room treated me, like the way, because that was like, yeah, he was not, like he was very like contradictory to what they were saying, as it were. Like the exact opposite. And I'm like,
did he put you on an IV?
Don't care though. No, he wasn't the one that put me on IV, but he did they heavily encouraged me to like drink more water and stuff, because they did do the urinalysis tests and stuff. Because I have a lot of nausea problems. It's hard for me to keep things down sometimes. But it's just messed up, but kind of ironically funny to me that he said the exact opposite of what the emergency room fools, those clowns, said. I trust him because, I mean, I've been dealing with him for a while. He's a good guy. He keeps most of his patients alive, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's common for emergency room doctors to be egotistical, like, and very hand-waving away to their patients. They just kind of like throw a bunch of solutions at something and then push them out. They also make the assumption that everybody who is in pain is actually just asking for medicine because they're on drugs and they want drugs.
I know, that pisses me off. They're just so
I understand why,
give you
though.
a single pain pill, you know.
A lot of people have been they got lawsuits, and a lot of people there are drug addicts who do have problems and they'll go and abuse the system. So I do understand why, but it's not everybody. So it's like they have this logical fallacy now where they assume that everyone, and that's not America. You're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, not the other way around. You don't assume everybody who asks for pain medicine is a drug addict. Like, you can take a urinalysis myself. There's never any opioids in it, never anything that's like off of what normal medicines is supposed to be on, and I don't take pain medicines. So if I ask for pain medicine, I am in severe pain. Like, there's a valid reason for it. Like, I'll always be clean, though, because I don't take any form of pain medicine on the normal. Like, I have to be, like, in some kind of severe pain for that to happen.
Do you smoke weed?
I have stuff, yeah, and that helps. But I have, like, medicines left over from surgeries. I'm not going to take them. I don't need them.
Right.
If I have a bad day, I could, but I just suffer through because why? You just give me other problems. Slow down my bowels to make other things work. Like, no, thank you. You go to sleep. I'll be all right tomorrow.
I don't know how many people in America are on these psychotropic drugs. Gotta wonder.
Yeah. Oh, like Xannies and stuff.
Yeah.
All weird.
Prozac.
That turns folks into zombies, man. They get weird. Like, they're not them. Like, I've had people that I've, like, actually, like, know and loved that ended up turning into something else entirely, like the evil twin of themselves or something. It's like it'll compartmentalize and, like, lock your soul away and let your carnal self just be itself or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even know anybody that's on them. Of course, I don't hardly know anybody right now.
This is just something from like a while ago, but there was somebody I knew who, he would just get weird. He started stealing from people, like family members and friends and stuff, doing really, really weird stuff to get his fix. And
oh, he was like taking pharmaceuticals, but he's buying them on the street?
No, he was breaking into people's stuff and taking their things so that he could get the stuff that he wanted. Like
like street drugs.
He stole some stuff from my mom out of her car. Well, I happened to catch him that day, and I know where he lives. So I went to his house. And I woke his mama up in the middle of the night, and then I waited for him to come home. I went directly to his house and banged on the door and woke his mom up in the middle of the night and waited for him to, then sat in the living room, waited for him to come home. And then when he did come home, I jacked him up, like, because he tried to lie and act, and then he tried to gaslight me. So I basically jumped up out of the chair I was in. So I was sitting back casual, but he triggered me. When I jumped up, I knocked the end table over in the middle of the room, and then I kind of like jacked him up and then screamed at him like Batman, like did it Joker, like he was like, "Where's Harvey Dent?" I'm like yelling, asking where the money was that he had taken. And he took like a little bit of money and some other stuff. But when I did that, he finally, then like his mom started kind of like getting upset and crying a little bit. And then he was like, "Why are you doing this to my mom?" And I'm like, "I'm not doing this to your mom.
See, you are."
And then I started calling him out. Yeah, and I was like, "She loves you. Why would you do that?" Like I started railing into him.
I mean,
did he get his life straight and stuff, man.
Did he ever admit it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, because after that, he kind of like something clicked, and he was like, "This is not going to end well unless I just go ahead and give in." So he took me into his room and talked to me. He was like, calm me down basically, so that I would, but I did not give a shit. And then I was like, "Take me to where it is." And he basically got what he had taken and gave it back to me. But you ain't gonna lie to me. You ain't gonna do that now, especially if I catch you.
I mean, how did you know it was him for sure?
Red-handed.
Oh, you saw him doing
it? Oh, dude, I called him red-handed pretty much, yeah.
Well, then why didn't you just like confront him right then and there?
I can't move very fast, and he ran away.
Oh.
But I knew where he lived, so I'm like, well, he's got to go home sometime.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not a child. I ain't gonna chase after him. I'm a grown ass man. I'll go talk to your mama. I don't care.
I mean, it seems like the mom wouldn't have like let you wait for him because you're gonna, have a scuffle when you.
Oh no, no, it wasn't about that. It was like I didn't want. Well, she knew how angry I was, but also she knew that I just wanted what he had taken. And also, yeah, she knew that he was a little messed up. He's actually and that was a happy ending. He actually is recovered, and he is not on that mess anymore, and he looks a lot better. He doesn't look like a zombie anymore. He's turned his life around, and he's doing a lot better. Like, I'm proud of him, honestly.
Oh, good.
Yeah, this happened a while ago, but like, my point is that stuff can turn people into zombies and make them turn into somebody that's not them. Because this is a kid that I knew before he got on the, like, he loved the guy. He's a cool dude. Yeah, and then when he got in his teenager, he started getting into that mess, like 15, 16, he started doing some dumb crap, and hey, if he had done that to the wrong person, they could have like caught him and shot him or something, though, man. Like, he could, like, really. I'm glad that it was I that caught him and not somebody with like zero self-control and a gun, because they wouldn't have cared.
Oh, man.
Which is part of the argument that I was saying while I was talking to his mom. I'm like, dude, it's like, you can't be doing this crap. But I was also super pissed about everything else. But I digress. It's hard talking to people that you love when you see them doing really messed up stuff, and it's like... But also, I'm thankful that there's hope. There's hope for people, and people do change. There's a lot of folks who are like, nobody changes, people don't change. Once a whatever, always a whatever. That's not true. People can change, and there's redemption arcs.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably that number of people is a smaller percentage than people who just won't change.
You got to answer the call to change.
Yeah, something's got to spark inside of you to realize you're wrong. But people just cannot accept, like, that they did anything wrong, no matter how obvious it is.
Yeah. Sometimes they need that slap in the face kind of moment, that wake-up call. It's like, oh, snap. Like, something's got to change now, or it's going to get really bad.
Uh-huh.
I should clarify that the way that I handled that situation in particular, I used to actually, when I was younger, I used to be a lot more inclined to violence than I was at that point. So I had much more self-control about things. So I was quite gentle about it, actually, even though it felt aggressive.
You should just be able to say, listen, I know you ripped my mom off. Give me everything back. You know.
That's the thing, though. The number one reason I was mad about that, obviously, but I understand where cops are coming from now when they're pissed after they have to run. Like, don't make me go after you.
Yeah, you're already caught. Don't make it worse.
Yeah, I fully understand why cops end up super angry when they have to chase somebody.
Oh, they do get pissed at that.
Yeah.
Like if you drive away from them when they're trying to give you a ticket, oh my God, they want to shoot you now.
That too, but I'm talking about on foot. Like if you make them have to lose their breath for a second, they get so mad. Like, have you seen the videos where they're just like raging out at the...
Yeah, I've seen people get away from them, like just...
Yeah. Oh, I've seen a couple of those too, where they're just running.
Like this there was this one years ago, this black guy's like... And he just like pulled away from the cop, and then he did all these amazing jumps over fences and flipping over, and just he was like turned into Superman. He was running away so fast.
Yeah. I saw this one video where somebody was doing parkour and they're jumping from building to building, getting away from him. I'm like, this dude thinks he's Spider-Man.
And if you like try to lose him in a neighborhood or something, and you like, I don't know, end up in a backyard and you're hiding behind a tree, fly around with a helicopter, like heat-seeking, where is this guy? Oh, there's a red dot on that tree. There's something warm in that tree. It's him.
I could see them making drones to be like stock with cop cars in the future, mounted to the roof. They get in the car and they can control it from the car and be able to send it out and go find. They don't have to chase you. They can just find out where you are.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would they run when they could just go send a drone after you and then call in for backup and be like, yeah, dude, he's over here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's old school. Running after them. Stop!
I don't think that would ever be necessary. More than likely, actually, especially in like cities, they just have multiple police drones up all the time.
True.
And they can just call one into the area whenever needed.
Yeah, like they'd have like kind of like the military drone. They'd have people actually stationed at the computer doing those. Yeah.
Probably they'll just have like AI RoboCops everywhere. You know. Stop, citizen.
Yeah, get pulled over by a robot and it prints out a ticket. Or it offers you a chance. Like, it gives you a little touch screen with like a thing you can swipe your card. You can just go ahead and pay your ticket with your credit card right there.
Right. Would you like to pay now? I take Visa,
or
MasterCard.
set up an appointment. Yeah, Visa, MasterCard, and Bitcoin. And then like 100 or 200 years from then, like they accept Dogecoin. It's like complete idiocracy.
I finally saw that movie.
It'd be a lot funnier if it wasn't so true.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, it's like prophetic.
Yeah, I know. It makes you want to laugh, cry at the same time because you know that it's happening.
Good old Mike Judge, funny guy.
He called it on the ads, like the ads around the border of the TV. Like, but you see how we've got the streaming stuff, and they inject ads into everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's everywhere. And it used to be you could get pop-up blockers and just get them off of your internet. You wouldn't have to worry. But now it's like they're literally merged into everything. And it probably will end up being actually like that. Like, on the actual TV around the border, there'll be little commercials going on or adverts for random crap while you're watching whatever channel it is.
You know, how they sometimes they run a ticker tape at the bottom of the screen and it's saying stuff. Like the person's, the talking head is talking about one thing and it's telling you other shit down here, and it's distracting, you know. It's like,
oh, that's the thing though. On those things, don't pay attention to anything the talking head's saying. That little banner is actually the important news.
Oh yeah, I haven't watched
that. I noticed that, and I'm like, it's so hard to read it though while he's talking.
It's probably some psyop to, you know, split your mind or something.
Yeah, and they probably they tell you the truth, but then it's all like they'll distract you with this other headline or story, and then nobody notices the little stuff because nobody can read fast, or they don't There's a lot of folks who don't know how to read properly. Like they can read enough to get by, but they don't actually know how to read, and it's because they don't read. Like
I have a feeling that if you went to elementary school today, I don't think anybody's learning much. I doubt those kids are learning how to actually read good, do math, and it just seems like
I'm glad that people rejected Common Core.
You know, I saw what that was. I was staying at this place. I was helping this 9-year-old with her homework, and I saw the math they were giving her to do, and it was that comic. It was so bizarre. It was so frustratingly dumb.
I will give it half of it is true, but that it's like a half truth, so it's completely stupid.
I couldn't even hardly.
Jerry, it's a waste of time. Bunch of people running around, bumping into each other. Guy up front says 2 + 2. People in the back say 4. Then the bell rings. They give you a carton of milk and a piece of paper that says you can go take a dump or something. I mean, it's not a place for smart people, Jerry.
That's right. I mean, it's really designed to almost kill the wonder and the creativity and genius, they just stamp that out of you and just, here, believe this. Repeat this back to me,
Blinded with science.
Yeah.
Blinded it with science. She blinded me with science. That's like that
That's the
Eurythmics song, Sweet dreams are made of these. She points at the globe.
oh god.
Right. But who am I to disagree? You taught me a sweet dream.
So I had a hilarious experience today. Like I mean, I was just observing people's reactions. That was what was hilarious to me. So I have the phone on, and it's on the speakerphone, and it's just got the guys talking about flat Earth and other stuff, and just whatever rabbits they chased. And just observe random normies' reactions as they're listening on the conversation is hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you see somebody's eyes get as big as saucers because somebody just says the word flat Earth, it's funny.
They're like, there's one of them. I've heard these people exist.
No, that's the thing, though. They couldn't even tell if I'm one of them because I'm not saying anything. I'm just listening. So it's like they're just completely confused. I guess if you read my shirt, you get to tell because it says Aetherus. So it's like if you know anything about the Aether stuff, you can make that assumption. The smarties probably already knew, but the regular normies could not have known. Well, then again, I did say a couple things while I was driving around, but mostly I was just listening. And then the observations wasn't when I was talking. I was just kind of watching people react to what was being said.
Does your family know your flat Earth views?
Yeah. Oh, I've been showing my brothers some stuff.
Yeah, are they open to that or what?
They're open to the realms of possibility, especially knowing that the government has redacted and classified documents that they've lied about, and they're not stupid.
Yeah,
they may be ignorant of some things, but they're not stupid.
Well, they've put in the society into the mass consciousness that if you hear the words flat Earth, you're supposed to laugh and scoff and think that's the most dumbest thing you've ever heard. You know what I mean?
And that's like the thing is, I started off. Well, my one brother, he's like all into memes and jokes and other stuff. So I started off by debunking the meme version, but presented it as the conversation, right? So we're just talking about the flat Earth meme, right? And then I'm debunking it because I'm like, but that's not even what flat earthers believe in. And then I started so I'm explaining the flat Earth belief like from a third person perspective to him. And then it got to the point where I'm showing him all these videos, and it's like, yeah, the Earth is flat, man.
Wow!
I didn't just outright be like, hey, brother, I must tell you something. I am a flat earther. Would you like to join me and also be a flat earther? I just started showing him stuff. But really, debunking the whole little, the asteroid hitting it and then the disk flops and the dinosaurs fly away. It's but it's the foundation of the universe, so that wouldn't happen. That's impossible. That's just a caricature. It's a straw man.
What, that idea that an asteroid hit the Earth and killed the dinosaurs?
No, the whole meme. I'll show it. I'm gonna post the forbidden meme. This is gonna make all the Globers go crazy. I'll post the forbidden meme. Drum roll, please.
I don't believe in dinosaurs either.
Hey, was your brother able to see early after you showed him?
Okay, right. No, he saw what I was talking about, and that there was no actual evidence that it's curved. There's no evidence for curvature, and that it's just flat at its level. And we had the conversations about things as far as the edge of the universe and whatnot, with unseen things that nobody has a picture of. So it's a moot point. There's no why have an edge of the Earth when there's no pictures of the edge of the universe? Nobody has that evidence. Hey,
I don't even believe in a universe.
Well, the universe, that word just kind of means the whole, like the whole thing. So I'm like, yeah, I can go with that, but it's also, I agree with you that it's tied to cosmos worship. So, yeah.
I mean, people hear that and they think automatically that it assumes heliocentrism and globes and stuff.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to anyway.
But I've done
there's
the
a few
etymology of
words
that
like
word.
that
To me,
people get hung up on. Like some people think at first, coming to this, that they get hung up on the word world. I hear a lot of people say like the whole world is. Can I say that? Is world? Is that? Yeah, that's fine. You can say that. Like, oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
What are you talking about, bro? We have beautiful pictures of star nurseries in distant galaxies. I have the Kalium Galaxy, RS1, Goldilocks planets. Talking about, bro. We have all this shit.
The more you look at those, you could just see how damn fast.
You just got swallowed by a black hole.
I'm gonna say you're an art denier.
I was calling people math deniers the other day. Art denier?
You deny that art. In fact, you're an art denier.
I'm not sure I heard you right because I was talking and finishing up also when you started. Are you saying art or am I hearing you wrong?
I was calling him an art denier, ART.
Okay, yeah. I'm an art denier when it comes to like this calling like what AIs create, calling that art. I don't think it qualifies. It's not art if an AI comes up with it.
When they draw pictures of distant galaxies and showing the perspective from the distant galaxy looking in, who took that picture?
Wait. You said the AI art isn't art, though?
Not in my opinion. In my own personal opinion, I don't think it qualifies.
I would say when I do it is, but only because I do it differently. I'll show you what I mean in a second. Hold on. But I don't just like do AI art. You gotta edit it afterward. Right? Yeah. If you don't add to it, then it's not. Well, I mean, this is
if you touch on it, then it's not completely AI.
This one I'm about to post in the live stream's completely AI. But I typed in a very specific sentence in order to get it, and only I have the words to do so. So. Oh, it's 2 megabytes. Dang, that's a big picture. It has to do with straw man. Like when basically the face I make when somebody straw mans me. And there it goes. I should actually add some text into there on it though to make it a meme. But I agree that it's lazy art. It's super easy now, and there's a lot of people who have graphic design degrees that are complete wastes of money because they spent thousands and thousands of dollars. Somebody can type in a sentence, and it does like mess up the whole system. So I agree with you that like it's not comparable to human art at all. It's kind of a rip-off.
No, all of it's kind of words. All of it's kind of eerie looking too. It's just really like this one right here that you just posted. It reminds me of some Tim Burton claymation bullshit.
Yeah, it's surreal. It's weird.
Do you put like a phrase in, or just individual words?
Oh God, I'm gonna regret this, and not because of you guys using it, but I know that others are gonna use it.
Well, they were talking about this the other day. I've never even checked it out myself, but just from the conversation in here, like, yeah, essentially you put in keywords of things if you want, tell it, you can talk to it like it's a person and tell it what you want it to make or what you want it to come up with. You can tell it to write a story or to tell a joke or whatever.
Fascinating.
It's the open AI,
There
right?
you go. Right there, Dream by Wombo is what I used to make that one. If you typed in very detailed sentences, you can't just use like small words. Use things that are articulate and specify what art style or what type of texturing you want, like down to details, like photorealistic texturing and stuff. You can get better outcomes than if you just type in like low IQ sentences. You can pick what type of artist that you want to draw, but the art style that you click also is important when doing it. I know a lot of like etymology, a lot of different random words, so it makes it easier for me to. One thing that's cool though is if you like put in Bible verses verbatim, some of the results are really interesting. Like letting it imagine Revelation or biblically accurate angels. I have a feeling that maybe, possibly, these deep dream things are going to be heavily used during the next election to create tons and tons of really weird memes.
I mean, you guys all hopefully do realize that the reason they put anything open source to the public for free is because they need us to plug in our data for them to complete their project. Like it's all it's all just digging your own grave, essentially.
Yeah, because every single data point that we get makes it stronger. It's like one experience point. Every time that I type in a sentence, gives it another experience point, lets the AI level up. And then there's tons and tons of other people doing the same thing, just giving it experience points. You're right, Lou. All we're doing is strengthening the beast every time we use these things. Right now, I'm actually creating art. Well, go ahead, Captain.
I was going to say,
yes, sir, Captain.
Ed Norton told us years ago, the NSA is capturing every keystroke you make. It's being stored, and they could create a file on you, and just if they ever want to mess with you later, they can go in there and look and see if you said a terrorist thing. You know what I mean? Like.
By the way, about that, it's a keylogger, and that means they catch everything that you didn't send also.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Captured if you kept filing everybody that's ever typed on the internet and then pass laws against hate speech or disinformation or something like that, and declared that kind of activity as dangerous and criminal. You know what I mean? And then got a plethora of evidence to look through to find something they could mess with you for.
Facebook does that. It's built into their stuff. It's like proprietary.
It's in everything. It's in everything that you typed into Google. Everything, every search query you put into Wikipedia, or it's just on your computer. It's in Microsoft or whatever else. All these things. Yeah, every single fucking keystroke you've made is logged.
It's probably built into the window, the new forms of Windows now. Like back in the day, you could get it, but nope, not anymore. They can do forensics on everything now.
I would believe it's illegal to just take personal information and, not tell them you're taking it and you're,
No, they have the Patriot Act. They can
Yeah,
spy
it would have
on
been before
everyone.
9/11, and then they used that as the excuse to spy on all Americans.
And Obama did the Patriot Act expansion pack, so yeah, they can do whatever they want to at this point.
Yeah, they're Osama bin Laden.
Edward Snowden came out and told us a bunch of the illegal stuff they were doing, and they all got together and they're like, well, we're going to have to do something about this. And they were like, I've got a solution. We'll just make it legal. And they're like, yeah, make it legal.
Retroactively, yeah.
Then they made Snowden a criminal, and now he's evil. Now you got people actually thinking he's the devil.
Yeah, I mean, there's politicians in America that just wanted him dead, you know.
Assange too. All he wanted to do is tell the
They
truth.
were playing it that way, but no, he did his job. It was their way of their way of making it, in my opinion anyway, of kind of like making it look natural. Like, you see how it was the Hegelian dialect again, problem, reaction, solution. Like Snowden supposedly leaked this shit, and then they pretended they were mad. And then nothing, but nothing came of it, other than they made it all legal, all the stuff he was telling on them for.
Because we know that Russia and America are frenemies, that they're not actually enemies. So Snowden going over there is like, now they can Russia that crap. Like
Russia.
Yeah, Russia.
Yeah, that's weird that he ended up in the Soviet Union, just a refugee in the Soviet Union.
So what Lou's saying is absolutely true. That he's probably just another pawn in the game. It was just part of the narrative.
When I see him speaking, I really think, wow, this guy he seems like he's got integrity. Like he went ahead and risked his ass to just let us know.
That's exactly what you would want, right?
No,
to see.
I realize
so
that.
If a good enough actor could portray
that. He worked for the NSA for an intelligence agency. What would make you think he has integrity?
Got a job. He thought he's doing a good thing, working for his government, and he learned evil shit. Maybe we should know. I mean,
they vet all of that stuff very thoroughly before he ever gets the job.
I hope that he's a good guy, but I'm not going to put my faith in him.
Than anybody like that, you know. But I'm just saying, my inclination is that he's a good guy, but I get it wrong. Same with Assange. I mean, what did he do? Just publish something that was real, and now he's
Assange was born and raised in a cult, and his hair is not naturally blonde. It's blonde due to actually these like cult tradition that his parents were involved in. But I'm going to digress from that rabbit hole. People can search that one if they want to. So there are some weird wonky things, but that's a fallacy. So just because he's wrong about certain things doesn't mean that he'd be wrong about other things.
Yeah, look, I'd like to believe that Julian Assange and Edward Snowden were legit, like, whistleblowers and shit like that. But logically, looking at things, no, they're not. They're just like everything else on the world stage. They're playing their role. They got that shit on lockdown, man. When all this stuff where they show you all these what appear to be inept politicians and stuff like that. Oh, they're incapable of doing this. Look at how terrible your president is, or whatever else. It's all part of the show. It's so that you think that they're incapable of pulling off such freaking perfect plan, which they've been doing. They've been doing them for a very long time, very well.
White Knight.
Yeah.
And they come in like they're golden boys, or white knights come in acting like they're saviors for humanity, just like they painted Elon Musk to be. But you know damn well that that's not what he is. I mean, he's funny, great. He's an edgelord. He's great at doing some meme crap, really good with the people, hilarious. But he is not a Tesla. He's obviously an Edison. Like, clearly, Edison collected patents. That's what Musk does. He collects. He's genius at collecting genius stuff. But Tesla was genius at making genius stuff, and you can't. They're not the same type of person,
dude. And when it comes to somebody like Snowden or Assange or whatever, if the government, like, if the intelligence agencies, like, wanted to silence them, like wanted them dead, which they went publicly on TV, the politicians saying, well, we want him dead. There is no border anywhere in this world that would save his life from this. Like, they're done. That's it. Like, if they really want you gone, you're gone.
It's kind of like they had that military grade weapons dealer dude, right? Freaking warlord guy, and they traded him for the Olympic runner. They could have gotten Snowden if they wanted to. All you have to do is make some kind of trade. They've got somebody Russia wants, and they would get Snowden instantly. Just make a deal.
In this Marine that's been there for 4 years,
So there's a Marine that's you kind of cut out for a second.
Get his name, Paul. Somebody, I forget why he got caught up over there, but he was over for something, and then they said, "Oh, he got arrested for being spying or something," and he's been sitting in some prison for 4 years, waiting for the government to do something to get him out, and then any lady, some CBD oil or something, and she got put in jail, and then they bailed her ass. This, major terrorist figure for
Yeah. Hey, we should jump back to the curve.
She's not a tranny, but a what?
Bushel's correct. We should get back on. Topic.
I got confused with that swimmer.
Yeah, I mean, if she looks like a tranny, it's understandable because she is.
All right, back
bad
to
voice,
science.
like 6'10" or some shit. Big, but she's gay, just not a man.
Is that Sony's in the background, Dan?
Right. Now I see why we're saying let's get back to flat Earth. Yeah, let's just not do the transvestigation thing. How about that?
Yeah, back to flat Earth.
Correction, she wasn't a trans. She was gay. That's it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute you, but we said to get off of that topic already.
Back to flat Earth. The Earth is flat. It's a revolution. The Earth is flat. Oh, I can't find that song. I forgot what it was called and who wrote it. It's like some kind of reggae sounding song.
What y'all think about the last Saturday's Kiri?
What in the?
What on Saturday?
Last Saturday, not the Ballbuster stuff. The Earth Debunker number 3.
I am not familiar. Tell us about that.
It's the Moon Shadow. So, our let's say the Aristotelian stuff with sticks and shadows and whatnot. So, according to them, it's because light come in parallel, right? And therefore, it casts a shadow at a certain angle because it's so far away. In a full moon, the moon does the same thing. You could actually use a sundial with the full moon, and it'll correspond exactly where the hours of the time of the sun.
Light would be coming horizontal rays off the moon too.
Right, exactly. So I mean, that's a big problem with the globe. So if the sun is supposed to be throwing, parallel light because it's so far away, what's up with the moon? The moon is way closer than the sun is.
Yeah, somebody used this the other night. Basically, I mean, I didn't necessarily like the way that they phrased it, but essentially said that by that logic, anyway, that's what they should have said. Is by that logic, the moon and the sun are equally as far away, equally as distant.
Equidistance, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in other words, the what is it? The well in or the Avalon or the Dick Stick in the other location will have the same shadow. So
that proves the Earth is flat or a ball. I don't know.
It just debunks the whole parallel sun rays. I mean, it will have to be that the moon will have to be as far as the sun. and the lights are coming in parallel.
It seems like if the moon it's far enough away the light would be parallel. There's no, it wouldn't bend or nothing. Just comes straight on down, right?
The moon is 230,000.
40, whatever.
230,000 miles away, and the sun is 90 million miles away.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big difference. And the size. It's the sun. The moon size is how bigger than the Earth? Oh, it's not, right?
It's a quarter of the size. It's about 2,000 mile diameter.
Right. So, I mean, compared to the Earth,
is that right?
The compared to the Earth, the moon is way smaller.
Yeah, a quarter.
When somebody said the moon and the sun might be the same distance apart, I thought, you know what? It probably is, because they're basically the same size too.
Yeah, they pretty much kind of have the same angular size in the sky. And so, I mean, it's a big problem because of the sun rays. You couldn't have the exact same sun, the moon giving you the same type of shadow. I mean, because the sunlight is the moonlight should be definitely diverging, right? It can't come in parallel, could it?
I think it could. I don't see why it wouldn't, but
it's much closer, and it's much smaller.
It like they'd be going out. Some of them, the rays off at an angle this way, and then some would come straight, and then some would come off in the angle that would like splayed out.
So you're telling me because the moon and the sun could give you the same exact lighting, meaning let's throw the same, cast the same kind of shadow, even though they're that much difference apart?
I mean, how do we explain? You know, you see the photos, or you've been outside when you'll see the sun is like nestled in amongst the clouds, you know, and certain, you know, rays are popping out as the clouds move, but it's right up in the clouds. How is that affect? If that thing's 94 million miles away, what's it doing right in the clouds? The clouds are blocking it, and then they let the light out again. And anybody got any ideas?
Yeah, I mean, that would just be speculation at the point. But
flying over the clouds, you're in an airplane above the clouds, and you see this hot, the clouds where the sun is hitting. It'd have to be a lot closer to be having a hot spot on the cloud.
And another thing they were explaining that is that there's something like the sundial, but it's for the moon, which, you know, every day the moon shifts 49 degrees or something. I forget what it was, but they're able to use it just like the sundial. But there's a few adjustments that has to be done every night because of the way the moon shifts. You know, as long as there's a clear sky, you know, and there's enough moonlight, you use it just like a sundial. But on a full moon, you could use a sundial with the moon, and it's exact. You'll have, you know, the corresponding time of night.
You know, it's where they say, you know, if the moon is a big giant rock up in the blackness of space, why is it just lit up like a Christmas tree? You know, when you shine light on a rock, that thing is emanating light.
Yeah, you would definitely have a what do you call that, specular highlight on that. Because of the sun? I would think you would have a specular highlight, wouldn't you?
That's what he always gave us. Well, it's lit up because it's reflecting the light of the sun, which is on the other side of the ball Earth. And it's all lit up. While it creates its own kind of...
It's evenly lit up. That's the whole thing. It's not decreasing like as it would... If it was a shadow and you were observing it, it would get darker as it got further outside, right?
And when it's moving, and they're both moving, right? So actually, all three things are moving, so it will definitely have shadow moving somewhere.
Yeah, man. It's.
I mean, the Bible says, He created lights, one for the day, and then this lesser one for the evening hours. In other words, it's a light that emits light from itself.
Now, here's the real kicker: that it doesn't change phase in the entire 24-hour period. It definitely would change phase as it moved along during the day, but it doesn't. Now, the other curious thing is how it seems to rotate like a clock, kind of. Now, is that only perspective? Because
I think there's a lot we don't know about the moon.
Is it because we're looking at it from the east and then we look at it from the west, so it's opposite? It's a really bizarre effect when you notice it in one 24-hour period, where you're like the night before, you're looking at it and it's lit on the bottom, and then in the daytime it's lit on the top. Like I noticed that over the summer. But it was looking the opposite direction, bottom. But it still didn't make sense to me because it was literally the lit part was on the bottom at night when it rose. The next day, it was on top as it was setting. Very odd.
I don't know what to say to that.
Well, one time we were looking east, and the other time we're looking west. So there's something. But why is it do that anyway? Even if you are, that doesn't really correlate to me unless I'm missing something.
The moon is rotating on its axis too?
No, as you're looking at it, like you're looking at the moon, during a 24-hour period, it rotates.
It's on its axis?
No, rotates in the axis you're looking at it. Like around a central point of your view, if you're looking directly at the moon, it's rotating like a clock. So the part that was at 12 o'clock when you first looked at it, now it's at 6 o'clock. I'm not sure you know what I'm talking about.
It's not.
I know what he's saying. It kind of does a cartwheel through the sky, but it doesn't make a full rotation around. It tilts like kind of one way, then back the other, I believe.
Yeah, it's really bizarre what it does. I'd like to see a time lapse of that. Maybe I can.
I know that she's flat or globe, but she says that the globe has good arguments too. But she's asking me, what was? Yeah, well, using the globe model, they can predict, eclipses, years and how could they do that if the globe model's wrong? And I didn't know what to tell her.
Okay, I'll tell you. Here's what you tell her. NASA and everybody that's using the predictions of eclipses are done through the Mayans. The Mayans are the one, or the Chaldeans. I'm sorry, the Chaldeans are the ones that did. Isn't it that the Saros cycles? Yeah, I think it's the Mayans. Those are flat earthers. So tell them that's how they did it. Flat earthers did it, and NASA uses flat earthers data.
Well, yeah, she's not going to buy that.
There's a link. No,
Well, it's actually true. There's a NASA. Yeah, we're kind of low though.
I was trying to tell you, NASA.gov has a website. I'm driving right now. Has a page. Whoever's asking the question on the Saros cycle and how that's the thing. Yes, it even says right on there it's been used for thousands of years. So it has nothing to do with the heliocentric model. If you just look it up, NASA.gov, Zero Cycle, you should be able to find it.
Search on this subject. I also don't know how to explain the phases of the moon on a flat Earth.
Well, there's no explaining it other than whatever the heliocentric model is trying to say. It doesn't work on the heliocentric model. What it's actually doing doesn't work on a globe.
See the moon, and it's it's a sliver, and then it's a half, and it's a whole. I don't know what's making all those changes.
Let's ask
This is a cycle.
the moon cycles on the globe Earth. How does that work? Go.
I don't understand it on the globe Earth either.
Right. No, the thing is when people, they always want to ask that question, but they think you're supposed to answer all of the questions of the universe instead of just worrying about the Earth that measures flat. Like, it's not your job to explain the moon. You didn't make a claim about the moon.
So I just posted the little images, right, about the sun and moon, right? So when they say the sun or the moon is over Cyrene, it will definitely cast a shadow exactly in Alexandria over the obelisk, like that. I don't know if y'all see the text. 19 minutes after the hour. Do you see a lunatic?
Oh, sorry. I've just been mostly listening. I was getting dinner ready. What's up? What am I supposed to look at?
19 minutes after the hour?
From Adam, from Sonny. Oh, we got
me.
There you go. Yeah, I see it. So what about you? Do you want me to check out these diagrams?
So you see the diagram. So when the sun or the moon is over Cyrene, over the you can see the shadow of the you can see the light straight through to the inside the well, right? Because in Cyrene it was a well that once it's 12 o'clock noon over there, you can see directly into the well. In Alexandria, you're able to see the shadow being cast over the obelisk.
Okay.
So that's the issue. That would be a big issue because they're saying that the moon is super far away. So when it's 12 o'clock over the moon, right, it shouldn't have the same, because it's way closer. So it shouldn't have the same shadow in Alexandria.
Right. No, I understand the argument that you're bringing up. Yeah, I mean the whole Eratosthenes thing. I just don't like it in general. I mean, but we hear it all the time.
Right.
We can't. For me, I'm just like, prove to me this guy actually existed, or that he did what they claim he did. Like, is it wells? Is it sticks? Is it, is it a well and a stick? Is it, was it?
They don't know. Everybody makes up their own story.
Was it 2 points? Was it 3 points? Like they don't have any of that shit.
Yeah.
Like, sure, the idea still remains the same, whoever came up with it, but their claim is we knew the Earth was a globe 2,000 years ago because of this guy, and you're full of shit.
Yeah. There's no primary source information on this guy at all, how he did any of it, what the methods were to note any of the distances, how they actually got to those places. Nothing is available. No elevation angles are submitted. Yeah, nothing. You're right. Did he exist? How did they even? Okay, so they're using something that is questionable whether the person even existed or not, using a method that neither proves that doesn't prove either way, flat or
Yeah.
But what provides proof for either way, flat or curved.
Yeah, but I mean, but this would definitely be like this. It couldn't happen this way because if you're saying the sun is doing this, how can the moon be doing the exact same thing as the sun? And your model dictates that the moon is way closer than the sun is, and a lot smaller. So definitely has divergent rays because it's way smaller. So by the time the moonlight hits Alexandria, it should be way different shadow. It actually should be extended longer. Because of the distance. So I mean, it's just an argument of. I mean, still nobody. I don't think nobody has done this, but they have done it. They take it because of the. You can use the sundial with a full moon, so therefore it has to be throwing the exact same light rays.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just kind of overcomplicating the whole point. Like the point is that. Yeah, for Eratosthenes, like he assumed an infinitely distant sun,
right,
to get these parallel rays. So it's the idea that the sun is just very, 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 very far away. And like you're saying, according to their model, the moon is very, very close. And so if you can get, like you said, parallel rays from the moon, then it completely throws off the whole idea of Eratosthenes, his validity, that whole story. Like
exactly,
like yeah. Yeah, kind of like how we started this. Essentially, you say that given these results and this logic that you're using for coming up with Eratosthenes, then we can be comfortable in saying that the moon and the sun are equally distant from the Earth. They're the same size and the same distance away. I'm not saying that that's true, but that's the logic they're using.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, they. Okay, when you look up in the sky, it seems like the sun and the moon are about the same size, but they go, it's 400 times the moon, but it's 400 times
closer. Yeah.
So it all evens out magically.
Which is like in their system would be an absolutely retarded thing to say with all the different motions. I mean, that's ridiculous. So how could they even tell that? Oh, you're just so small and so dumb. You have to have
just the idea that the sun is 94 million miles away. There's no way to get that calculation.
That's because you have to have the people with the really large heads to figure it out for you. You're too small and too dumb. The very large cranium people will tell you what is what.
To find if you look at the sun, you go, I want to figure out how far away it is. You have to start measuring that distance. You have to take some step to. There's no way to measure it. You understand? It's all theoretical math the way they do it. It's not based in reality. You have to pick an incredible amount of distance, like 94 million miles. Hello. Who is this? We got a wrong number, bro.
What'd you call me?
Who are you people?
You called me a wrong number? Oh, I'm offended.
Hello, is this the Walls Resonance?
Yes, Mr. T. Wad, please. T. Wad.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Yeah, this guy is having a complete meltdown in the lobby.
I love that.
What a
He's
numpty.
here in the
That's like-
VC, but he's been deafened. He was deafened and muted a couple months ago.
Oh, undeafen him. Let him hear what we have to say about him. My goodness, he's either got to be like,
is it Haram, right?
He's got to be. He's got to be trolling. There's nobody. There's nobody alive that trusts the government like that. Nobody. Surely.
Maybe it's Haram.
Hey, Haram, are you there, bud?
You can speak, good sir.
He might be busy
Air
having
your
a complete
grievances.
mental breakdown right now in front of his keyboard, but I can assure you he's there. He literally just went from like spiraling about the globe to, oh wait, just kidding. I don't believe in the heliocentric model. I believe in a flat infinite plane with hidden continents.
What?
Yeah, he's just having a complete mental breakdown.
Haram, you need to speak up, or I'll have to mute you.
We can walk you through it, bro. Step by step.
I don't want to server mute you, but I need you to say something at least.
Although, don't let Lou try and teach you anything. He probably learned it wrong. He hears Yanny instead of Laurel.
Yanny.
No, you know what was weird about that? When we did that night, I kept hearing it. I mean, there was a couple other people in here who heard it the way I was hearing it, but we were listening to CB play it through his soundboard and then through the Discord. I went and found the same thing, the Yanni versus Laurel, and did it for my coworker on our lunch break. I was like, "What do you hear?" Because he remembered it being a thing, but whatever, we did it again, and what I heard was opposite of what I had heard with you guys. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, when you were with us, you heard Yanny.
Yeah, I was getting Yanny. Yeah, and then I heard Laurel the next day at lunchtime.
If you're masculine, you'll hear Yanny. Feminine, you'll hear Laurel.
Shots fired.
So check yourself.
I think it also has to do with the like what you're using to play it.
Yeah, I think it does, because I looked at a YouTube video explaining it. Yeah, it's something about the wavelength or whatever, and it also has to do with how much damage your ears have had, from being around construction sites or loud concerts or whatever else too.
It's so crazy though, because I was playing it for some of my coworkers, and every time I heard it on two different things. But even when I tried to hear Yanny, I couldn't hear it at all.
Yanny. Yeah.
Yeah, my coworker's like, it sounds like a little kid saying "Yammy." I'm like, no, I'll take your word for it. I don't hear that. And whatever, Godric, hater.
What did he say?
Glober, flatters,
Laurel,
flatters. What do you got here?
Laurel.
See, I just heard Laurel now. I was hearing Yanny that other time. I'm hearing Laurel now.
Laurel.
I just
hear Laurel. Where is that coming from?
I have never heard Yami or whatever it is.
You've never heard Yanny out of that. All right.
No.
Laurel. What is it we're listening to when you hear that?
So what do you hear, Sonny? Do you hear what word do you hear?
I hear Laurel.
I hear Laurel also. But what is it playing through? That's what I'm trying to. What is
I thought
it?
you heard Yanny, Godric.
It's just I'm playing it on YouTube.
But what does it come from? Like, what is the source of that?
Oh, I don't know.
The CIA.
There's another one. There's a Ben 10 toy where you'll either hear Green Needle or Brainstorm, depending on what you think of first. It's really weird.
Yeah, that one's like a toy.
That one I was hearing more like Brain Needle, which was weird.
Same, Lou.
Yeah, it's interchangeable. You can hear that too.
I hear Brainstorm or Brainstorm.
I hear Brain Needle.
What?
Brain Needle.
The needle throws me off.
I heard Brain Needle. I heard Brain Needle the first time he played.
Yeah, me too.
I don't hear needle at all. I heard it before one time.
It's like those photos that are actually black and white. Some of us see them all color like I do. I couldn't even see them in black and white. And I kept going back to the website going, what are they saying? Are they saying these are actual black and white photos that I don't see any black and white? I only see color. Have you guys experienced that? And lots of us on here see color on them just like I do, but several people said, no, they're black and white. I'm like, what? I only see the color. I can't even see them in black and white.
It's like the dress. You're kind of describing the blue and white dress.
Sort of, yep. That's what we were talking about that night. Doing it again.
Here we go. Here's another one. Here it is, right here. Here's this guy, like some kind of warrior sitting on a chair in front of some doors. Here we go. This is a black and white photo. They assured me absolutely a black and white photo. So is this one with all these kids with their eyes blanked out. This is a black and white photo. I only see colors.
No, that dude's wearing a blue with red trim. Friggin'.
Yeah, guess what, Lou? You're like me. That is a black and white photo. The only thing that's colored on any of these photos is the squares, those lines that are drawing those squares. The actual photo itself of the image is black and white.
No, it's not. Come on.
Yes,
they look full color to me.
Yeah, that's.
No, I see the black and white. I see the black and white.
Because I kept going back.
On the bottom.
Absolutely, they're black and white, bro. Sorry to tell you. Here's the whole website.
No, I believe you. I can see it. I can see it in between the squares.
I see the black and white.
Here's
Who can see this black and white? Then why is the bottom right girl wearing a blue shirt? The one next to her is wearing a yellow shirt. The one on the left has a white sleeve.
Tell me about it.
The one on the top row from
those
right
are
to left.
Lou, those are the grid lines.
Go to the site, man. Look, go to the site.
Your brain's doing the rest. Those are just lines.
You're looking at the grid lines.
All black and white photos.
Right, but so from left to right up top. Like white or gray shirt, green shirt, white shirt, gray shirt.
Yes, but Lou, listen. You're seeing the colors of the grid lines.
You're only seeing the only thing that's colored is the grid lines. Their shirts aren't colored at all. They're black and white. You're so.
Oh yeah. I guess I was looking at it from a little bit of a distance too on my phone. So
I don't see the black and white. No matter how hard I try, I only see the colored shirts. That's the only thing I can see. I can't do anything to change that.
This is a good one, Sonny. We didn't find
only see it black and white. I mean, I only see color, period. I can't even imagine like that they're saying it's black and white.
But
I'm looking at these on acid.
The one with the dude. Okay, yeah. I see the the blue with the red trim too. Yeah.
If you go to the one with the BBC article that I just posted, and you can go through that where that castle. That's the actual black and white. You look at another one that has a dot. Like a colored dot, and then when you go to the black and white one, all the color just gets filled in. It's black and white still. It's really freaking bizarre.
See, we didn't come across these when we were talking about it the other night. These are good, Sonny.
Yeah, this trip, I didn't hear you guys the other night.
This was like, I don't know, a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it was a while back now. Probably a month ago.
Oh.
Maybe more even.
Yeah, so both of those websites, you go on there, and it kept freaking me out because I had to keep going back. Wait a minute, what? They're not.
What's funny is like I said, I'm looking at it just on my phone in like these thumbnails that you guys got up basically, and if I had it at a few feet's distance, you barely even see the grid marks except for like, like the red ones on the bottom picture are really obvious. And on the top picture, they're obvious on the left at the door. But no matter how far away I get from it, that dude's still wearing a blue robe with red trim.
No kidding. I know. Now look at the girl. Look at the girl in this one, the closest one behind the bottle. I see her full on skin color, hair color, and shirt. I see the grids also.
Yeah.
I see both the color and the grids. The grids look like a different size over her face. Over those faces, they look orange. And over the shirt, they look much, much bluer. But the shirt and the face and the hair still look the colors that they are. Blue, her face, and her hair. All look.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing that they're getting correct skin tone in that. Give me a break.
Yeah, right? How? Tripped me out, man. This had me going. And look, here's another one where they're just lines. And my mind does the same thing, even when they're lines. It fills in all the colors. I can't see it black and white. So there's that. Here's one, the same one with dots. Now the ones with dots, I can kind of see the black and white. Here's the one with dots.
Do they have the same image with the grids removed next to them?
I don't know. Yeah, here's the actual image without the grids. Here's the actual image right here. That's the actual image right there.
Well, now it's black and white.
That's what the actual image is. The whole time. That's what the image is.
Other than these dots or these grids.
That's right.
Nope.
Yep.
Yeah, I kind of say nope. That's what they tell you, but why would I start believing them now?
Just check it out yourself. It's a black and white photo, man.
You'd have to take that picture to paint and then do that little ink the
black and white.
The color getter tool.
Now maybe if I went with if I squinted, let me see. No, even if I squint till I can barely see them, I still see the colors of the shirts, the skin, and the hair. There's no. The only thing, when I squint, I can make the grid lines go away, but the colors of the shirt and stuff don't go away. For me, that is. I can't seem to see it black and white. As long as the grids are there, I only see the colors.
Yeah, because they're lying to you and they actually had a color photo and a black and white photo to trick you. Then it's your grids on there and went, it's just because of the grids.
No, I don't think so. This is a whole thing. They, in psychiatry, psychology, they use these things. They show in certain groups. They show groups like these photos. Like I first saw this in a counseling session.
Group study.
Bring up the dress for Sonny. Bring up the dress, somebody.
Say what?
Yeah, I'll see if I can pull it up.
The dots aren't as effective on me as the lines are.
It's freaky. I think there's probably could find some more articles about that.
I mean, it's kind of funny, if you've ever done, trying to match colors for, paints and stuff, too. Since I do home exteriors, sometimes we have to would run short on something. You got to paint something up, and you're trying to get it to match perfectly. Like my boss tried to paint up a piece. He went and got it matched at Sherwin-Williams. It's like a really deep, like slate gray color that we're working with that they had to match. But they fucked it up because when we got it back, I held it to the inside corner, and the gray that we were working with next to the thing that they painted to match looked it looked like blue, like almost like an indigo blue, or no, it looked like a forest green almost. Whereas the one that they fucked up looked more like a deep indigo blue. And neither one was either of those colors, but when you're comparing them next to each other.
Yeah, I've only ever seen blue, and it's like gold, but I don't know, blue and goldy sort of color. I see.
You see blue is a pretty clearly blue.
Yeah, it's like a real light blue.
I get the light blue for a hot second, but I don't see any black. In the top part looks white as can be.
Yeah, it's gold and white, or because of the lighting, you could say maybe a really, really light blue.
I definitely don't see white. That's weird.
So that's blowing my mind because it just looks so plain white and gold. Like there's no question when I'm looking at it. It's so wild.
Weird, isn't
it? Black and blue, Toby says. Liar.
What, Timbo? You're not even Aussie anymore. Get out.
No cap. No cap.
I was just thinking what Lou was saying before about those pictures with the dots and the lines. And then you look at the grey and white, the black and white, and you go, nah, it's not the same picture. They're playing tricks on you.
Quite possibly, yeah. I mean, or, you know what? Maybe there's something to it, but...
Maybe
I'm not going to just believe it because the website said so, you know?
Yeah. I get the grid one. Like, the grid one you can go, okay, all right. But the one with the school kids sitting at the desks with the lines and then the dots and then they show the grey one, I can't get my mind past that that's a different picture.
Yeah, they took one picture and then they, just like with your filters on your phone, you can take a color picture and make it black and white.
Yeah,
that's
what they did. And from my view, it's a regular 2020 picture or whatever. It's just changed to black and white, and then they put the colored grid on top, so then your brain's filling in the rest.
We're going to just have to do some science and take some black and white pictures with our phones and apply a grid over them and
start throwing dots on them and shit.
Gotta science that shit, Red Eye.
I will.
Because that's what they're doing up in the ISS. They're sciencing.
I'm going to debunk your colored image.
There's no curvature on that image, though. That's 2D shit.
I'm going to color smack you.
The contrast there, Sonny, that's cool. Because you block out the rest of it and you can see that it is just the one grey.
Yeah. Wait a minute, what did you block out? Oh, you blocked out the colored part of the grid, right? Well,
I just blocked out the area surrounding the grey block, and you can see that it's all just the same grey. But when you look at it in as a whole, yeah, I get that effect where it's light on the left and darker on the right.
Talking about the gray bar? Yeah,
Yeah,
it's dark on the right. And when I started staring at the gray bar in the middle, then I started seeing the background flash.
Huh.
Yeah, it looks 3D. Like, looks like it's
Yeah, it starts
poking out.
flickering. It starts flashing. Yeah, that's bizarre. That's really
What's the grey one with the pink dots, Sonny?
That one here. I'm gonna put some.
Oh yeah, it goes green, doesn't it?
Yeah, if you look at this, if you look around at them.
Oh wow!
Let me post the text. 1 second.
It just changed to a green dot going around the pink ones.
Yeah, if you look at the center, it'll turn into a green dot.
Oh, that's trippy.
Yeah, it's pretty weird stuff, man.
Who needs acid? Stare at screens all day.
Our mind is really a strange thing.
You don't even have to stare at the center.
Funny illusions. Let's see.
You just have to keep your eyes still.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
Or maybe just to get you started, that's the easiest way is to just say focus on the middle, and then. Yeah.
What's the Rubik's Cube, CB?
It's fucked up when your mind's playing tricks on you.
I think that one you're supposed to look at the square and the shade in the middle and see what color that one is too.
The orange one?
Correct.
Oh, is it supposed to be one of the colors on that have fallen off?
My mind is playing tricks on me.
It could be. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, the orange one
sounds about right.
You're talking about the
orange is brown, yeah?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Orange is brown. Stupid comments. Like levels curved.
My mind is playing tricks on me.
All right. So if all these optical illusions happen, what if the fucking Globers do see curve?
That would be
because they believe it.
It's not a color and shade thing.
It definitely makes you question some science to some degree, right? Because it's like, well, what if they saw this when they actually saw this, or what they heard this instead of this, or I don't know.
It's yellow.
Yeah. I'm sure they would want to use this type of stuff. See, your mind can trick you, and sometimes you can't know, and blah blah blah. But generally, with these things, you can check somehow, do a little. Put the brown piece by the orange piece side by side. Okay, yeah, they do match. Put the gray piece next to the other gray piece. Okay, they do match. So we would be at least be able to verify or confirm. We're not just left confused. You know what I mean?
But I could swear 2 months ago, I could swear I only hear Laurel, and I would declare that I'm hearing Laurel, and I'd be telling the truth. And then Lou would be like, he could declare, it to be true to be Yanni, right?
Yeah.
And, he wouldn't be wrong, I guess. I mean, I think he is, but
no, but today I heard Laurel though, and I did the next day after we did that. I was hearing Yanni that whole night when we were doing it, and then the next day I played it for the coworker and I heard Laurel, and then just tonight I heard Laurel.
Yeah.
How cool's that orange and blue one? The toroid.
Alcohol.
He said alcohol. How did these come up? Someone just brought up the Yanny thing. That was
Yeah, no,
It's
who
an
is that?
interesting topic.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, who's the name that's speaking right there? And I know the voice, but the name.
Red Eye.
That fucking guy.
Yeah, that fucking guy. Yeah, Red Eye was loved to give me shit like right off the bat. Like, what kind of weirdo here is Yanny? Yeah. Who the fuck is this guy here in Yanny? How dare you?
Exactly.
The one that gets me is Grover. Is it Grover? Yeah, Grover on Sesame Street. That sounds like an excellent idea, he says. But the first time you hear it, you hear him say, "That's a fucking excellent idea." It's weird. And then you can. That's like the other ones. You can just switch between which one you want to hear.
Grover from Sesame Street.
Yeah, that sounds like an excellent idea.
Okay, I got it.
It's actually pretty funny. This morning, before I went to work, I had the news on, and they were. I wasn't watching it, but it was just on as I was getting ready for work, like to catch the weather. And like the lady said, it took me a second to realize what she actually said. But what I thought I heard her say didn't make sense. I thought she said, "Don't eat," and I forget what it was like. Don't eat. I forget what the last part was, but she was saying donate and like donate something like or don't eat money. You know, I'm like, what do you mean don't eat money? Oh, she said donate money.
That,
Super thick Wisconsin accent.
either way, it's good advice. Don't eat money.
No, I mean, I don't know if I forget if it was money that she was saying, but obviously they're talking about donating, so that just makes sense. It's like donate to or what? Yeah, we'll just go with the donate. Don't eat money. That's what she said. I do this to my coworker at work because I don't like country music much, and he does. So when he puts country music on, I pretty much mock and ridicule all of the songs. I change the words. And once in a while, if I do a good job, I completely ruin the song for him, and he can't hear it any other way than the way that I've been singing it.
I parody so many things all the time. So I know exactly what you're talking about, and that's hilarious.
What did you hear, CB?
Just off the rip there, I heard X. I didn't hear the F word. I'll play it again.
Move it to follow you. Move the camera. Yes, that sounds like an excellent idea.
Oh.
Are you ready?
Okay.
He said fucking right away.
Okay, that time I heard that. That time I heard it.
I'm sure lots of parents were calling out the network. What the?
I've never heard that one.
In a world.
What is he supposed to be saying?
That sounds like an excellent idea.
Here's one more time from the top.
I move it to follow you.
Move the camera! Yes! Yes, that sounds like an excellent idea! Alright, are you ready?
I heard. Okay, yeah, I heard it that time.
I didn't hear it that time, actually.
I heard it. So what is that from?
He says that's a fucking excellent idea.
Yeah, but what is it? What is it from?
I move
Sesame Street.
it to follow you.
Move the camera! Yes! Yes, that sounds like an excellent
Okay.
idea!
Who does it?
I heard it that time.
What's good is it's not like too dirty. He just like he uses fucking, but it's like positive. You know, he's like, that's a fucking great idea.
All these kids saying, "Yeah, Mum, that sounds like a fucking excellent idea." Where did you learn that? Sesame Street.
That's pretty wild. The things we didn't catch, right?
So, Red Eye, quick question. I never questioned you on this. You sound exactly like Nito. Are you Nito?
No, I don't know who Nito is.
No?
No.
All right.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
So, I love that soundbite.
Me too, dude. Me too. It's a classic.
No, I don't. I am not that individual.
Okay. It's somebody that, I don't know, almost a year ago, probably, I was hanging out a lot in Chill Chat, and there was some guy that was coming in with his girlfriend, a couple of Globers, actually, though, that, yeah, you sounded almost exactly like him. And then his girlfriend is from Wisconsin. He moved up here with her. But yeah, I don't know, just the way that you sound exactly like the guy. And he was starting to sound like he was coming around to flat Earth too, by the way. So that's why I asked.
Oh, gotcha. No, I was born in Wisconsin. Milwaukee.
Wisconsin.
Yep.
Yep, that's where I'm at. Not in Milwaukee, but nearby.
I was in Milwaukee in 1968.
The people out there, when I lived out there, it was great. Like the like social aspect, like the social aspects I've gotten all from like Wisconsin people.
Care to elaborate?
They're just very upfront and very like you know,
kind of no nonsense. Is that what you mean?
No nonsense. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Straightforward,
yeah.
No nonsense. Just like, but it's usually it's like almost always well intentioned. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I'm not going to take any.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, most people are in Wisconsin. I mean, it's not until you get into the core of Milwaukee or something, like, for the most part, you can trust your shit. Like, you can leave your doors unlocked. Like, people are, if you're struggling or you have a problem or whatever, someone's willing to help. You know, they're good people for the most part.
Yeah, they are. And like that's why I always like consider, even though I live in California, that's why I always consider like back in the Midwest more home than here, even though I've lived most of my life out here. Just because I miss that type of person, you know, because that type of person is completely contrary to the type of people out here in California, you know, like they won't take even the smallest shit talk, and like, you know, you get killed for it over here. You know, it's over there. It's like people are able to be rough with each other, and you know, you could hug it out afterwards. You know, beat each other up and then hug it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for the most part, it's gotten harder these days. The way that they've divided people, but it still remains. Yeah, for the most part, people will let bygones be bygones, or they'll just agree to not talk about certain problems, like differences that they might have, and they'll still be friends or still be family, and that stuff takes a second seat. It doesn't matter compared to what's more important, the way it should be.
Yeah.
Bro, I noticed that on day one when I went out to California. Dude, people are just different.
Yeah.
Just like what I picked up on was people are just more in their own lane. If you really don't need something, don't be bothering people. You know what I mean? So, like here in Ohio, like people will come up to you, hey, do you need something? You good? Like if you're in the grocery store, can I help you? But like out there, they're like, don't ask me unless you need something, type of thing. But
yeah,
I get it though.
And that's what I really loved about Wisconsin. You could have like very neighborly, friendly conversations with people at the store. You know what I mean? And it's whereas out. What's that?
I was just agreeing. Yeah, definitely.
And like in California, it's like you know, you don't know who you're gonna get or like what might set somebody off.
That's kind of the thing. On the East Coast too, isn't it? Like like on the coast, it seems like people they're just always afraid of each other. Like who's this weirdo? Why is he talking to me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Because there's a million scammers out here, and there's a million people that have been scammed, and you get tired of being scammed.
Yeah.
You get way more suspicious.
Sonny, that's so true. Literally on my day one of me being out there, some weirdo like came up to me at the beach. He's like, "Yo, you need a job or anything?" I'm like, "Dude, I don't know you. Get up from away from me."
You were the guy.
Do you need a ride somewhere? I'm like, dude, go somewhere. I don't know you. But you're right, Sonny. That was on day one.
You need a ride to your place to get robbed?
It's like, dude, go somewhere.
I think the biggest issue that plagues California is like people's egos, you know, because it's like the whole kind of like there's a certain like stigma or like idea associated with California and like making it big and going on the big screen and being a celebrity, or you know, and I think people like build that idea up in their head like they're, you know, big shots and become very egocentric. Not all of California, mostly just in the big cities, right? But yeah, that's my take.
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean there.
Whereas like you take that shit to Wisconsin, you're gonna get humbled real quick.
Right.
But listen, you got to be fair about all of this. When I first moved here in the mid 70s, it was a totally different place than it is now as far as the population. So what I mean by that is most of the people, the whole mood was different in the 70s and the 80s, like maybe till the mid 80s. And then mostly what you have is a mass exodus of all of the California-born people. They freaking left. All of the people that are here are from other places. So the worst part about California is the people that came from other places took on some fucking attitude that they got from somewhere, who knows, out of their asses, I think. And
I mean, Hollywood, the power.
They start pretending like they are California, and they are definitely not California. They're like some weird transplant hybrid that like with a freaking narcissistic attitude. Now they think they're hot shit because they moved here, and they've caused the whole place to become like fucked up. Actually, they're the ones.
I'd say Hollywood did that. I wouldn't say that it was like some unknown place. I think that's just what I would argue, or like maybe even the music industry. You know what I mean? Music industry
Yeah,
as well.
it all had a part to play. You know,
Yeah.
a lot of different variables there, but
I'm posting some
a lot has happened in California.
artwork in the live stream about the curve.
What curve? What curve was that again?
That looks like some Dali.
Ball worship is actually the stuff. I'm posting some ball worship art. I created an image to actually use to create these. So it's using some source image work a little bit of graphic design before I use the AI to make this image, and then a lot of etymology and words to create exactly that.
Nice.
It's not that hard, but it is tedious. It takes a lot of time to get things just right and tweak things to get the output that you want. But I figured I'd generate some original content for us to play with on the server.
So I wish my coworker was here to tell you what he saw, because I can't tell you exactly what was on the flag. But this is hilarious. He was just telling me today about how he saw a house with a giant Ukraine flag that like covered almost like the whole front of the house, that then said something about like Trumpers, like, get over it, blah, 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 like, quit crying. Like, I don't know. For me, it's just freaking... Like, whatever this exact saying was on it, it was like... It was basically... They're not going to fly an American flag. You know, being patriotic would be totally against everything they believe. So they instead fly a giant Ukraine flag and then talk shit about people who like Trump.
It's such a political move. It's all politics. It's just people playing with people's minds and getting triggered and pushing that button. That's like it's like the obvious button you tell a kid, don't push that button. And they're like, well, obviously, I'll push that button right there.
I heard he's getting brought up on charges of conspiracy.
Dude, whatever. Who cares?
Everybody heard that Hillary was going to get brought up on charges for conspiracy too. So, like, and Biden, I think there's always a narrative.
Really good point.
There's always a narrative for the boogeyman. And each side has a boogeyman. I think it's interesting that orange is actually the opposite of blue, not red. You look in the color spectrum, like, yeah. Look at that color wheel. Orange men, bad, vote blue no matter who. They completely polarize the spectrum there, literally. Mind control. But yeah, off topic, off of the... Well, that's what I'm saying, the mainstream red blue paradigm. But it's just interesting that the actual color that is opposite of blue would be. But I digress. Off of the politics, back onto balls.
I get what you're saying.
Let's talk about balls and flat surfaces.
Wow, it's kind of deep though.
Yeah, well, that was the point, is the metaphor about it and the whole mind control type thing that we talk about sometimes, and, the witchcraft, the witchery. It's a witch.
Hear that? That's a witch.
That'll never not be funny to me.
There's actually a lot more of... I should just send you the whole pack of them all saying something about witches and them yelling about boomers. They all yell, boomer! And there's like 8 different characters who do And then there's all the voice dialogue for them talking about which. In fact, I could get one for smoker too, so that if you hear somebody coughing, you could be like, "It's a smoker."
You hear that? Good stuff.
I may as well just zip up all of the audio from Left 4 Dead 2 and send it to you on like Google Drive or something. Like, here you go, man. I'm getting message requests from some spherical person who's inviting me to a Discord that I don't want to go to, and I'm not going to accept their DM. But they're probably sending such requests to other people too. Spherical. Of course you would request I join your Discord. And since I fell off the turnip truck yesterday, same day I was born, I'll probably just go ahead and join that right away, huh?
They want to recruit you.
That's a fucking excellent
I do not want to join somebody else's server. I just don't want to join anybody else's server so they can show me pictures of random balls.
Yeah.
Dude's name's Spherical. He's obviously going to show me pictures of balls. I'm not joining that server.
Maybe you should feel
I'll just use AI and generate balls myself right here.
Go ahead, Twan.
I just maybe you should feel complimented, because maybe they're out there going, "Hey, that flat earther would make an awesome Glober." And then the others are, no.
There are certain flat earthers. I've kind of been like, seriously, do we have to accept this one? Can we just give him back? Like,
send him back. Send him back.
It's kind of like your family, though. You don't get to choose your family. You don't get to choose your fellow flat earthers.
Lou, it's like when you're playing basketball, right? You have the two team captains. You pick your guys, and then there's like the last three goofballs left. You're like, I guess I'll take him. No, I'm sure some people think I'm that guy. So whatever.
I know I'm that guy, but whatever.
by the way, CB, make Grover or Grover with the that's a fucking excellent
make that a sound clip.
Dude, yes.
Oh God.
Make that a sound clip.
You got to clip that. Yeah, that's good. Good idea.
Right. I'll do it.
There's one soundbite that I should get for you that's from Adventure Time, where Jake is telling Finn that basically that like he's getting picked on by some gnomes or something, and they're like using illusions on him because they're like, every time you do this, I'm gonna kill an old lady, and they do some other thing, like they keep on messing with him, and he's like, those are just gnomes and illusions. And that one clip where he talks about gnomes and illusions would be funny for. You'd have to hear it. I know what I'm talking about. I digress. I'm gonna go back to making pictures of people worshiping balls.
All right, yeah.
These are like NFTs, man. They're limited edition. After I'm done making these, I'm not going to make any more.
I said,
I'll move on to the next project. Yeah, it's AI art. Sitting here reading it while I'm chatting or doing different things.
Get your ball went. Never mind.
What? No, wait.
Limited
Stop.
time offer. Get your ball worshipping images Ethergrass will help.
Selling people NFTs of them worshiping balls. The flat Earth NFTs. Hey, this one's funny. It looks like the people in the front have a bunch of globe heads. I'm just letting the AI draw whatever it's gonna draw with it. Like some astronauts from the crowd worshipping a ball. It'd be funny though if somebody did actually make a music video, like a Glover made a music video using these and just had them singing about how much they love the Earth. That one turned out good where it's holding, like it's actually holding the sphere. Like they're holding it up and like glorifying it.
Right, so what's your idea again?
Oh, I know what this is. Come on, tell me your idea.
Yeah.
Oh my God, some people. So I have an idea, CB.
Yeah. What's your idea?
Wait, what? Because I know I didn't. What's the idea?
Any idea? I think you should come up with a. You should probably come up with a new talking point.
Yeah.
Yes! Yes, that sounds like an excellent idea!
Well done.
In a world where most people worship balls.
That's clipped to perfection.
For the record, what is Grover actually supposed to be saying there?
Sounds like
that. Yeah, that
exactly
sounds
what
like
you hear. I need to go to sleep. I'm about to probably get retarded because I've been up too long. I was just thinking that there's a lot of dialogue in the game Fallout and like the various Fallout games that would be hilarious too to use as clips. Oh man, I got one that's simple that a lot of people know, the easy button. I remember the Staples commercial? That was easy. The easy button sound effect would be great. It's very recognizable. And if you like a problem gets solved super easy, then you can just hit that one and it would trip people out.
That was easy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what the easy button sounded like. What?
That's it. He just goes, that was easy.
I'm gonna download it now. I have to download the easy button sound.
That was some good branding. That was some good marketing, dude. It's like, I remember being in school, like junior high, and like the teacher, if a teacher had the easy button, like they were kind of cool. I don't know. You'd want to play with it, but yeah, it's good branding. Yeah, but Lou, I'm glad we're on the same page there. It's like you picked up what I was putting down right away.
Yeah, we've done. I've been around you. I know how you do. I know how you roll. Like I saw it.
Good. Yeah, you were over there like.
Yeah, I like to solve the puzzle.
That's good, man. That's good. I appreciate it.
I'm not great at doing it, but I saw that one because nobody else got it. It just went silent. I'm like, oh, I got it.
Yeah, good stuff.
All right, here we go. I got you. That was really loud. What in the world is that? What in the world was that?
What?
All right, here, check this out. Here you go, CB. I dropped it in the...
Got it.
He's cheesing the button. Oh, wow. Okay. Dang. That was playing in the background, and I thought that CV was playing it. I'm like, who is cheesing the button? Oh, duh. Anyway, I sent you that, and...
Yep, received. Yeah, I'll load it up.
Yeah. Yep, there you
go. I see Flat Earth Solar just joined. Welcome, Solar. Good to see you. We're just messing about.
Flat Earth Solar. What shape do you think the Earth is?
Good day, Chad.
Dang, we're putting Solar on the spot now. We're fucking hard up.
What's been going on? What's good?
Not much. We got the fishing rods out. Got the bait. We're just waiting for some bites.
Oh, what a life. What you trying to catch?
Shoot, we're trying to catch the big one. No, I'm just kidding. Whatever, man. Whatever's gonna bite. You know, maybe we need to catch some more bait. To be honest, so
I'm looking to catch me a record largemouth glover.
Yeah, why not?
A 3,959 pounder.
What up? I'll settle for a big head, one of those big headed fish.
There was a really big scandal here in Ohio a few weeks ago. There's Radwin in here. Maybe you've heard about this, but some guys were catching fish and stuffing them with weights and there was
remember that.
huge controversy. Completely random, but
that was kind of hilarious. I remember that.
It was so funny the way people were reacting.
How to lie with statistics.
What's the purpose in stuffing them with weight?
They were stuffing them with weights, like bearing, like big, like pretty decently sized weights. They were stuffing some fish with other fish. Like they were putting like fillets inside of other fish to like make them weigh more. And they were winning competitions like year after year after year. So it was a big problem. Yeah. They would.
Where the rule would always be a man trying to bend it.
Yeah. Right.
So it kind of destroys the whole point in the sportsmanship.
I'll post a mainstream CNN article on it.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
Then we know it's true, right?
Yeah, that way they'll know it's true. It's got the video in there too, I think, but the YouTube's got the better video.
Yeah, dude, that seems like it's too simple. Lead weights, like sinkers found inside of fish. Like, do you think that they haven't been cheating at competitions forever and winning? Like, give me a break. These guys, if they've never checked inside of the fish for these things, guaranteed every year before the guy who won fucking had lead weights in there.
Dude, listen to these guys' reactions, right? They've already cut open a bunch of fish. They're like showing them the fillet, the bearings, and all these weights and stuff. And they're like, what do you have to say for yourself? And everybody starts getting riled up. Listen to this.
I got video. I'm just saying. You got it. Call the cops. Call the fucking cops. You fucking theft, motherfucker. Call the fucking cops. Right now.
Everyone's pissed, dude. They're like, get him out of here. Oh, dude, it's
all the fucking cops right now. Yeah. Fucking great. Yeah.
Everybody listen to me right now. Please, Jake.
Just as long as
yeah, why would they lie, right? There's no they have no reason to lie.
And if they're willing to lie about small things like the weight of a fish, then they certainly couldn't lie to us about bigger things.
Yeah.
I mean, why didn't they just calculate all the fish weight? They actually measured it? What?
But here on my piece of paper, it says that's reality. Yeah, imagine trying to win a fishing competition with calculations on paper. No, but this is measurement. No, that's a calculation. No, I swear, it's a measurement. You've got to take it. Look, my equation balances.
It's like, well, that fish is looking a little bloated. You mind if I check that out? Oh, no, no, don't do that. We already calculated.
Why would you want to look in real life and actually measure something? That's not going to give you accurate results. Just take this calculation. That's all we needed.
So a couple people
I don't know why. I don't know why they didn't just trust him. I mean, they saw him put the fish onto the scale. So, I mean, obviously he caught the fish and didn't do anything to it. It was just perfectly normal fish, right? You don't have to weigh it. Maybe the judges put the weights in there.
maybe the fish ate that weight.
Yeah, I mean, it's not until you have 5 of them that all have weights in them where people are like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just joking about people not questioning measurements and stuff. Just trust the source. It's okay. Obviously, he caught the fish, see? He's got a fish, right?
Come on, man. We've been winning this tournament every year. You really think we're going to start cheating now? Oh, you've been cheating the whole time. Got it.
I've heard of eating lead and sleeping with the fishes, but that's ridiculous.
Oh, not bad.
See, that's where the lead
feel like
came
you
from.
could have somehow mixed in ridiculous with like some other like word that sounds more like, I don't know, tentacles or something aquatic. I don't know, like you might be able to do it.
Well, I mean, if they had put concrete in there. Concrete, dude.
Like, damn, this little buddy weighs about 15 pounds.
We really couldn't tell that the fish were eating concrete down below there. We didn't know that.
I mean, I don't know a lot. I don't know anything really about fishing competitions, but I'm guessing it's probably won by a very small margin. So even just one tiny little weight in there could win you the edge, right? Like, it probably happens pretty often.
Just fill them up with a bunch of fish food stuff that they normally eat.
Dude, like, what if you could like put them in some kind of, instead of water, put them in some kind of liquid that looks like water that's more dense, that like just get them to fill up with it, you know? Oh, now I'm giving some secrets out for the fishing.
Lou, Lou, I'm trying to win the next tournament, man. What are you doing, bro?
They just saw some Orbeez in the fish's mouth. Those little balls that grow with water.
Yeah, just make it sugar water or something, like super fucking sugary water, right? Wouldn't that make it more dense and make it more heavy? Like if it absorbed that before you took it in for weighing? Is there another type of like water or liquid that you could do that's even heavier? Like, I don't know.
Come on, man. Just stuff that fish with another fillet of fish.
Salt water.
Can you believe that's what they did?
Salt water
dude?
makes it more buoyant, makes it lighter. Like it dries it out too. Like the salt, right? So you would want the opposite of that, quite literally.
I was thinking how they inject saline solution into like meats and stuff and doesn't make them heavier. I think it does. But yeah, might not work with fish. I don't know.
Give the fish Botox injections. Okay, so how about that curve that nobody can seem to find? What in the...
Nope. We're talking about fish, man.
Oh, I got one. Hold on a second. Find it.
You remember that NASA said that a teaspoon
Is Flat Earth Solar coming in and out for anybody else?
Yeah, I was just thinking that too. Solar, if you can hear us, you've been chopping up a little bit. Maybe if you could turn on your satellite connection.
Domo arigato. Domo.
Yeah. You can always just try to turn on your NASA connection. Should work a bit better.
It might be the anti-Coriolis switch. You might have forgot to turn that on.
Oh, well.
Could be that. I don't know. All that would have to be there if there was rotating.
Billions of tons. So they just need like a couple of teaspoons and then they'll win every competition.
I don't even remember how we got to the fishing thing, and I was the one who brought it up. But oh yeah, we were talking about trying to catch some globies. It seems like it's been a quiet day. I've only seen like one globe earther come in here today.
It's nice when they do come in here and we can have a decent conversation with them. But so often it's either us looking like fools because we're fighting over the guy or whatever else, like just trying to chase him out, or it's them being completely dishonest. And I don't look forward to either of those conversations. So it's like, who needs them? Like, let's just have some fun, talk about we can talk about flat Earth. We can talk about all kinds of things. I don't personally mind. I know we're supposed to try to keep this on topic, but it's next to impossible if you don't have a good glober to talk to.
Yeah, that's true.
Where's Matthew been? I haven't seen him in a cool minute.
Get him in here. Let's fight.
I love that you needed to make the distinction of a good glober.
Yeah.
Well, and what I mean by that is basically I don't want to talk to the same assholes we talk to all the time. I want to talk to somebody new who's actually just believes in the globe, like a glober, not an anti-flat earther. I love it when people come in who are just, I believe in the globe, but I'm interested in learning more about you. Sure, I'm fine with that. If you want to think that you're going to be doing a study on us, go for it. Because that's they say that all the time. I want to know what flat earthers think. Not that I could ever be one. I'm not interested in it. There's nothing that rings true about the flat earth to me. There's no way I found my way here because I was like, damn, not a chance of that. Nah, you're going to get played when you come in here. You're going to fucking learn some shit that's going to dwell on you. You'll give it time. If you're honest with yourself, you'll find the truth. But the ones that do come in and they're like, I'm just curious or I want to learn more. And you can tell some of them just say that, but like they switch right away. And then, but some of them, and even though we've gotten less frequency lately, I think we have gotten better, like quality. We've gotten like actual people in when they do trickle in. I like that. I like those conversations. It's just that they're rare.
Yeah, they are rare, but the quality is good for sure. Like you said, if they're just like, "Hey, I don't know much about this. What's up?" That's the kind of person I like to talk to too. It's a delicate situation for sure, but yeah, compared to speaking with the same old,
Yeah, I mean, for me, look, this is Flat Earth Discord. I'm here for the conversations that go along with that. The live stream is a secondary thing. That's Helio's deal. I'm not here just to try to grow his channel or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Kind of look at it like Pokemon. You go to the gym, the gym boss or whatever they call them, the gym leader. They would just hang out in the gym. If you want the badge, you got to go in and beat the whole squad, then beat the gym leader, then you get your badge. So we're just posted up here in the gym. If you want to smoke, if you want this badge, come on in. You got to deal with all my boys first, and then you can get to the gym leader, and maybe you'll get your badge. But yeah, I'm not trying to recruit my gym. Spread the news. No, I'm here. I'm trained up. So.
Sure. That's a pretty good way of putting it, actually. I was kind of wondering where you're going for a minute there, but that wasn't bad.
Do you ever play Pokemon?
I'm the gym leader.
Yeah, it's like you said, those honest servers, I think, before 2018, before the rise of the anti-flat earther, say that most of the conversations began with tell me how did you come to this realization? How did you find out this information? Why do you believe what you believe? If anyone said to me, like, Russia is actually doing a good thing in Ukraine, first question would be, why do you think that? Or what information do you have that suggests that that's true? And for some reason, with this topic, people just can't think clearly. And now we've got these wannabe anti-flat earthers arriving almost daily with these rehearsed responses that don't really address the question or the point.
Wait, is this no longer a Flat Earth server?
No, it still is. Solar, I'm getting what you're saying, but it's really hard. You're still lagging.
Who was talking about the server growing?
No, you're misunderstanding. You're jumping in, misunderstanding what was being said. I mean, the server, yes, is always growing. But I was talking about like why we're here, why I'm here. I'm here to have a conversation with people who are interested in the flat Earth and other flat Earth. Basically just that. People are interested in the flat Earth. Yeah. You might be coming from a globe side.
No, I wasn't suggesting I was. I was just. I feel like. There, like I've sat in this server for a while, and I kind of like teeter on both sides, and I feel like if you're talking about you were talking about caring about the community and stuff like that, I think that there's some characters in here that have and I'm not going to suggest any names because I don't even know if they're still here, but that have been like pretty crass to individuals that have been pretty young.
Look, we're not going to do like all this. I know I can't disagree with you, but we're not going to do that in the live stream either. We're not going to like.
I apologize. I didn't realize this was a live stream. Oh no, I really apologize. I wasn't trying to.
Yeah, no. Look, it's a big community. It's a big community. It's a big serve. Like not everybody is the same. And
no, it's tough, dude.
Yeah.
That's like a tough thing to navigate. Passion's like a beautiful thing. I'm not discrediting that. I apologize. I really didn't mean to disrupt the live stream.
Oh, you're good, brother. You're good. I guess ultimately the message wasn't like we need to grow and recruit people and get the numbers up and show everyone we're great. For me, it's more about just working on your craft. So I look at it like we're all here sharing notes. There's a lot of things you probably know that I don't know. So when you get a chance to go on your little rant or whatever and start having a conversation, I'm going to get my notepad out and take some notes. Same thing with Solar, whoever, all these other guys that gather here. So that's what it is.
I've never seen you in here, Water Cup.
I've been around for a while, probably about like 2 years, but I like come in and out and I listen to the whole live stream, but I totally forgot that you guys stream that 24/7. So it's been a minute, but I was just like listening to, I didn't know if there's some new leadership or something, but I was like, damn,
here's the deal. You see the red dot that's on the 24/7 like live thing at the top?
Yeah.
We purposely put that red dot there because it's supposed to be like, by the way, you're being recorded.
Oh, I don't mind being recorded, but like I said, I didn't mean to like bring up things that probably were.
Yeah,
like,
no, I'm not. I don't. Yeah, I'm just.
No,
saying,
but that's smart to put that bot up there.
That's for future use. For future use, if that account is in here, it's recording.
Appreciate that.
How do you remain on both sides?
So the guy who said that he's straddling both sides and he kind of flip-flops between both. What is it on the older side that's keeping you convinced?
Solar, it's unfortunate, man. I really like when you do come in here. It's been a while since I heard you, but at least for me, I am not getting you. You're just breaking up too hard.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. It's something odd. If you maybe try dropping out and coming back, or I'm not sure what it is, but the connection seems to be off a little bit. Radio check.
Yeah, perfect.
Mic check.
Hey.
Is that better?
Quite better.
Yeah, I'm driving at the moment, so I think I was just in a bad spot. Yeah, I just wanted to answer the guy who's straddling both sides. That he's kind of going between flat earth and bald earth. What is it that is keeping him unconvinced? Or does he have any questions that the room can address?
Oh, like, are you asking me what's keeping me on the fence?
Yeah.
I mean, to be completely frank, like, I feel like something like as large as this does not affect my day-to-day operations. Like, if it was to become widespread, it would, but it would not become a problem for me. So I guess ultimately I don't really care, like, from a whatever perspective in my life. Like, it's fine whatever it is. Like, I'm cool with whatever. I don't need and obviously that could be a criticism on my character. I'm sure someone's like thinking like, well, you do need to care, blah blah blah. Like, I'm sure that's valid too, but for me, like, ultimately it does not affect my day-to-day unless it becomes a thing. But it's interesting hearing perspectives on it, and I think like I had mentioned before, I think my only reluctancy has been some of the other things I had mentioned prior. But it's I guess ultimately I think also I'm enamored by like the amount of people that are intrigued by these conversations. You know, like they're pretty interesting and enjoyable to listen to, and most of the time, I don't know, it's interesting. So It's kind of my thing.
I understand there's a certain amount of like possible entertainment value. We're pretty awesome people.
Yeah, I think everyone here is extremely wholesome. I'm not saying like I don't want it to like say that it's entertainment value. I don't want you to think that it's like a troll. Like that's not. I genuinely think that people here are extremely wholesome. It sounds like there's some people here that have like families and they create jobs and they do incredible stuff out in their world. I am not discrediting those individuals and this community. I think it's a great community.
Kind of where I was getting at is almost just if I was to read into it, my take on what you just said, because we let you speak for a little while there.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I'm not a psychologist, but I feel like your interest in this place, because you have hung around for a little while. I think you're not being perfectly honest with yourself. I think you actually are more interested in the flat Earth than you're giving credence to in that statement.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think it was like probably like 5 or 6 years ago. I remember driving. I was on the long drive and I listened to like an interview with some guy that like came in and was like saying, you know, the flat Earth was a thing, and the guy that was interviewing him like completely discredited him and like ridiculed his like life and his, you know, employment choices. I was like, this isn't about the character, like this is about the belief, and I thought that was kind of interesting. Like I said before, I don't really know if there's a definite answer, but I mean, it's a fun thing to believe. I kind of like don't feel like entertainment is like the right word to use though, because I feel like that kind of like implies like it might be a clown nature, especially with a topic regarding, you know, something like this that is so easily dismissed by so many. I think like listening to the perspectives and then like understanding the people that are providing those perspectives kind of, you know, makes you kind of like put yourself in their shoes a little bit. And I think it's a little bit more than that is all I was kind of implying there.
Yeah. But again, I mean, what I'm saying is maybe you haven't even really realized it, but I think you're probably further along the path to becoming a flat earther than you think possible. Right now, you're probably like, no, I'll never be a flat earther, but this is interesting. I think you're kind of lying to yourself in that way. I think you wouldn't be interested if you didn't think we had a point. Oh,
absolutely. Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
And the stigma around it is what's holding you back.
It's not the stigma. I feel like it's kind of like the way things have been conducted here. I would say would be more so aligned with my criticisms with it, because it's so like you can't Google this stuff. It's pretty abstract in that regard. I mean, there's stuff, but like, how do you know?
Well, I don't know. It's only my personal read on you, but
no, I appreciate that. No, Lou, you're right on the read. You have a good read. So
I just draw an analogy.
Solar is so bad, man.
Yeah, I can't hear you, Solar.
Mic check.
There you go. You're just gonna have to reconnect every like 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's easy enough. To the guy who said that he's not really interested, I think that Lou nailed it in terms of that the social stigma and the ostracization of an individual out of the collective when they start talking about this topic really alienates people. They don't want to be alienated. So it's understandable that people don't generally want to admit they are through.
I was 30 seconds already. Jeez. All right, please reconnect.
And that's the same sort of idea of the flat Earth. If the Earth was flat, would you want to know? And if you were adopted, would you want to know that the people who been your parents your whole life, your biological, meaning that you actually have a mom and dad somewhere else in the world. Secondly, the people who've always been your parents. Does it change the person who would search out your biological parents and find the truth? Or are you someone who's going to say, I don't care if I'm adopted or not, so therefore I'm not interested?
Yeah, I kind of like, it's hard to hear you, Solar, but I kind of heard a little bit of it. Like, I don't think it like ultimately matters to me, but I feel like those questions that you're asking, like regarding like your parents and like stuff like that, like I think it's definitely important to like question those things and understand those things. But that's kind of like a personal journey, right? Like it's really hard to influence others on what kind of personal journey they need to have. That really comes from within. So to like manifest that type of energy, and also you said something regarding stigma of being here, or like even suggesting like these ideologies. I was not like, I don't really care if anyone knows I participate here or like this thinks about this stuff. I'm not concerned regarding those things. I mean, ultimately it's my life. Everyone's got an expiration date. I don't know what mine is, but like I might as well enjoy what I've got. So I'm not too concerned about stigmas. I like I said, I kind of listen and it's cool.
Well, then my read was good other than that. So like so
yeah, you had a great read.
And that's surprising to me. So then from there, I guess I would have more questioning. Like, if you're not afraid of the stigma, then what is it that's holding you back?
I mean, this kind of correlates to the points I was making to you prior. I feel like when we've had debates in here, some of them have deviated in favor of a side, and like to a point of belittling an individual, which like I get. I'm not like
see, but none of that matters. Like, so we're not going to base whether the Earth is
you don't have a lot of information to base off of, though, right? Like I can sit here.
You're not going to base it clearly. Look, we can talk about what information we do have in a second, but you're not going to base it off of how people act, right? Like people who believe in it act this way. So I can't believe it.
I think that's a really tough thing to say when that person that's saying it is capable of muting you and like banning you from the server.
Especially
I hear what you're saying. I understand too. I get what you're saying too.
When you're in the
besides
storm,
that,
you are. Yeah, you're coming from a place where, like, depending on the crowd, like which moderators are there, you could be found the door immediately, or you could have a really good conversation. You know, depending on who gets in, who edges their way in, you know, like you're kind of at a disadvantage being the Glover coming in here, like a big one.
Well, absolutely, but like, I think understanding that is important. And I also think that the task of understanding what's a troll and what's real is also extremely difficult to navigate. So I'm not going to sit here and act like that's a freaking easy thing to like also navigate, because I'm sure that happens rampantly here. So I get it, man. Like I'm not.
I guess what I would say is when I ask what's holding you back, I
think what's holding me back is just like,
I'm not asking if it has anything to do with anybody's personality. I'm talking about the facts. Like
yeah, ultimately, like I think when people that are extremely intelligent come in here and they say things about stuff that I don't fully understand, I think that's difficult. I think that's difficult for everyone. That's my only thing. I'm not like pointing fingers there. I think that's really difficult to navigate, and I think that some of the more like college level math and stuff like that is difficult to wrap your head around, and that's all. And I think ultimately, like I said prior,
you're pretty much stuck in an eternal, like, I'm leaning towards globe, but it could be this, but because it's unfalsifiable, then we'll never know, and it doesn't bother me.
You know what? And yeah, you're right. You're wrong. Excuse me. You're not wrong. I'm wrong for saying it is a stigma. Like, yeah, you're right. It is a stigma. I would never suggest that, like, publicly. Like, I would not walk up to someone randomly and be like, it's flat. But I also wouldn't walk up to someone randomly and be like, it's a globe. Like, well, I don't.
Look, flat earthers don't usually do that either. Okay?
No, I'm not suggesting that either. No. Yeah. But, like, I guess even, like, people in my life, right? You know?
Yeah. No, look, if you did come to realize that the Earth is indeed flat, I have a feeling, though, that, yeah, there would be certain people close to you that you would tell them that. You like. Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course, you know.
I'm not worried about that, though, man. I really am not worried about that. That's not the concern. I don't understand the boat thing. Like, I that's the one thing. Yeah, the boat thing.
Like ships disappearing over the horizon?
Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough one to kind of like.
That's like one of the easiest ones to explain.
Dude, that one gets me.
How? They're telling you boats are going over like mounds of water. You don't actually think that boats do that, though.
No, hold on. We don't have to go there. He wants to know like why they disappear bottom up. Okay, so it has to do with the angular resolution, like that your eye or the angle of attack, like your elevation above the horizon, which is very small for a 6-foot man, right? When you see, it doesn't take very long to reach like this resolution angle, just like a camera lens, where everything becomes compressed into such a small little area that it can't resolve the difference from one thing to another. That's the vanishing point, the horizon line.
I think that's and I've heard that, and I get that too, and I think that's extremely valid. But I think that I think you got to understand what you're asking someone to do by like accepting that reality is like it discredits it discredits my reality, man. Like ultimately at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think the implications of that very simple statement are huge.
Yeah, exactly. So I think like things like that are very I'm not like not open to those ideas or like discrediting them.
You're right now you're telling me that you're openly telling me that you're basically in cognitive dissonance about it. You are not willing to consider such an idea because of how world-shaking it would be.
I think that I'm definitely considering it. I think it's hard to say that like I'm not considering it. I think that like ultimately things that redefine your reality, your perception of the world are very difficult to navigate. I was just saying that's objectively true for everyone, dude. Like
and that of course we both we're on a good page here. Like I now know that you also, just like you're judging me, I'm judging you. Like I know that you have a pretty good like view of your surroundings. You it's what you're just questioning what you know and what you do not know. That's where you need to really get into that stuff. And don't be afraid of the stigma. Don't be afraid of what people think. This is just you, man, figuring out the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. What's up, Miggy?
Hey, what's up, Lou?
I gotta take a piss anyway. We'll be right back.
Yeah, let me just cut in real quick on Lou, what he's saying. But I want to reiterate what he's saying. You know what you know, you don't know what you don't know. I usually preface my conversations with new people that way. Watercook.
Miggy, I know you. Yeah, you're a good guy. You're a good guy.
I hope so, man. I've been called a Nazi before, so.
Insane.
Anyway, but yeah, if you know me, then you know my style, what I do. But I really want people to get to know what they don't know. And usually it's mainly, dude, like everybody coming into this, it's just ignorance that we have. And like, I want to relate to you in a way that probably it's not about a point for point discussion on like, what do you guys have to talk about, you flat earthers, and I'm a globe earther, this is what I think. mainly it's about what you don't know of the globe Earth. So when you take a look at the information, you want to see if anything can be validated, right? And we take a look at everything from like the drop over distance to the axial rotation to just about everything that you think about, right? So when you think about the shape of the Earth, you want to really know what you're talking about. And so when you do that, you want to make sure that you're validating things when you speak to other people, right? So like if you're in here and you're saying Boatswain going over the curve, then how is that possible if you don't understand how they figured out the measurement for the Earth curvature, right? So we got to figure out how did they do that. So the first claim we got to investigate when it comes to the claim of the shape of the Earth is the curvature, drop over distance. So if boats are going indeed over the curve, then what is the curvature, drop rate, distance, a measurement? So something has been given to us, right? It's not anything that flat earthers have. So the claim of the, like, how did they figure out the math with the 8 inches per mile squared has nothing to do with flat earthers, has everything to do with the math of how the geometric shape came to be, like, realized, right? So when we started investigating that claim, that's the drop rate over distance, over any particular number of miles, let's say. And when we figure that out, it doesn't measure to the curvature drop rate parabola. So if you're gonna do something, investigate the claim first of the shape of the Earth, and then you get to start to realize the amount of like information that's coming your way that you can't verify. So that's number one, right? The drop over distance cannot be measured in accordance to the globe. That's step one.
Okay.
And so you take it from step one to step two, which is the axial rotation, and you're going to see how did they verify that. What was the rate of spin at the equator. You just start doing the math. And so what the math does, because it's a language, right? It describes the concept. From the concept, you have to understand that there has to be a realization into reality. Like how is it like figuring that the Earth is equating to what we're saying with the math, right? So if there isn't any way that we can see how they measured it, then we're going to be at a loss for like how we know the Earth is doing what they say that is the claim, basically. So it's a jagged pill to swallow, because since we're very young, we're taught what to believe and how to believe instead of like how to think for ourselves. So as critical thinkers, right, when you start to mature and you get into like high school and all that, you start to ask questions and you want to know things. But you're later told that you just got to stick to the curriculum or the text, and so you're not really encouraged to think outside the box in that sort of way, like another cosmology. You just told to think of the Earth as the way they told you, like how to think about it. Like we learned that back in 3rd grade or something. So this is kind of like what we're fighting against in this like forum. We want people to actually think for themselves and not for the information that they've always thought it was. Kind of like a foregone conclusion, right? So in your mind, you probably think the Earth is a globe, but upon further investigation, you're going to realize that it's not what they told you. And so we all want to meet at the table when it comes to like critical thinking. What happens is when the mind hears this, it starts to kind of like go into cognitive dissonance mode, like what Lou was saying. So it's like your mind's trying to rationalize, yeah, but why would they lie? So you don't realize the evidence is already there. You just your mind is trying to find a way out so that it doesn't have to deal with the ramifications if it is not what they told you, right? And it's natural because everybody goes through that process. But just to kind of further go into it, it's more psychological, Watercup, than anything else. So if you have to deal with something, it's the implications of what happens to the paradigm shift in your life when you start to realize that the Earth isn't what they told you. So what we have here is the claim of the globe Earth, and we have people investigating the claim. Like all of us in here who've already transitioned over to flat Earth, we've already investigated the claim, and it takes your efforts to do it for yourself, because we can't make you think for yourself. You have to do it yourself. Like we can't push an agenda on you like, hey, check it out, the Earth's flat, and you're gonna be like, oh cool, Earth is flat. It's not that way. More of it is we provide information and you have to go and research and do the legwork yourself and find out that there isn't any curvature drop rate over a distance and it doesn't match up to what they're saying. And then you come back and like, oh damn, it's not what they told me. And we're like, yeah, see, that's like what we said. But more than that, we just want you to think for yourself. But it's like you said, it's a bit like tough to kind of get into, because a lot of people have already just religiously bought into the whole globe Earth thing, which is, it's understandable, right? Like, coming from an empathetic point of view, I know why people feel that way, but at the same time, it's not going to negate the fact that we're going to want people to think for themselves and wake the masses up. That is kind of like part of what the passion of everybody in this room wants. Like, we all want that for our friends, for our family. We want them to realize that they can think for themselves and stop saying things like, I'm not smart enough, or only the scientist knows, or some other out. Instead, I mean, you can figure this out for yourself. It's your human right to know the Earth that you live in is the thing that you say that it is, with your cognitive senses, right? Your abilities to understand the Earth and the realm that you're in. So that's kind of what we're trying to get you to at, like, so you could realize that. And then, yeah, let me get on my soapbox. But yeah, anyways, Watercup, it's a difficult task, right? But it's one that it's a labor of love, because we know that in the end, every person that comes to the knowledge of the truth is freed, because you free yourself. You know, it's not like any of us are wearing a badge of honor or something because we're doing it. We're doing it because we care about humanity. So anyway.
Yeah, honestly, some of the best things I've ever heard said here, man. Like, really appreciate it, Mickey. Like, that's, yeah, I can really appreciate that, man.
Yeah, at the end of the day,
badges. Miggy's our gym leader.
Sorry about that. No, dude, the thing is, man, I care about the people, and you know, like, humanity is going by the wayside because of the fact that these agendas are being pushed on us, and I'm kind of like, I stand against that. I fight for everybody's like freedom, like in the kindest way possible, because I don't want you to go down in flames. And these guys they're trying to take everybody down in our families, and there's no other way to go about it than with just like caring and love. And I mean, if you still call me a Nazi and you hate me at the end of the day, then nothing else I can do, bro. Like, that's it.
Yeah. No, well said.
Anyways, my lunchtime is escaping me, so I'm gonna eat real quick.
Well, appreciate the words, Mickey.
Yeah, no worries, bro.
This conversation with Waterball is actually between me and Miggy right here. I mean, here's the thing: it's so often like people go on attack because he believes in a ball. Like, we just had an awesome conversation because we didn't do that. And who knows? Maybe he's even a little closer to being a flat earther. You know, it's a good example, I would say.
I mean, I think dispelling the stigma that's been attached to us through the media is a big step towards understanding.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. But I was eating, so I'm just waiting to see.
I'm eating right now too, man. Freaking clip that one though.
Who else is in here? We got some people that just jumped in. What's up, Quiet Noobs? I haven't seen you in a minute. What you been up to, bro? We got CB in the house. Who's that airplane Holocaust guy? You got the Twin Towers avatar in there. 9/11. Who else? Flat Earth Solar. What's going on, bro? Everybody's just having a nice, relaxing Tuesday afternoon. Winter is.
Hey, thank you.
Tomorrow we're going to be hit by a winter storm. Brace yourself, Midwest. Don't forget to stock up on your food in case power goes out.
It's not supposed to be all that bad, at least not for around here. I don't know about places, you know.
You guys over there in Wisconsin, man, you're running around in shorts when it's like freaking. You guys are, to you, it's like freaking, like you freaking pansies.
No, dude, for real. Like I think we're supposed to get anywhere from like 3 to 6 inches in my area. Like it could be more, it could be nothing at all. But no, it's gonna be something. It's gonna be, but that's nothing. Like 6 inches of snow is like cool. We can actually sled. We can have fun in it. We can make a snowman.
Yeah, they're shutting down stuff in Texas, man. If it's snowing 6 inches, bro. Probably
only 6 inches, Lou. Like we can easily make a snowman in that kind of weather with a t-shirt. Just kidding. What'll usually happen is you guys will have a big old storm over there in the Midwest. The whole Midwest will be wiped out, but all the electricity's still on. So they shut the electricity over here off.
No, I guess because the Midwest is a lot of like, it's like some more mid like breadbasket country. Like in Wisconsin, I'm Midwest also, but we're north, right?
North, yeah.
You guys got these, dude. I can't have you guys.
Nothing happens when it snows. Power doesn't go out. Like people don't like we just, it's just like business as usual when we get snow. Like it's like.
But rain and wind, though, that's another story, right?
Not really, no.
I'm telling you, man, they're tough as nails up there in Wisconsin.
I know they are, but
thunderstorms, maybe.
It's been many years since I've been. I remember.
Yeah, like if you get in certain thunderstorms where you get like tornado type situations, that's when all of a sudden, power lines are down, or you get during a thunderstorm, you get a lightning strike on one of your transformers or something, right? And then the power goes out, but it's on in like 30 minutes, and you're good to go.
Yeah, you can hear Lou. Man. You can just hear him. He's like, "That's just an F2, man. What's wrong with you guys?"
So Lou, what's the worst? What's the worst weather there? Like ice storms, like that kind of cold.
We don't really get too bad of ice storm, or even in the ice. Like we're just
okay. So what's the worst thing that happens where the electricity goes out? What's the worst thing that happens? Or just
worst thing that's ever happened? It's back on in 2 hours.
So it rarely ever goes out for long. Okay, I see. Not the case in Washington State when I lived, but I lived out on the west side of Puget Sound, across the Sound, 60 miles. So out in the west in the Kitsap County where I lived, that power would go out. The whole entire peninsula was out for days, like literally days.
Yeah, no, look, if you get a major, like if a tornado were to hit here, it might take days before you have power, right?
We had an ice storm. It was an ice storm for like 15 days.
But yeah, no, we don't. Nothing happens when it snows or when it rains. Are you fucking pussies? What's wrong with you?
No, I'm just asking you specifically, dude. I used to live in the Midwest. I remember what it was like.
We need a. Where's that meme, man? With that little kid drinking a beer, that little baby. But back in the 80s, like that'd be Lou. They don't make it like they do in Wisconsin, man. And people don't care. They don't care about stuff. What do you mean? That's just a freaking bear. What are you
deadlifting? He's deadlifting one of those big, huge wheels of cheese that are like freaking 300 pounds.
A bear is a big deal still, even in Wisconsin. I've never seen a bear in the wild. Never once. I know they're here. We got some deep in the woods, but they ain't around here. I did see a big cat a few years ago. I was a little bit concerned about in my yard. I caught him just like as he was entering the tree line, like
a bobcat or a mountain lion or what?
dude, like a dog-sized cat, like a freaking like if it was a bobcat, it was a big fucking bobcat, dude.
So it was probably a panther, an American panther.
No, I mean that doesn't make sense here, but a bobcat does.
Yeah, bobcat.
But at the same time, they were just talking about the Milwaukee Lion or the Milwaukee Tiger or whatever. There was supposedly we had a fucking like lion or a tiger, I forget, the tiger, I think, just wandering around the city of Milwaukee and shit, like getting really close to the city.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then he stays away from the Wisconsiners, man. He doesn't get near those guys. He's scared of you guys, man, versus you scared of him.
Nah, he ain't scared though. That was the thing. Everybody was freaked out because he wasn't scared.
Oh, he wasn't.
There used to be large cats living in all over North America. So,
anyways, I got
probably
break.
pockets where some of them still are.
My lunch break is over. I'm gonna catch you guys later.
All right, take it easy,
Later, Miggy.
Later, Red Eye. Later, Sonny. Lou.
Later, man.
They're keeping it on the level. Why are you trying to bedevil my level and try to make it curved? That's about on my last nerve.
You know, I don't understand. I don't understand people that come in here, argue for like 2 hours, and they're like, "Oh, well, it wouldn't change my life." It's like, why are you even here?
Well, that's exactly what I honed in on with Waterball. I was like, you say he gave this long speech that started with, essentially, I really don't care. You know, it's not going to change my life. And I was like, well, clearly that's not true because you also admitted that you've been here for a long time, mostly listening in, but sometimes getting in conversation. And I remember some of these conversations, like, no, he has a real interest and intrigue in this, like at least in us for some reason. And they're just lying to themselves. They're just lying to themselves. If they once you hang around for too long, like unless you're getting paid, like you're either a weirdo, you're either or you're interested.
You only have a couple. You're right, Lou. You only have a couple choices in that regard. Really, there's only a few choices. It starts to get narrowed down, but yeah, I think it'd be hard to tell because I don't know, man. Like we know there's programs, so we don't need to talk about that. So I think it's good that we just approach people just as they appear. We'll take them on their own word, and if there's a problem, it shows itself up. It's not like us like showing anybody. Like that's why I like Miggy's method, because we just want to get those people to talk and tell us how they know what they know about the globe, how they actually know. Anyway. Yeah, I know, because I had a training in our office the other day, and we strategize about what flat earthers are thinking. Can you imagine what that's like? Holy crap. That trips me out more than anything. That there may be places like that. Yeah, which flat earther is your drone watching tonight? Holy fuck.
back to the thing about like Wisconsin, why our power doesn't shut down. Like, okay, so think of it this way: because we have a lot of heavy snow and rain storms, they fall down on a pretty regular basis. So like our infrastructure is set to like replace them on a regular basis and maintain them.
Yeah.
Like
all the
and
poles, everything.
Yeah. So they're strong. You know, they're like in a lot of parts of the country, like
over engineered.
They can just sit there for a long time until all of a sudden a freak storm comes through. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right, man. Because literally, even here, there's areas where you see telephone poles. I mean, they literally look like they're 50 or 75 years old. You know?
Yeah, no, dude. Like every few years, like maybe not everywhere, but like, yeah, you always see them. They're replacing, even though they're perfectly good. They're standing straight and tall. Every so often, they go through and just replace it all.
Yeah, I'm sure they have to. And those kind of weather extremes.
They're always, you know, I mean, we put a lot of our tax money into like, you know, power lines and road maintenance. You have to, you know, like snow removal and, you know, all of that. Like it's a big thing where you have a lot of snow. They don't want commerce. They don't want commerce to stop because you got a snow fucking fall.
No kidding. So like in those areas that everything's probably more heavily engineered, obviously.
Yeah, you get a lot of the ground, the highways, and the roads get destroyed all the time. Like even though they're always just road freaking cones everywhere. Like everything is always under construction because the freaking the swelling, the heaving, and the contraction of the ground from winter to summer is so immense it just cracks everything like all the time. Big potholes and.
It was like that in Washington State too because it rained so much. It was wet so much of the year, you know, like it just kept on raining.
Yeah, but that's one thing, but it's the freeze thaw that really does it. That's where the ground actually heaves up. Yeah, the freeze thaw is what.
And so do those other things like those poles. Like that's when all that stuff starts expanding and contracting. It starts causing.
Yeah,
failure.
every spring, some of them are leaning and they come through and they fix them all.
You probably don't use many wooden poles anymore at all.
No, well, yeah, it's mostly wooden still. It's mostly wooden still, but like not along like in the city or down the highways. No, they're like concrete and metal. Yeah,
those high tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had big areas of those cutting through right along where the I-70 was going through where I lived in St. Louis.
Yeah, I mean, so we're built to be ready for it. You know, like that's just how it is.
Yeah.
And they have to project too, like how much salt is the city going to buy this year? I don't know if they use the Farmer's Almanac or what, but you know, there's been years where they projected, you know, a mild winter and they didn't buy enough salt. There's also been years where they projected a really rough winter and they bought way too much salt. You know, but they're on top of it.
Sure messes up the vehicles that aren't the older vehicles.
Yeah, the undercarriages of cars get wrecked pretty quick around here, especially if you park them outside. Like your car is not going to look. You can buy a brand new car, you park it outside, it's going to look like trash in like 4 years. Like, I mean, not trash, but you're gonna see rust starting to bubble up in places. You know,
exactly. Delamination of the paint. Yeah.
I mean, they start salting before it even snows. Like, actually, now it's some kind of liquid that they spray down in trails, like down the road. But yeah, they pre-treat all that shit, and like, so that when the snow hits, it starts melting immediately.
Huh. They're like spraying like antifreeze on the streets or something.
Yeah, pretty much. It's some kind of. I think it's also
Probably
recycled from like human. I think it's recycled from like DP or from the waste department. Like it's like human waste that they kind of use. That's the major ingredient. I think I've heard that.
Anyone talk to iDougie VC verified? There's a couple new people. I'm getting tired. I'm starting to fade out. But iDougie, are you there? You have control of your microphone. I don't think people like being called out. I don't understand. It's a VC.
I saw Dougie hanging by himself down in Chill Chat earlier today. I think that was him.
Do you find anything interesting down in Chill Chat?
No, it was just him.
No, I know. I'm asking him if he found anything interesting down there. You said it. No, it was just him. I know.
Hey, Sonny.
Yes.
Just to scare you, did you know it's 9 degrees right now?
Yeah, I believe it. Doesn't scare me.
That's shorts and t-shirt weather.
I was on the high was on like 64. Riding my bike with my t-shirt on. It felt great, actually. You get like just that rush of cold air. I like that for short periods of time.
Nah, the thing is too, it's windy out. Like let me check my app. Like I was actually looking at my own like home thermometer there for that. So that's
It's not the temperature; it's the wind chill that fucks you.
No, yeah. You got to consider the wind chill. It depends though. Are you going to be exposed to the wind? Like, what are you doing outside? You know, are you going to be blocked from the wind? If it's during the middle of the day, is the sun out? But it's -6 wind chill. Like that makes a big difference. There's a lot to consider there.
And how?
But like right now, because we have wind, a 10-mile-an-hour wind makes 8 degrees feel like -6. So we're at -6 right now, wind chill.
Holy crap! I bet you have. I bet you have good insulation in your house.
Actually, it's a 130-year-old house. It's not that great.
Oh, really? Huh.
I mean, it's thick. It's a wood timber frame house, so my walls are like 10 inches thick, but they're like hardwood and frickin' cement, and then
like plasterboard, like they used to do in the old days. Is it like that?
Yeah, so like it's underneath, like because it's an old house, so like there was additions. There was another part that was put on in like the 70s. And then like the upper stairs, I don't think it was probably original, like, or maybe it was, but the slope ceilings and stuff. But anyway, it was originally there. It's just it might not have been living space originally.
Like it might have been an attic.
Yeah. But the walls are they're logs. It's like a log cabin, right? But they're squared off.
I see.
Yeah, they're squared off logs, and then on top of that, on the inside, yes, it's been plastered over, and then on the outside, I re-sided it a few years back, and I shimmed everything to square and level and all of that, and I used 3/4 inch OSB along with 3/4 inch like foam insulation on top of that before I did Tyvek and also then LP Smart Side over that. So
that's really good. So that's pretty good. You got a good vapor barrier there, moisture barrier. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I bet it
it's
feels
still an
solid.
old ass house. It's still an old ass house, no matter what we do to the outside, though.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. But those timber houses usually hold up really well. 130. I'm shocked. That's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. I mean, like, just especially like the basement is the basement under the original part of the house is all just like cobblestone basically, but then there's a part of it that because there's a lot of rock, like the like limestone and shit. Part of it is like into stone where they just like you can literally see like basically a giant rock freaking is like part of the foundation.
Oh, so they used part of the bedrock that was sticking up or something. Wow, trippy.
Yeah, I mean it's like slopes up there, and like part of it is like ground away or chiseled away, but mostly it's still there.
That's a trip.
And it's like 5.5 foot ceiling, so I have to crouch down there or I bump my head on shit.
Yeah, can you imagine what that was like digging that out? Holy mackerel.
Well, that's not too bad. There's worse. Like if it was like 4.5 feet, that'd be awful. It always just hunched over.
Yeah. Come out of there with a sore something after a while. Your neck.
Well, it wasn't dug out after the house was built either. Like, so that's not like an issue.
Oh,
No,
so
it wouldn't. No. It was built. Up here you dig. You have to dig a base. You have to dig a basement level and build a foundation. Like
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Most of the houses were like that too. The house I lived in from age like 10 to 15 years old, it had a coal chute.
Yeah, yeah.
Our house used to have so I don't know how, I think they were supposed to be from the 40s, that neighborhood, but I'm pretty sure my elementary school was the whole floor, this huge brick building. The whole floor was the whole first floor was underneath a whole floor underneath ground level. And
that's super common because we have hilly ground around here too, and so those are the most prized houses. They love to build into the hill, so like you have an exposed basement in the back. Because you do have to have that foundation, that footing that's dug into the ground. But then you get the exposed basement, so it's like it's a free third level if you have a 2-story house. Because like they only tax you on it as like a 2-story house, but you have basically a 3-story house because the basement floor is exposed.
Yeah, on one side. Well, this building wasn't like that actually. On all the sides, actually except the back side. On all the sides, it was dug out at angles away from the windows. It was really weird. But like I see them here, where they're actually a whole floor underneath, like a couple of very large churches here. a whole floor, and where these huge size windows that are actually operate and doors, you can look down these little crevices that they have dug out around those areas. It's such a weird thing to see that, man. Very strange. So the windows open up to just a little area that's only about a foot or two that made room for air to come down to the window. It's just, it's very strange.
Yeah, with proper planning and thought, like about airflow and stuff, you can really efficiently, even if you live in a hot environment, if you can keep the place shaded and have the proper drafts, like airflow, like you can keep a place pretty comfortable.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of science that goes into that.
Yeah, you're kind of on the more engineering thing. I'm the more into like the conspiracy thing. Why are they building these buildings? You're more into logically, yeah.
Yeah, I'm in construction, so like I pay a lot of attention to like how things, architecture, and how things are built and how they're built differently in different regions and for
why.
what reason.
Why. Yeah, exactly. The why part. The why they're built that way in those areas. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I was going to go into construction technology way back when and technical drawing and that type of thing, but it didn't work out. That would have been a good thing to do, though, and tie that in with. If I had done that and tied that in with real estate, but
yeah.
What do they say? The wisdom is lost on the youth, or something. What is that saying?
It sounds too blunt to be a saying. Like it wasn't figurative enough.
Yeah, there is a saying like that, though. Something like that. What is that saying?
Yeah, the things I pay attention to with buildings, especially it's older ones. That's why I do take some interest in all that, like those Tartaria channels and stuff like that. It's not because I think that there's an empire that had all the answers and free energy, knew the ether, No, it's just because they had awesome freaking craftsmanship. They're building techniques, the reasons why they did things, like where they how they strategically, you can see it's function and form, right? So like the function was there, but then they also made it beautiful, like especially in like the Victorian age and shit like that, which was like not that long ago.
Yeah,
the Victorian,
that's true.
My God, like
wrought iron,
the amount of beauty, but none of it was like, most often it wasn't just because it was beautiful. Most often it served a function as well.
Yeah, well, there's artistic parts of buildings I see, like, because I live in a big city, and there's some very old buildings from like the 20s and turn of the century, 1900s. But some of these huge bank down the street has these giant shields on the corners, up at like the freaking 12th floor level or something, like way up there. And these things are giant. They cover up more than like 2 stories.
Yeah, to me, it's almost like you say, I need this, and you're like, well, okay, like nowadays I need another silo. I'm just gonna slap it on the side of this building. Whatever. This is a bad example, actually, but like, I need whatever it is. I need, and it doesn't matter, I guess. And I need anything. We'll just put it there, and then it doesn't really fit with everything else. Like whatever they did, everything went with everything else just beautifully, but not like it was all the same either. Like they perfectly balanced each other out in such beautiful, gorgeous ways. And like, and when it comes to carpentry, which that's kind of my thing. You know, when you see all these decorative moldings and stuff everywhere, most often they're not there because they are beautiful. They're there because there had to be a solution to make a transition into something else. You know, like we have to smooth this out somehow. We did this here and that looks ugly. How can we make it look beautiful? It's to cover up the imperfections and shit. Like there's so much thought and effort into all of that stuff. It's incredible. It's immaculate.
Yeah, you look like at some buildings they have like different areas where they're different levels, let's say, where they have all these artistic things like I don't know, some of the buildings, like my building has all these weird like miniature statues of like there's some kind of characters. I don't know what they're from. If they're from some kind of ancient Greek mythology, but it's something like that. And you know, those were obviously poured in concrete into a mold, you know, but just the effort that it took to like make molds that were like that wasn't an incredible amount of work. They were probably made out of wood, you know, they were probably carved.
Yeah, I did a job where I did copper gutters on a historical society building in downtown Milwaukee on like the Third Ward or whatever, which it's the historical Third Ward. So like Milwaukee has this whole like part of their tax money goes to like just trying to update, like trying to restore like the historical buildings that are there and shit. And so we did 130, like to buy the copper gutters, it was $130,000.
Wow, I believe it.
And that was 20 years ago.
Copper's gone up.
Yeah, it was like $130,000 just for the copper. And then they did a real slate roof, like a brand new real slate roof.
Wow.
And I think if I remember correctly, I think that was like a $300,000 roof.
Wow.
And then
how did they attach that slate? It's just how is it?
Dude, it was a long time ago, and I was curious myself, but like I didn't want to mess with it. I was up there doing the gutters from a lift, and I'm like, I mean, I was right there. I'm like lifting shit a little bit. It looked like, if I remember correctly, I think they basically have a drilled hole, one hole, singly up top, and they drive like a nail basically. So there's just one hole in the slate, and they put a nail through.
In each piece.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And then one slate laps over the other, covering the nail hole, and so on. Yeah. But I went inside that place, and they were, because this is a restoration, a historical society restoration, they were redoing everything. So the old windows, they wanted to put new glass in, but they couldn't like do new windows. They had to go and have every window taken into like a certain type of restoration place where they restored the windows properly according to historical society standards, and all of the floors, they had mosaic floors in this place, and every single tiny little tile that like the size of like a nickel had to be categorized and labeled and taken out and put back in the exact same place so they could regrow.
Crazy. That's like a jigsaw puzzle, unimaginable. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. This place, like what they were doing, like more like, and so when you see this stuff happening, and you think like, how did they do this back in fucking 1852?
Yeah, that is pretty wild. That's wild to think about, because where are all these technicians coming from? Like even in like any of these large cities that sprung up from, like, let's say Salt Lake City, 1824 or something, 1830. Maybe they came out in 1840. By 1850 something, 1860, they have these freaking huge monuments, monumental buildings. You're like, who cut all this granite and marble? I never seen any of them, like the tools. I guess that's not uncommon to not see the tools. So.
And the worst part is we were joking because of the fucking crackheads in the neighborhood that the copper downspouts we put on would be gone within a week.
No, shoot. That's a thought. You know, when you said copper, I'm like, I'm surprised someone didn't steal them.
Dude, I was out there when I was doing the copper gutters, right? Like, we're saving our scraps, right? But I'm in a lift. There's these tiny little holes, you know, that are on the floor. And when I would cut a little strap, like just the little end of a strap, like which would be the size of a little bit bigger than a penny or maybe a penny, right? But squared. Sometimes one would fall through the cracks. I had crackheads standing underneath my lift all day long trying to catch my scraps.
What? That's just weird. Outrageous.
Oh man, I think I'm gonna head to bed soon, or at least go chill.
I gotta get ready to go to bed. I'm fading out. I'm not feeling that well lately. So hey, you have a good night. Nice talking with you, Lou.
No, take care.
Wait a minute. Take care of yourself.
Why aren't you feeling well?
I have like a sinus infection and a bunch of congestion in my lungs.
Did you go get tested?
Hell no. Tested for what?
Don't go into the hospital, bro. They'll give you a ventilator.
Yeah, I wake up in the morning and look, I go, okay, the test is that I have congestion and a sinus cold. Okay, test over.
Feel better.
Hold one nostril shut and blow, and then hold the other one. Like testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2. That's the test.
A bunch of gunk coming out of nose and coughing. Yeah, so there's the test.
I really hope you don't go anywhere for at least 2 weeks without being tested. Jesus.
Oh, crap.
I have a jab for that.
How do you know you don't have the tridemic?
You stay blocked. Stay home.
Some of your symptoms has got to be monkeypox.
Better not go outside. Better cover your entire head.
Don't get any sunlight. That might make it worse.
Tridemic? Is that like the trifecta of pandemics?
Don't drink water.
Yo, dude, haven't you been watching the fucking dude? They're literally that's a word now. A tridemic. We're in the middle of a tridemic now.
Tridemic? When was the second one?
I don't know, dude. I didn't like pay attention to what the three are. We just need to know that there's three of them.
We know there's three of them? Wait a minute. Maybe it's just called tridemic, and it's only one thing. How would
No.
we know?
It's three things that you get all at once every time.
Three things you get all at once every time, but not three times.
It's COVID, monkeypox, and Omicron. That's the three.
Chronic. Well, the chronic part sounds good. Oh shoot! Guys are a riot.
Well, I hope we hear from you tomorrow. If not, I'm going to be worried.
All right, yeah.
Go get tested, man. It's not a game.
I'm going to go in my bathroom and get tested. That's what
Sleeping fluids, man. Sleeping fluids.
Sleep in a frick.
No horse medicine or anything like that. Go to the professionals, man.
Submit to the anal swab.
Trust the science. Trust the science.
Trust the no.
What is the name of the third one anyway? I heard it like the other day. I was wondering for so long too. It's like 3 letters or something like that. I have no clue. I think everybody's getting HPV or something.
Probably from never mind. Can't say that. Can't blame it on the one thing. You got to blame it on anything else except for that one thing. I'm really only censoring myself out of respect for Helio so I don't get his channel shut down, but damn, there's so many things. So many things I want to say.
If you're careful, it's easy to say things without saying them.
Trust the science.
Just don't open any Divic boxes, you know?
It's not just the YouTube stream you gotta worry about. It's the server too.
True, yeah. Because like the other ones. And they're everywhere with the technocracy.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they tolerate this place even staying open. Like, I'm just saying. But I guess it's because there's a lot of controlled opposition, like FE stuff. So it's like they literally have to leave places like this open. Plus, it's a total honeypot. Like, there's so much data. They can sit there and watch and like collect all this data on every single flat earther that comes in here, and they're not stupid. They've got access to some other shit. They got everybody's IPs. Anybody who connects to this, unless you're smart, unless you're one of the smarties, they got it.
It's advertising as well for Discord itself.
That's my data. You go to a website, they have your data.
Yeah, it's everywhere. They got everything everywhere, no matter where you go. But it's just like collecting information on people in particular, like specifics.
Oh yeah, I'm real scared.
Well, there's a lot of crossover though, so like you got this, but then every other social media network too. So if they combine all that together and your behavior on it, they've got a spectrum of how you like your internet footprint, and they can get kind of a profile on you.
No, I understand.
Well, they'd only be interested in that to see how they could exploit it, you know?
Yeah.
I thought you were saying they're gathering your information for more like a legal whatever. I don't know.
Nah, it's all about selling agendas and crap. They really don't care about any one of us. It's about the whole, the collective, like the ocean of thought.
exactly. But in saying that, if something was to like, if there was some sort of, if they needed to, they could identify a specific, what would they quote, see as a threat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they could hone in on a particular group or individual, even, with that information. If they needed to, it's there.
Search queries.
Right?
AI search queries, they can easily target anybody if they really wanted to, but they're not inclined to unless somebody gives them the order to do so.
Right, yeah, like you said, they're more interested in
they could give it credit. They're just following orders, doing a job, paycheck. They don't care. Just don't piss off anybody who actually works for one of those places, because they might take it personally and use their job to... It's like, I have access to all this stuff. I see like Stan Smith going to the CIA and just effing with somebody.
Discord are gonna balance and juggle, between the narrative they're expected to support and their advertising of their business. They know Flat Earth is a hot topic. They're not going to shut it down, because people are going to be going, oh, what platforms can? Oh yeah, let's go. Oh, Flat Earth. Oh look, there's a Flat Earth Discord. I'm on Discord. I'll go to there. It's generating traffic and advertising.
About waking people up is it's like, cause look, it's not just Flat Earth. There's so much other stuff to be woken to, right? And it's hard for them to censor it, because the shadow banning, whatever, they're doing everything they can, but there's no reason that the public can see, like, your average person, not your anti-flat earther, like, when they go, like, you're making, like, the federal government just made an initiative to censor flat earthers. Like, why? Like, who gives a fuck what they think?
Yeah, that's the point. If it's just weird. Like, for one, it's a big threat, but then also, like, it's tolerated, which is it's like weird.
Yeah, it has to. Yeah, they can't push hard on a topic like this. As long as we stay peaceful, like, as long as we're not starting insurrections and shit, like, what are they gonna fucking do?
They don't do anything against people who do start insurrections. They encourage them.
Yeah. Those are the ones who are completely under control, though. They're obeying the narratives and marching to the drums. If they do all that.
Yeah.
I might even go to the extreme that they know flat earthers know some sort of truth, but they also know they don't know at all.
I think Discord will eventually ban Flat Earth.
Yeah, because
that depends on who owns it. So, like, right now, it's primarily owned by China, and they love us because their government hates us.
Yeah, but I don't think it even depends on who owns it. It's whether or not the government thinks they're a threat or not. If they don't think the Flat Earth Discord is a threat, they'll leave it be. They'll just leave it be. Why invoke a problem that's not already there?
Like, there was talk, I don't know, a year ago, maybe a little more, where Microsoft was going to be trying to buy Discord, like, be the primary or the full owner of it. And I was like, fuck. Okay, you know what? We're done. But that deal fell through. And right now, the primary holder of Discord is Tencent, as far as I know, a year ago. But because they are a Chinese company, they do have to share everything that they gather about us with the Chinese Communist Party, just so you know, like, by law.
I do gotta admit I'm kind of a dumbass because I didn't realize till just recently how big Discord actually is, like how many people are on
Yeah,
it.
it's quietly huge.
Right.
No, I mean, you hear people complain about like TikTok. And in fact, like, yeah, the government keeps making an issue out of TikTok and the CCP having our information and trying to propagandize our children and whatever else. Like, this is a mainstream talking point now. While Discord is owned by the same people.
Yeah, what is that saying? Even bad publicity is good publicity. Any publicity is good publicity.
It sounds to me like they're projecting. China's not adult. Probably China might be, but really not nearly as much as what America's doing. Everything they're trying to say China's doing, maybe a little. But everything they're doing, like the enemy's America's doing 1,000 times worse. Is all I'm saying.
The thing is like if you look at like the Chinese version of TikTok, the Chinese version of TikTok, it's all like pretty wholesome shit, and the stuff that they put on ours is degenerate shit. So like that's painfully obvious to them. So that's what they're talking about with TikTok.
If what you was just saying is the American government has the American people thinking the Chinese government is bad when it's actually the American government that's worse, I would agree with you on that if that's what you was.
All right. For example, this is not even on TikTok. I saw a commercial on regular TV. Well, it's cable. But on one of the commercials on there, it's like some Christmas commercial, and there's various different people dancing. On one of them, there's like some kind of Christmas ornament character thingy elf thing, and they're all twerking in a row just for a split second. And I'm like, you don't even have to look at Twitter, or you don't have to look at like TikTok or any of these other things to see stuff like that. It's just right there. There's right everywhere. So America can't point the finger at China for letting that when it's right there everywhere. It's worse.
Saying the same thing for years, man. That's awesome to hear somebody else.
Like made it very clear my point on this either. Like, I think some of you guys know me well enough. I don't trust anyone. I am in full like awareness that China and the United States and Russia and all of Europe and they're all working together. You know, like there's no such thing as there's no such thing as like, oh, this is Chinese propaganda. Like, no, this is your guys' propaganda. Fuck off.
Yeah. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people who
Russia, America, China, they're all printing money.
Yeah.
So they have to be working together. Otherwise, the printing of money would not work.
There's a lot of people from these different communist-type countries or ones that have a lot of propaganda, and they're honestly surprised that Americans haven't figured it out yet.
By the way, it doesn't say Tencent. I can't see anywhere where it says Tencent owns Discord.
Yeah, if you had one nation printing money, and the other were using like precious metals, they would all be pissed at the country printing money. So in order for the superpowers, they all have to be in on it together for them all to do it. Otherwise, it would not work. It just wouldn't work if one was printing money. They all have to do it. I think there's only 4 nations in the world that are allowed to print every currency. Every single currency. China, Russia, America, and I can't remember. I know there's 3, but I thought there was 4. It could be the UK that's allowed to print every dollar bill of every nation. They're allowed to print it.
Probably Israel.
You got me thinking of the
or Israel. Could be Israel.
That one video though, where everybody like starts shooting bombs at this. Like, okay, this is the Earth chilling. Damn, that's a sweet Earth, you might say. But then it starts listing out everybody who's got nukes, and I'm like, most of those people print the money. Like,
yeah, I think if all nations used Yeah, if all nations actually used precious metals where the currency was actually in your hand opposed to a printed piece of paper, how could one country print money and stay alive with all the other countries? They have to be in on it. They fucking have to be in on it. Period.
I meant like the big ones, by the way. But you're right. Yeah, everything's all connected. And not only that, they have to agree on the fair market value for specific things in order to set the market to begin with.
Yeah, they're voting on legislation that'll allow putting future generations in debt without them being in those future generations. Like that's fraud. That's fraud 101. That's like I can just print whatever I want, and by the time the calamity comes, I'll be dead. So what? Why not?
Yeah. Well, I think they know. They know that their time's running short.
Problem. I think it's the biggest problem on the earth.
They know that their time's running short for the amount of time they'll be able to play this print and money game before they have to switch the game up.
Yeah, it's like they took the Monopoly board game and turned it into real life. Only they have a token on the board while they control the banks. So it's like, how could you even compete?
Yeah. It's even more messed up than that, though. It's like they keep on changing the board and mixing pieces from other board games, and they change the board game.
But everybody's
rules. And the minute we start to win, they change it again.
But the biggest problem is everybody's willing to contribute to the fraud. They know it's a fraud, yet they use it. See what I'm getting at? And I'm guilty of it too. So it's not like I'm holding myself out of the picture.
Arcade, knowing that
we're all guilty of playing along with the fraud. We know it's fraud, but yet we play along with it. So who's worse? The ones committing the fraud or the ones that know it's fraud and play along with it?
Well, I don't exactly play along with it, but nothing I say does anything. So it's like, what am I supposed to do then?
Well, if you have a token on the board game Monopoly, if you have a token and you control the banks, how the fuck do you lose?
Yeah. I get what you're saying, though. It's kind of like certain things you have no choice but to interact with due to the structure of society, and then it just kind of makes you complicit because you're participating.
Yep, thank you. It's hard for even me to say because I participate. It's not like I'm not calling myself out here.
Trying to fix a problem.
We all participate
in it.
Yeah, we literally participate in fraud. Like that's what's crazy. That's what blows my mind. Regardless of all the politics, left, right, whatever the white, black, gay, straight, whatever it is, we're all participating in the fraud with all these other elements as, I guess, disguise, although they don't disguise it anymore.
Well, that's one reason why I find brutal honesty to be like that. Even if it hurts people's feelings, sometimes it's whatever. It doesn't matter. Losing friends, losing who cares? I just rather just steamroll through this stuff. Like I'm gentle and I'll help people who are willing to listen, but also I'm not going to be ashamed of anything that I know and walk on eggshells for somebody else's weird beliefs, fantasy stuff that they inherited. That's my point. Like
Yeah,
I'm trying to be more positive about it because you're going to one direction with it, but it's like what do we do? But I'm thinking, well, we can not give a crap about the system and just kind of barrel through it and do whatever that we know is right, regardless of what they say, non-stop until we stop.
If you really wanted to simplify things, it's really no different than me saying, hey, if you want to become a billionaire, just allow me to print the money.
Yeah.
I'll make you a billionaire. You see what I mean? It's that simple, but we try to convince ourselves that it's not, when really it's that simple.
And money's not actually even worth anything.
It's not worth a damn thing. Toilet paper is worth more.
Yeah.
Toilet paper is
you
worth
can trade
more,
for
man.
stuff that's worth something. But if somebody's not willing to sell it to God, it ain't worth anything.
Yeah, I'm not a girl, but I'd much rather wipe my ass with toilet paper than a leaf or a sock I'll do it, but toilet paper is worth more than fucking cash if you think about it.
I remember when people flipped out. Yeah, everybody flipped the crap over that.
Yeah,
and then people were freaking.
It keeps you from catching diseases and it's fucking crazy, man.
They were selling it.
Way more
it was
valuable.
just funny when they were selling. They're hawking it.
It's going to go back to gold and silver. That's my prediction because
I believe that it will.
I'm sorry. I'm a Bible guy, and gold is the number one. Yeah, all through mankind, it's always been gold.
There's going to be a increase in value because of it, but food's going to become even more valuable, like kind of a piece of bread could buy a bag of gold type thing.
Dude, over the last like 6 weeks, eggs went around here from like 79 cents a dozen to like $5 a dozen.
Holy crap!
But even if you can go back into the ancient times, like ancient Egypt, ancient Rome, and they always paid the farmers, the government, because they wanted their food in the market. So it's always been a commodity for government. So if you think about it, farming is the number one gold. It's the number one gold if you truly think about it.
Well, that's why all the farms have been bought up by all the corporations.
Yeah.
They've been sold as the cheapest thing. But when it comes to surviving in the world that we live in, farming is gold, is absolute gold.
You want practical practical, usable resources, not gold, not silver. What use is that? It doesn't have any value.
Yeah, the value is life. Life is value, therefore sustaining life is value. So there's some things that our government does to, hey, you really got to do some health things, but at the same time, they manipulate them. I guess I'm contradicting myself here, but
well, a lot of that farming they do doesn't make sense either. Like they do a lot of
manipulate us in a way that they manipulate us in a way that currency is greater than farming. Right? They manipulate us in a way that currency is greater than farming when it's not. Farming is the number one thing you can do. I'm sorry.
The Aussie, who is it? Was it Timbo or who was it? Yeah,
Yeah, it was
Timbo.
Timbo. I was just
Yeah.
saying that they started farming cotton here, and we got no bloody water, so it doesn't make sense. It's so dumb.
Well, you can't farm cotton without water.
Yeah, exactly. So they put them in these areas where we have these water basins, yeah, where it's fed by just a few streams and a major river, and they start pumping out all the water, and then we have these like 8-year cycle of droughts. So they pumped so much water out of the Darling River that it didn't even flow anymore until just this year when we got all these floods again. So it's so silly. Like, just grow stuff
Well,
that
you can grow almost anything. You can grow almost anything the first year, maybe the second year.
Yeah.
But come the third, fourth, or fifth year, depending on the environment where you're located on the earth, that shit ain't gonna keep coming over and over like it did the first year you grew it.
Yeah.
That's what's crazy about the earth.
And they grow heaps of grapes here as well, but they don't need much water. So
to grow grapes,
yeah, we got
like an orchard of grapes. You got to have a good amount of water.
What's that?
Decent amount. You would have to have a decent amount of water to grow like an orchard of grapes.
Yeah, they grow them up on the Murray River, but they also grow them in the kind of hilly areas. But they actually, if you look into it, they actually don't need much water. They hate cold.
Right.
Yeah, they hate cold, and they can't live through the frost. But they actually grow in the summer when there's no water, and they hardly ever water them either.
Yeah, I actually live where there's grapevine orchards, and it's an area where I get all 4 seasons. So I get the summer, the fall, the winter, all of it. I get all the seasons, and yet their grapes are so good. The area I live in is known for its wine.
Your
Whereabouts is that?
vines, you just got to protect your vines through the frost. Cut them back and then cover them over, and they should regrow the next season.
Yeah, they lose. Typically one crop or one growth a year they lose a grapevine, because where I live, we'll get a freeze, and then it'll like go back to almost like fall type where it's kind of warm and stuff, and it'll ruin one crop. It'll ruin one crop because it goes from hot to cold so quick, and then back to warm, and then back to freezing. So they lose one crop because of it. But they're known for their wine where I live. Their grapevine. So it's crazy what the earth actually does compared to what we're told it does. That's all I'm trying to get at, I guess.
The world is an amazing, mysterious place.
Yeah, they're trying to tell us that there's climate change.
That's just doing what it does.
Since the beginning of man, ever since man has known the earth, every single day, the climate has changed. Every single day. So their terminology is so vague that it's purposeful. They're using a vague terminology, purposeful.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
The climate changed today since this morning till 6 o'clock tonight. The climate changed the whole entire time. So, of course, the climate changes. Yeah, of course it changes.
That's what I say to people. It changes all the time. Where I am, usually gets a bit colder at night.
Yeah, every single day the climate changes. What are you talking about? Climate change. Climate change, dude. Show me the science, the data, the experiment conducted. Don't just say climate change. Oh, trust the science. Yeah, that's what you said with the vaccine. Yeah, don't do that. You notice they won't show you the data?
I don't really see what's so controversial about it. I mean, it should
Well,
be.
they say that man is causing the earth to warm up. There's a book that I read that says the fifth angel will pour its bowl out on the sun, and the sun will scorch men. So for them to, even if the earth does warm up, in my opinion, it's not man doing it. It's the fifth angel making the sun get hotter.
I mean, let's say hypothetically it is man. Like,
well, we can talk about hypotheticals as long as we acknowledge that's what they are, hypotheticals.
Oh, okay. Well, let's just say hypothetically, it is civilization that is changing weather systems or the environment.
I could definitely see that. I mean, the more streets you got in a city, the warmer the city is going to be because the streets reflect the sun from the sun. They reflect the heat sun. So the more streets you have in a very small area, the warmer that area will be. I would agree.
Yeah, exactly.
With that. But it's not it's doing it all across the earth.
Yeah, well, and I mean, I don't know. I just wish more people talked about this, at least the details, because, I mean, I'm from Houston, and, like, Houston used to be a big swamp, like, before it was turned into a giant city, and now there's just concrete everywhere. So when a hurricane blows through, it floods like crazy, and I mean, it has an effect on a lot of things. So like when they talk about climate change, and I mean, it's pretty obvious to me that industrial civilization is having an effect. But I don't know how severe that effect is. I know that what we're engaged in, we don't currently know what the effects will be for a long time.
Well, we can observe it. You don't have to be a quote unquote scientist. You can observe that when you're walking across the road in the summertime barefoot, the road is much hotter than the fucking dirt. You'll know that you went from the dirt to the road, the asphalt that's reflecting all that, that's capturing all that heat, right?
Yeah.
You can observe these kind of things. So the more streets you have in a confined area, the more heat you're attracting from the sun. But it's not like something you can't control or something. You can observe it. You can see what's causing the effect, the result.
It's funny you say that about roads, because when I was a kid, I remember seeing in the summer bubbles of tar in the road. Right, you could watch it bubble, right, from the heat.
Yeah,
and I don't.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't see that. I don't see that anymore.
Because we don't go anywhere near a road. And like, I don't even
We walk sometimes, and I don't see it.
That as a kid watching the tars, but it could have been. It also could be the changing of the chemicals within the tar they're using. So you also got to consider that. And I'm not saying you're, wrong or right. I'm just saying you got to consider all the variables.
Well, I have noticed that they do seem to have a different standard when building roads and repairing roads these days.
Yeah, it takes much longer and everything, but it's a good point. But my point is, the more roads you have, the hotter your city's going to be. Because you can observe the heat on the road. You can literally see it reflecting the heat.
Yeah, there's actually something to that because there was an old weather station that sat in a certain position, and then they started building a couple of buildings around it, and then they changed the roof and they tarmacked the roof, and then they did stuff like that. So they watched the temperature change over 20 years. And they said, "Oh, look how much the temperature's changed in this area of the city." And they went up there and they did an investigation. And it's because when they first put up the weather tower, there was no big building there. It was just sitting there in the kind of an empty paddock with grass around it. And then there was a building, and then it was a black tarmac roof. So it's and that was where they were getting some of their records from, which is crazy.
Yeah, you're only going to get it in, it's so predictable where the warming will be. And even in the cities that have the most streets, they still have terrible winters. Like New York City.
Well, yeah, when
what was
it's
it?
the opposite.
The year before last, when all their fucking cars was just covered in ice. Oh, when they woke up in the morning and I think it was the year before last, New York City had that deep freeze. They had a deep freeze while they're talking about global warming.
Well, with cities, just as it gets really hot, it also gets really cold.
Yeah, to me, it makes no sense. You're only going to get warming. Like if you was honest scientist and you just went out on the earth, took a temperature where there was no city life, right? And then you took a temperature where there was city life in the same kind of climate. I know that the Earth's so dynamic, it can never be the same, nor could you keep it the same. But at the same time, you will observe that you're going to get more heat in the summertime from big cities than rural areas with far less streets.
Yep.
And the streets is the cause of the effect.
Yeah, it's like a magnifying glass, pretty much.
Yeah, it's like a trampoline. I wasn't like poor as a kid. I was fairly poor, but we was able to get a trampoline, and I noticed that the grass was much cooler than the mat of the trampoline. The trampoline was fucking hot. So if we had a bunch of trampolines like the streets everywhere, it's going to be fucking hot. It's not something we can't change. We can change it. Just get rid of the roads, get rid of the trampolines. You see what I'm trying to get at? The politicians want to act like it's something we can't get rid of, but we could.
Well, we've built this system that we're basically captive to, and I mean, I see this like when I drive around the U.S. There's cities and places that no one in their right mind would build a city, like out in the desert, and it's like the only reason that's possible is we're taking water from other areas, and they can't grow food out there, so we have to import food. And it's just, I mean, it's not going to last. I mean, it's just, I think it's absolutely insane.
I liked what you first said. We built this system that we're captive to.
Oh yeah.
I like that's really good, right there.
Because, yeah, I've studied and I've looked into like environmentalism and climate change, and I've read like a lot of stuff about this entire system, and I mean it seems like at the time it seemed like a great idea. Like, this is progress, this is how things work, but like, I mean, Earth is still finite.
You make a solid point. Like, think of this. The way that you and I are communicating for you to make a solid point relies on the technology that we have. But think if you and I and everybody else just said fuck it and threw them in the trash. You know, you and I wouldn't be able to be talking right now, but at the same time, we wouldn't have to be worried about like talking right now. Like that wouldn't even bother us. It wouldn't even, that you couldn't talk to me wouldn't even bother you. See what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
And it would totally destroy the empire that's been set up. It would just destroy it instantly. In one day. If everybody got rid of their televisions and phones, the empires of the world would be destroyed in one day.
Yeah. It'll happen. I mean, I'm pretty sure. And that's one thing I do like about Owen Benjamin is he's building actual community.
Yeah, I do like Owen Benjamin. That's crazy you bring him up.
Because, like,
never heard him brought up on this channel before. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, because what he said is like really the only thing that matters is you have people within like a small radius of where you're at that you can trade with, and I mean that you're friends with. Like, that's where the wealth is. It's not like
living off the earth. The wealth.
Exactly.
The earth is the wealth. Earth is the wealth. Not man-made dollar bills. Earth is the wealth.
Yeah, I hope I see that in my lifetime where people return to like small, close-knit community rather than, you know, all over.
That's cool to hear somebody on this channel that like totally agrees with everything I've said so far. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Or vice versa. Or vice versa. I've agreed with everything you've said.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's just a weird thing I have with like people on the right that are like dogging climate change and global warming. It's like, I agree with them, but like I want to get more into a conversation about it than just saying it's not real. Like, I mean, because it's obvious to me that civilization as we know it has changed our world. I mean, like we've
I
caught
don't
up.
even think it's
Yeah.
like civil. I think it's like if you define the words, I don't even think it's civilization. I think it's ideology, which is brought upon by a popular belief, a consensus. More people, you convince one person, that one person convinces another. It's like a popular. It's like when I discovered flat Earth. To give you an example, real quick, when I discovered flat Earth, I quit doing Christmas because I seen Christmas as a sinful. We lie to our children about Santa Claus. We throw the most trash on the earth on Christmas Day. And supposedly that's all in Christ. So I look at all these things since I've discovered, I hate to say it, since I've discovered flat Earth, I've discovered all these biblical things. And it terrifies me on how quick we're coming to the end.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I don't know about the whole Christmas thing. I guess my take on it is like my family typically does like a gift exchange where like they'll have like a set dollar amount that they'll spend on a gift, and like everybody has someone that they have a gift for. And it's like, I mean, I see why they're doing it that way, but it's like, it's not really a gift if you're just trading dollar amounts.
That's my point. It's like, in the name of Christ, we're supposed to give to the people that actually are in need. But during Christmas time, we wind up giving to our immediate loved ones, and we also try to give them what they want as opposed to what they need. And as opposed to somebody that's in need, we're more worried about our immediate family members and celebrating them as opposed to a stranger. Like Christ said, if you bring a stranger in, then you brought me in. So we do all these things on Christmas that are actually opposed to Christ. And we do them supposedly in the name of Christ. It's so, and what's crazy to me, this is why I don't want people to get me wrong, but flat Earth brought me that revelation. It brought me to that understanding, to know that it's all just a gimmick. It's all just a sham.
Right, but can you still enjoy time with your family and loved ones, or is it just...
Oh, no, like this Christmas, I'm getting families come in. Like, I'm in a predicament where I don't want to admit to the world the predicament I'm in, but maybe this will give it away, even though I'm not wanting to. I'm literally getting a motel room because I don't want to deal with Christmas.
Yeah.
Christmas has become a burden, not that of love.
Well, there's definitely that side to it. I mean, I agree.
Like, well, what happens during Christmas shopping? Everybody's at the store. Well, there's a burden. There's a burden right there.
We don't celebrate it.
Oh, you didn't get me the right present. Well, there's a burden. There's a burden right there. That's not what I wanted.
Well, if someone says you didn't give me the right present, they're probably not worth giving a present to.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's like, why are we giving to loved ones when we know they're in good condition, they don't need help, they can manage on their own? Why don't we give to people that we know need help and cannot manage on their own?
I can agree with that. That people should.
Yeah, I can agree with that, but it's there's a time and place, and I look at it. I don't look at it as a Christmas celebration. I look at it as a time to get together with my family, and kids can catch up with their cousins, and spend some quality time with my parents and things like that. So I don't celebrate Christmas necessarily. I celebrate a day of family. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I watched a documentary. I believe it was the History Channel, where they showed New York City's trash after Christmas. Like the amount of trash. And they showed you how most of their trash goes underground. And then from underground, about 70% of that goes into the ocean. Like they showed this whole documentary, and Christmas is the worst day for all this trash to be sent away. And people are doing it thinking it's the name of Christ, and it baffles me.
Yeah, that makes me laugh because it's not. It's got 25th of December's got nothing to do with that.
Oh yeah, that made me think of like these past 2 years and all the mask mandates, and in these states where like these liberal states where littering is so bad, you see masks just thrown out everywhere, and it's kind of funny in a dark way.
Yeah, it's almost like the companies that are selling the people the stuff for Christmas. It's almost like they know that you're only buying it to show your love, even though you can't buy love. They know that, but they're using it for their profit. Like Christmas, when it comes to top corporations, Walmart, don't fuck with Christmas. That's like a mafia war if you fuck with Christmas.
Well, so like, are you against holidays in principle?
No, I'm just against celebrating days of so-called Christ when the celebration itself denounces Christ.
Yeah, but you got to look past that sometimes and just celebrate.
No, you can't look past that. If you look past that, you just denounce them.
Well, if you don't celebrate it as that day and you just spend time with your family, then it turns into a different day for you. You're not
want to give credit.
You're not.
Make
yeah, but you're no different than any other family.
Well,
every other family's doing it too. Why can't you and your family celebrate your family on their own day? How come you got to do it when everybody else is celebrating their family?
Well, it's a time when everyone's got time off, isn't it?
Well, think of it though. Think of why that is.
I understand the connotations.
Why that is.
I understand all that, but you can turn it around and make it your own holiday. You don't have to celebrate Christmas. You just celebrate.
You can make any day your own holiday. The fact of the matter is, people don't. They tend to go and celebrate every other holiday that everybody else is celebrating.
Yeah, I know.
You can make any day your holiday. I agree with you. The fact of the matter is, people don't. They don't do that. That's my point. They tend to worship the days the government has publicly, through public schools, conditioned them to celebrate.
I agree with meeting with family, though, and spending time with people. There's ways of doing things without participating in all the weirdness and still having time with folks.
You can still do it without making it weird, though. Think of it that way. Like, to everybody else, if you're gonna be like, look, we're gonna do something together, but it won't be on the day everybody else does it, because I don't want to be weird. Like, nah, just don't make it weird. Like, don't make it like this. Don't overstress it. Don't what I would say is like, it's gotten way too complicated, especially with broken families and shit like that. And I'm fully aware of all this because I come from a broken family, and so did my my daughter's mother. And so like, I'm trying to share my daughter for Christmas, right? But like her mom is with another guy who comes from a broken family. So like, there's like 6 families involved for one kid that all want to share that time.
Time is the most precious thing on earth.
Like,
it's far more valuable than money.
But here's what I'm like. Yeah, try to keep it simple. Do it maybe your family doesn't want to do it, but more than likely you're gonna find, like, especially if you have children, like you're gonna do other damages if they don't get to do the traditions of the other kids around them. Like, you can still do like something. You don't have to make a big extravaganza out of it. But if it's important to you, go ahead and explain to them. Your kids aren't dumb. Fucking let them know, like, hey, this is how we do it in our house, and it's about these morals, like these ideas. It's not this, it's not that. Like, just get it. It's a great time. It's to teach your children because they're listening.
Well, I'm not trying to. Please don't take it the wrong way. Anybody that's over 40 years old,
actually, I'm gonna delete.
They should know that time is the most valuable thing in your life. Far more valuable than money. If you're over 40 years old, time is the most valuable thing in your life. And that's not to underestimate people that are under 40. Time. That's valuable. It's just, if you're lucky enough, I repeat, if you're lucky enough to meet the age 40, you should come to the conclusion that time is the most valuable thing on earth.
I don't know how it relates to the conversation, but I don't disagree with you. I'm about to turn 41 next week, and like, yeah, like it's become readily apparent, like, how fast time flies by this age.
I got hit by a drunk driver. So I was working for a company that puts up interstate signs. I'm not talking about road work signs. Road work ahead. I'm talking about the big signs, like exit 46 or exit Las Vegas. Speed limit 75. Those are the signs I put up, right? And while putting a sign up, standing on a ladder, I got fucking hit by a drunk driver. He come off the interstate into the median and fucking hit me. I should have fucking died. They first said it was at 65, but after the investigation, I got hit at 50 mile an hour. I should have fucking died. I got hit at 50 mile an hour. But I lived, right? So to me, it's not like, to me, it's not the that I should have died. To me, it's the time that I had before I should have. I should have made more. I should have made more valuable time. Because I got taken away with Flight for Life, the helicopter. The helicopter come and pick me up, right? So I was internally bleeding. I broken bone 2 different places. Just one broken bone. I got lucky. And I had internal bleeding. But it's not the time that I...
One broken bone?
It's not what I've... When I was being flown away, the whole time praying to God, I was like, I'm sorry I did what I did with my time. I should have done more with my... Because I really thought I was going to die. Like I had... My whole leg was fucking blood red because my internal bleeding. Just a huge red leg. My whole leg was red.
Dude, I've broken like more bones than I can count. Like
That was it was the craziest moment of my life because I wasn't worried about me dying. I was worried about the time that I had before I died. And that's
I understand. No. Here's the thing. Like, I feel like you're sensationalizing a little bit. Like, you had a bad experience. If you had Flight for Life, more than likely,
Dude,
everybody thought it was. If you had that, more than likely that was probably a serious situation. No matter what came out of it.
I'm not trying to make it more dramatic than it was. I literally talked to God, Jesus, and I was more worried about the time that He let me live because I really thought I was going to die. I thought I was going to die.
But how do we get here? This is what I'm wondering.
Worried
Like, why are we
about the
talking
time
about
that
this?
I had than my death. I was more worried.
Yeah. No,
about
great.
the time that I
You
had
almost died. You
than my
almost
death.
died, and that's terrible. How did we get here?
Just saying, if you're ever in that predicament, you'll know what I mean. I was more worried about the time that I had already was given than my death. I was screaming to God about what I did wrong.
Well, how have you
my death.
changed?
Since then?
That's a good question.
The most
We're
dramatic.
going to talk about it. Yeah, like what have you done differently now that you realize how precious life is? What are you doing differently?
Like if a person had a big voice, how do I say that? Joe Rogan, somebody like that, you know, I wouldn't try to please my audience.
Life is precious. Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I wouldn't try to please my audience. I would die on my podcast telling the truth as opposed to trying to please them.
All right, I appreciate that.
You'll know that time that you had to do that is more precious than your death.
Okay. Anybody else have any thoughts on that?
Well, my perspective is really the only thing that matters in our lives is our relationships. I mean, like our friends and family. And like for a long time, I put all that on the back burner, and all I cared was about my beliefs. And I looked down on my family for not being interested in what I was interested in, not being aware of what I was. I mean, I looked down on them. They were NPCs in my view. And it's taken a long time for me to realize that in many ways, I mean, I'm just as NPC like as they are. I mean, just because I'm a flat earther really doesn't mean shit. I just
yeah, you're not. That's not going to be a popular idea, but yeah, I say something similar. Yeah, this is just
I don't
one
believe
other
that.
thing. This is just one other thing. Like, it doesn't make you special. You're not like.
I don't think the truth has hit him yet. If that's how he feels, I don't think he's had to decide between family members.
No, I disagree with
and
you.
the truth.
Flat Earth isn't like the end all be all.
I'm not saying what I'm saying is true.
This isn't gonna like fix the world or anything like that.
Yeah, but when it comes to siding with people you love compared to siding with the truth, that's the hardest thing on the face of the earth. Because a real man will side with the truth as opposed to his family.
Yep.
If his family rejects him for the truth, a real man will be rejected for the truth.
I think you're missing his point. He didn't get to finish his what he was saying either.
Well, what I mean is, I think the more awake someone is, the less different views break up a relationship. Like, you can have different views and still get along with a crazy uncle or a crazy wife or something. Like, and I always put the views, the beliefs front and center, and if you didn't line up, then I would cut you loose in a heartbeat. And I'm just now breaking out of that. Like,
you think you could have one, like the wife votes for Biden and the husband votes for Trump like that? Would they get along?
Of course they can.
I mean,
Never.
If they don't make politics the main thing in their house, yeah.
Exactly.
Like my sister, she married a guy from, like, they went to church, so she married a guy in the church. Well, the last few years, he's just come out as no longer a Christian, and we were all thinking, oh yeah, they're going to get a divorce now because they have nothing in common. Well, no, they didn't get a divorce. They found more in common besides their religious views.
What's crazy is truth and truth does mix together. Truth and lies does not mix together. Lies and lies also does not mix together. Like, if you can think deeply instead of shallow, don't think shallow, think deeply.
Right, but have you ever found anybody?
Exactly. So you got to think deeply so that you can actually accept these people in your life, whether they have different opinions from you or not. You know, there comes a time when are you going to go to these family barbecues and get-togethers and just talk about flat Earth all the time? Or are you going to leave stuff that creates conflict and talk about stuff that
I've already left it, my brother.
That's a great point, Tim.
I've already left it.
Yeah, no, like literally, yeah. It was kind of like when we were talking about fucking living in Wisconsin or whatever. Like, it's what I said about, you know, too many people are getting divided. Families are getting separated, to the point where, like, literally within the nuclear family, like brothers and sisters just hate each other because they have different political viewpoints, or like,
or even Earth, the world they live in.
Let it get that bad.
Yeah, that's all the Cocoa Pox did this last 2 years. Divide families. It's like terrible.
That's where I think flat Earth needs to come. You know,
I don't think flat Earth is going to fix that. It's going to be more divisive.
you're right. You're right. There's no way it could fix it. Like there's no way it could. But what I'm saying is, don't let somebody's different opinion than yours, especially if you're both flat earthers,
I'll give you an example.
ruin some sort of not only relationship but power that could be built between.
Exactly, man. So I'll tell you a story. So my sister's a, you know, I don't know how she got involved in American politics, but loves the left side of politics in America. I can't stand it. Yeah. So we had an argument. So I rang her the next day and I said, can we just come to an agreement where we just don't talk about politics? And you know what? We've stuck to that for years now. And we find other stuff to talk about. And we've got a really close relationship. So we just don't talk about the things that create conflict. And it works really well. And we don't
Once you
hate
start
each other
talking
just because
about
we
the
have...
conflict, what happens?
Well, that's where you just don't talk about it because you're never going to agree with each other. So you just got to come to those terms that you just don't agree with each other about certain things. So there's no point talking about them.
Well,
unless you want to argue with them.
That works well when it comes to like saying, "Hey, we have a." You have to have a deeper relationship than that stuff. Like you come from the same family, or you were best friends back in high school.
He's going to use and abuse you more than you would her. I'll tell you that right now. You can get mad at me all you want. A woman will use you and abuse you more than you could ever dream of doing to her.
Damn, dude, you are just trying to fucking get some free therapy tonight.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. She's been my sister for my whole life, and we've always been close. So there's no abusing in our family. So I'm not sure what you're talking about.
You don't think there's no manipulation whatsoever within a family?
She's got nothing to manipulate me about. So that doesn't happen in our family, mate.
I'm definitely not going to say you're a liar. Definitely not going to do that. But I would be surprised if that was true.
Well, why don't we talk about you? How, like, what in your life resembles that? Because you're clearly projecting.
Mm-hmm. Well, it doesn't matter what walks of life you're in, right? Like, I used to be a huge fan of space. Like I watched all the, Secrets of the Cosmos and Through the Wormhole, and I watched them all, man. All of them. I was a huge fan of space. But when I believed in myself, when I believed truth hit me, I put all that to the wayside with no problem. And if it come to me, even if I'm wrong on my belief, when it comes to my belief, I'll put a family member to the wayside as quick as I would a stranger. But I would also do it vice versa. I'd bring a stranger to my family side, if you see what I'm trying to say there. Like, I don't know. It's a tough thing. When people say, what difference does it make if the earth is flat or a sphere? It's no different than them saying, what difference does the truth make? Like it's the same thing. They're saying the same thing. If the earth is flat or if it's a sphere, what does it matter? That question is no different than what does the truth matter? Like they don't think it matters, but it does. It matters. And in any family or loved one or stranger, I'll hear him out to the end no matter what, but I'll always stand on my beliefs.
I'm gonna have to call you out as being a troll with that one. You're not allowed to say.
It was a
You're
little
not allowed
troll.
to say that I stand on my beliefs as a flat earther. That is definitely a crime.
What are you talking about? You can't prove the Earth is flat.
I knew it. Man.
There's no science. You cannot use science to prove the Earth is flat.
Lou found him out. Damn.
You wanna do it, Lou, or me? I'll let you kids. Go ahead. Get
No. I just wanted to call them out. Somebody else, if you want to do it, do it. Let's see.
I was just kind of there. A mountain of information was about to start falling, but no.
You'd have to see the Earth all at once.
No. You are.
You can use circumstance. In my opinion, circumstantial evidence. If you have a mountain of circumstantial evidence, in my opinion, that's hard evidence. So there is hard evidence.
Here's what I'm going to say. You've been rambling for like 15 minutes, going from topic to topic and topic. You're clearly wasted. I've had a few beers myself, but like, you're fucking wasted, dude. And you have no idea what you're talking about. So we're not going to just give you the floor from here on out. I'm going to mute you. Any last words?
Just don't mute me, and I'll mute myself.
Okay, well, that's fair.
Man. Wow. Okay. All right. Merry Christmas.
Well, you know what? We came to a peaceful agreement. I mean, I don't know. I think it was fair.
Yeah.
You disagree?
I think it came to a good conclusion.
Anyone have any idea what he was fucking talking about for the last 15 minutes?
I don't know. I think he must have been hurt in the past, because for him to say that.
I'm not going to encourage talking about him either if I ask him to just voluntarily mute. So
I agree.
Yeah, move on. Yeah.
Yep. No, it was good. You didn't have to mute him, so it was good. He can come back when he wants.
See that? Oh man, it brings something up about the truther community that I've taken issue with for a while now, and it's that, you know, we see ourselves as just like ready to cast aside like friends and family if they have different views and like the truth, you know, like I don't know.
Even anyone, man. Like, you know, you
better get to a succinct point here, or you're going to get the same treatment as the last guy.
Come on, Lou.
Yeah, like, and ironically, of all the people, Logris is one of the ones that's helping me, because like he's got a server where he has all kinds of people in there, and he just meets them where they're at and shoots the shit with them. And
he's a pretty cool guy.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine doing that. Like, if someone didn't understand flat Earth, I was all over them, and I don't know. I realize that that's kind of like, it's not very. I don't know. It's not very awake, if you know what I mean.
No, I think the key is in the end, yeah. Like you know something, right? So Just because someone doesn't know something or thinks something different, it doesn't mean they're less of a person. We need to understand that we were once there as well, yeah. So, and we're not any better than them. No one's any better than anyone else. It's just that you've come across some information that might, change your life. They haven't come across that information, or maybe they may not come across that information at all. Now, it doesn't make them a bad person, and for people to not talk to their family members, my family members think I'm fucking weird as fuck, but, we all get along. We all get along great. Just because I don't fucking push shit in people's faces,
Yeah.
I'll say that for people I don't like, If I want to keep a relationship, they're not going to keep it by getting rid of talking about shit that they don't want to talk about because it annoys them, So, I don't have to. I can put my pride aside and go, okay, well, I don't have to talk about that. I can talk about that with other people. So, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
You got to pick and choose your battles. And family's not a battle.
I feel like
it's not a battle.
I feel like people got a misconception of what I just said. So can I clarify it and then I'll mute?
Yeah,
well, I'm sorry, man, if I
I'm happy to hear
strawmanned you.
So when I say that I'll disregard my family members on the basis of flat Earth, because I will do that, it's not that I'm doing it for my benefit or anything. I cry every time I have to do it, but I feel like if people can't acknowledge the truth, those are the people you cry for. And I'm sorry. Sorry to.
I've had an experience that's kind
you're
of
good, man.
negative related to the truth being shared and people taking stances on things and family divisions happening. Something similar happened to us, but it's because we decided that we're not going to participate in a certain pharmaceutical products. And then other family members that didn't want to have any contact with us or our children because they were not participants in that particular pharmaceutical product. So we don't really talk to much of any of them anymore at all.
That's well said. You said it better than I could. Thank you.
So sometimes you really don't have to cut them off. They'll cut you off. When you reach a point of truth, they're going to cut you off because they won't. Certain ones can't handle being around people who just live that way, where they walk in the truth. They're afraid of it.
I mean, not if you have a strong family. Like again, if the family unit is closer, then they will find the bond of families stronger, needs to be stronger than any of that kind of bullshit, right? You're not going to let your family get broken up over that kind of nonsense.
This is
everybody's family's different in their own intrinsic way, and you gotta love your loved ones. You've always loved your loved ones.
I understand, dude. You sound super depressed tonight, and maybe it's the holidays, and maybe because of this type of shit.
I have family members that believe the Earth is a globe, and I still love them more than people that I know they think it's flat. Like, I love my family that believes the Earth is a globe more than people that I don't know that think the Earth is flat, like I do, right? I love them. So it's not like this blanket thing that you can say is the solution is sweeping for everybody. It's the same solution.
Clearly, everybody is different. Like, yeah,
Okay.
like. What I'm saying is, I've been lucky in that way. Like, my family is gone the opposite as what you guys are describing. They're You're saying your family, once you realize something, your family will disown you. I saw the opposite. Like, I mean, yeah, they tried to do that 20 years ago when I started working on them, you know, and they laughed at me for a long ass time. After 20 years, the last 2 years, guess what? They're like, let's start listening to this motherfucker. Like, it takes
father,
time.
man.
It takes
My
time. It
father.
takes your family will always be your family, and they'll have to get over it. Okay,
My
and
father is the only one. My father is the only one that believes the earth is flat. The head of my household
you don't have to
believes
think
the
the
earth
earth's
is flat.
flat, man.
Dude, none of my family are flat earthers.
My
That doesn't
father
change a
is,
damn thing.
They don't
because of
have
me.
I wasn't quite finished with what I was saying though before. Like, my point was that there was a time where we didn't talk to certain people, and it was like it went on for a while, and like things changed, man. Like, certain events happened, and communications, like bridges, rebuilt, kind of thing. And sometimes there's a time and season for stuff. But just because somebody's had, like, misunderstanding, there's a lack of communication, doesn't mean that there won't be communication in the future. You have to have patience sometimes. Years of patience. But like Lou was saying, the people who love you, they're not going to let things stay in the way too long. They're going to make those bridges be built. They're going to find a way to make those connections again.
To give you a quick, brief understanding of who I am, I believe flat Earth is a revelation close to the end. So I believe that if the eyes, if you have eyes but you cannot see, and you have ears and you cannot hear, that's the reason you believe it's a globe. So that's me.
All right. In all respect, can you make
me.
like one really good statement and then respect what you promised me earlier?
Just letting you know who I am. That's me. I believe if you think the earth is a globe, that you have the heart of Satan, who says, I will be amongst the stars.
What are you talking about?
Satan said in his heart, I will be amongst the stars.
No, you can be floating in the stars,
I'll be
bro.
above the stars of God. I will be like the Most High. Where does the rocket go that lands on Mars?
You don't go nowhere. It goes a nice hyperbolic.
It goes amongst the stars.
Right the Bermuda Triangle, buddy.
It goes right where Satan said he would go.
And then there's a military guy out there ready to retrieve it.
So that's how big this lie is. This lie isn't like I believe.
I can fly.
I believe flat earthers are really true. They believe that they've been lied to, but I don't. I truly believe they don't understand the results, the implications of the lie. Like, they're not thinking to themselves that the only way the world is today, in which it is because of that lie. It's like your first lie, right? You got to surround it with lies. But if somebody gets the root lie, they don't have to worry about all the other lies. They come tumbling down with it. That's what the flat earth is, in my opinion. In my opinion. It's a lie that brings it brings revelation of the Bible. It brings it all to a stop.
James.
It brings it all to a stop.
James.
It's all coming down.
One good statement was all I asked for. You don't have to just drag it on the whole night because you don't want to go.
Anyway, you guys seen all the damn commercials for coronavirus now on TV? Have you seen that shit? Like it's like now it's they've made it so it's like normal. And then now they're admitting, it's like in the commercial I just saw, bro, they're talking about the people who are more at risk are people with heart disease, overweight, diabetes. Some people get it, and then some people get it real bad. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me now? So now they're trying to normalize it, right? And there's Moderna commercial. I just saw one from. I'm like, wow, they're really trying to. It's just fucking hilarious. So I mean, we can talk about it now. If they can show commercials about it, this is ridiculous, dude. Why we have to shut up now? There's commercials about it now. Now they're telling the truth that the people that. All these people that have been dying, or whoever they want to call it, are the people who have these issues that we've been saying before. Even if you get the regular flu, you're at high risk if you're overweight. Or if you're
Fraud, man. I love all the shit you're talking about. We can't do it under the fucking YouTube stream, though.
Are you serious, dude? There's no way that's still going on, man. That's ridiculous. Because it's not even like it's some
No, I mean,
some taboo thing anymore.
I mean, we can get away with a lot more. Like, it's just, but you still got to be a little bit more careful, at least, about how you say it.
I guess, but I mean, if it's now mainstream, you can buy it in a box to go test your all this craziness. It should be. It's like over counter stuff now. You know what I'm saying?
Divic box?
What'd you say?
Is it a Divic box?
I don't know what the hell it's a Taco Bell box.
Yeah, spell the thing backwards, like the 5-letter buzzword for that thing, but spell that backwards. Yeah, but then a Divic box, and so you said something about the Bios, a Divic box. But we really should get back to like some FE stuff, like
but I was just watching.
We have no Globers to talk to.
I just saw this and it just really pissed. I was like, I just had to say something about it. I'm like, are you serious now? I was like,
wait a minute, why are you watching TV and why don't you have an ad blocker?
No, I'm YouTube. I usually just watch YouTube stuff on YouTube.
That was my second question.
How do you get an ad block? How do you get an ad block?
You have to look at it because, I mean, again, like, how do you? Idio made this point. You know, like, how do you know what the rest of the idiots are fucking being programmed with if you don't fucking check it out for yourself?
That's true. Well, yeah, that's true. You have to pay attention. You are true. You're right. You're right about that. Because that's the main reason I do. That's why I still stay in contact with what's going on because I want to see what these idiots are doing.
Yeah, I'll see.
You have to pay attention.
My grandparents are watching. There's like commercials on cable, but I don't. I have ad blockers when I'm watching stuff. I filter everything that I intentionally put in my.
I wish I had the ad blocker because it does get kind of annoying every freaking 10 seconds. There's another ad. You know, it's so bad now. Like the Weather Channel. Like I have the Weather Channel app, bro. It never had ads. All of a sudden, the Weather Channel app has ads. I'm like, you fucking kidding me? I can't even know what the hell's going on without having to look at an ad.
Oh, I'm like, if you're on your phone, I don't know. I have an ad blocker on the laptop, so.
It's just absurd now. I mean, like unbelievable the amount of ads. I've never seen anything like these guys have to make money just to make money.
Dude, every ad for every show and every magazine on every billboard, everything is from fucking Pfizer, Moderna, fucking dude, like your healthcare areas like Aurora or whatever else it is. Like it's all pharmaceutical bullshit everywhere, sponsoring everything.
It is just absurd, dude. It's nauseating. It is obnoxious. It's just you cannot. It's like you can't get away from it. They're forced. It's like gosh, it's just and you have to pay unless you get an ad block or whatever. But you have to pay to get rid of the ads. Just fucking. I'm like, dude, I'm already paying for this thing. What the fuck I gotta pay extra to get rid of ads now? I'm like, what the fuck, dude? You guys are just fucking just unbelievably greedy, and it just doesn't make any. Dude, it just drives me nuts, man. I can't stand the ads, bro. It's like, that's why I just don't pay for anything. I have like chicks I use their fucking passwords for like for like any apps I want to watch, dude. Like or any any of these freaking Netflix or stuff, you know? Because I'm like, I ain't paying for it. It's not fucking happening. It's just bad, man. Gosh, can't get away from ads. But you know, like a lot of like QE stuff is on YouTube and stuff like that. So yeah, that's why I'll hop on there. And that's how I don't even watch football anymore. I just watch the highlights, you know, from YouTube. But you gotta watch ads. You know, it's like fucking hey, dude. Just want a life without ads.
They make you watch. They make you watch like 5 seconds of an ad, but even that, it's like, come on, seriously, fuck you.
But dude, if you walk away from the TV, right, and like say you go to the bathroom, it's as if they're watching you because like another ad pops up, and then that one's like 5 minutes. The whole time you've been in the bathroom, the fucking ad's been running. You come back out and it's still fucking going. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? It's a half an hour ad. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? How is it a half an hour for a fucking ad?
Hey, there's children awake on the other side of the world.
It's good grief, dude. Holy shit. How is it ad? Dude, there was I was watching one thing and then, dude, they actually did a promo episode of some fucking gay ass show. The episode was the ad. It was a fucking hour. I kid you, I kid you, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, I went away from the TV for 4 minutes.
That sounds like a one of those. They're trying to sell you a product for an hour straight.
It's like good grief, dude. Like, holy shit.
Or get you to donate to puppies or Jews or whatever else, or cancer kids, like St.
Yeah, I
Jude.
know.
They talk for like an hour.
And what you were watching is like 15 minutes, right? Or 10 minutes, and you end up having to.
It's not an hour, maybe.
It's like if I didn't come back to the television, I'd be watching this ad. And this ad would still be going. It's fucking ridiculous. And you remember when YouTube didn't have ads at all? It wasn't there. There was
a time that Google didn't own YouTube, and yeah, that was a long time ago. But
that one dude, the guy who uploaded his video about the zoo or whatever, that was when he still owned it.
Different ownership. Makes sense now. Because they used to be able to get every movie you wanted was on YouTube. Like you could think of, it was on YouTube. You could find it. Nothing now. Everything you got to pay for now. It's like people do. It was kind of like, what do you call? What's that? Napster.
Yeah, you're talking about Google Video. Yeah, like you could basically find, like anybody could upload anything they wanted, and you could go watch it.
Right, but that's how YouTube was, dude. I would type in old movies that I hadn't seen forever, and you could watch it because somebody had already shared it. So it's there. You could whatever you typed in would pop up. Bro, I mean, it was like I used to watch all the same Aliens and all that shit used to be on YouTube. Just you could watch the whole movie.
Like downloads too. Like people would upload episodes and there was no restrictions, so they just upload. So, but there was a lot of FE stuff too that got scrubbed from way back then.
That's early. Thank God Eric Dubay still has a channel though. If it wasn't for Eric Dubay having his own channel, it wouldn't be anything on there.
Yeah.
Except for like QE shit, but a lot of people can't really understand what he's talking about.
I got you, Texas Bear. That was the direction I'm trying to head. But they scrubbed so much stuff when it changed hands, and then again, like there was another scrub. There's another one that just happened relatively recently, like last year. But
oh yeah, dude, it's been happening ever since. I mean, it was pretty cool before Google owned it, because there was no sense of any of this like censorship or scrubbing or anything like that. It was just like everything, just like what do they call it? Just like but just open and free, like open source, like the way it was intended to be. But.
Oh, and Google
ever
Maps.
since, I mean, they've always been like making small little like advances on like what you're allowed to do, what you're allowed to say, what you're allowed, and just removing shit.
You remember when Google Maps had all that really weird, suspicious stuff, and they started blacking everything out, like scrubbing it, photoshopping it? There's so much stuff, so many different random like pictures of like classified information level stuff, bases and whatnot. Now it's all blurry and weird and wonky. You try and zoom into certain locations and it's just completely blurred out.
Well, like that was a thing a while back. Like Dick Cheney, his private residence, like he paid Google to have his property blurred out.
Yeah. But I wasn't trying to go the direction with the conspiracy stuff with that. I was trying to go towards the flat earth. They covered the edges of the map in little weird spots to make it shape the way it is. They like photos, like that's part of it too. I mean, but what you were saying, yeah, also they totally did, like they covered up so many different people's.
No, but there was a little bit of a hubbub about that because like people noticed it. They were like, "What the fuck? I'm not allowed to pay Google to have my house blurred out. Why is that? Who the fuck is Dick Cheney? Like, why does he get special rules? You know, rules for me and not for thee, all that shit, right?
You technically are. You're just not rich enough to know who to pay. Like anybody has enough money, I'm sure they can pay somebody to make their house disappear off of Google.
It should be a fucking option. You should be able to click a fucking box and go like, "Don't show my house."
Yeah, it should be for free too. It should not. You should not have to pay for it. It should be an option. Like I want to opt out of being on the map. But public knowledge, satellites, I guess if they get a certain height up and they can see you, it's theirs. I do believe that there are satellites. Like, there's a lot of FE folks who don't, and they'll make up a whole bunch of weird, but I mean, I'm thinking high altitude aircraft obviously exist.
Yeah.
And drones have existed way the hell longer than what we think. And also, they had a freaking Echo 1 and Echo 2 lasted forever. Like, one of them lasted like damn 10 years. 9 years and some change, almost 10. It's like.
Yeah, I was going to question you when you said satellites. I was going to say, what type of satellite?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying things that go around. And see, I have a belief that this is more than a belief. I know that there are jet streams above us, like currents. And I know that there's currents in the ocean. So these things move in a certain specific pattern. And it's obvious to me that there can be currents higher than where the normal planes that regular civilians go. You put things up there and other currents, they're going to keep on going in a certain pattern. Duh. The way fluid dynamics works, it applies to both gases and liquids, so duh. Things will keep going. And then eventually, over time, it's going to still come down. Then you have crap falling on people's junk. And they're like, what the hell is this? There's some random, like, space debris fall. And it's like one of their little crappy air drone ship thingy, whatever the hell things up there. Yep, high altitude platform systems. Like Toby Dog said.
I'll never forget that Simpsons episode with the Fox News satellite floating around the balloons. And that would have been early 2000s, yeah, that episode.
What's going on?
Hey, dude.
Who's here?
Did you guys talk to Watercup?
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone did. I think Lou did.
All right. Cool. Just checking.
Lou's been taking care of business.
He's been around. I've talked with him before too, but a while back.
All right. Well, welcome, Watercup. Welcome. Sounds like everybody's getting some days off here coming up this week, huh?
Oh, I got 3 weeks off.
Oh, crack.
Yeah, actually, dude, it's like negative. I don't know what now. I should look again. But no, we're off now. I normally am off for a little while during the winter, and today was my last day. I'm now going to start collecting my unemployment. I'll still bank some hours or get cash for days here and there for small stuff, but you know.
All right. Well, I mean,
we've got the
don't-
opposite here. So we got
don't you like
summer
save up
holidays.
a bit to kind of ride out the winter a little bit? Kind of.
Yeah, dude, working outside when it gets like this is not really possible. The boss doesn't make money. We're miserable. The customer doesn't get as good of a job. It doesn't make sense for anybody.
Cold, man. Okay. You're fucking building your fence. Fuck off.
Well, like I'm working with a wood product, and every time I cut a piece of trim, I'm supposed to paint the end grain of it. Well, like that doesn't work good when it's fucking 12 degrees outside.
Yeah.
Fuck your 12. I'm at negative what right now? Let's see.
Oh, dude, no, you're in North Dakota. I'm sure you're super cold. I'm at. Hey, let me look. No, we're 12 was earlier.
Dude, I'm negative 15 right now. Feels like negative 31.
Right now, I'm at 5 with a -8 wind chill.
I got
a negative 31 wind chill.
Yeah, dude, North Dakota is insane. Like you guys friggin'.
It's fucking retarded.
Like people, like until you guys are here, everybody's like, "Damn, Lou."
Fucking cold.
And they're like,
oh shit, it's snowing. Fuck, I didn't even realize that. Let's go look.
It's snowing.
And it's negative 15.
Oh, fuck off.
This is good. Yeah, but we need the snow though. Anyway, we need the moisture.
Yeah, you love it. I love you. It's negative 15, dude. Like we could use some snow though.
We already got 3 feet, so
Shit's
another
coming,
foot.
I heard it's coming.
Yeah, whatever hits us usually gets to you guys.
Yeah. No, we got like 6 inches coming supposedly like Thursday, Friday, Friday, Saturday night. But like that's 6. That's a 6 inches is nothing really. I mean,
we'll only get an inch today. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like 6 inches is a decent snowfall, but it's nothing that's going to make people panic.
And it's not going to do much for the water table either.
I want you guys to explain weather on flat Earth. Come on.
I've done it before. It has to do with it. It has to do with a closed a closed system, a pressurized closed system, like dynamically because of heat, coming from an energizing sun, most likely. You have a dynamic system where the heat pushes around high and low pressure zones. It warms up an area, it becomes energized, and it has to move out, seeking equilibrium to low pressure zones, causing like turbulence and changes in the system.
Sounds logical. Sounds provable. Hey, we live here. We can prove it. That's how shit happens.
I'm pretty sure they don't disagree with that.
No, they won't. They can't. Come on. That would be
I think that's kind of what they say.
Yep. Yeah, they took away our null school map, man. Bastards. Fucking bastards. Yeah, you could see the currents going around the terrain. Yeah, it's nice, man. Oh, well. I think that was kind of a dead giveaway when they took that down. I mean, I went back on there. You can get kind of a similar map, but it's all Mercator now. They took away the AE, which looked pretty good. And they just, I mean, took them zero effort to leave it up, but they took it down, man. I thought that was like kind of a dead giveaway that shit's too close to, that'll make somebody think about the damn weather patterns. Oh my God. That has to go, man. Got to get rid of that. Anyway, moving on. Can somebody else join us? No.
Any newbies?
I was looking for some new customers up in here. I put the link on the YouTube chat. Hope somebody will come in here. Yeah, I don't see anybody in the VC. No, check in. No. Indio was going at it with a couple of regular Globers out there. They're too. Their call center is too noisy. That's why they can't jump on the voice, man, because that'll be kind of a dead giveaway that they're in a call center.
They're running a scam.
Yeah. Be like, all you hear just typing away, man. That's all you'll hear. Just constant clicking.
So, do you know the Glober explanation for why NASA and the military train their pilots on, they assume flat Earth and stationary Earth? Have you heard the Glober response to that?
Yeah, it was something like, nuh-uh.
Well, I heard the Zanuck response.
Yeah, what did he have to say, man? Fuck.
Well,
his job. That's usually his response. I used to do that for a living.
He's like, well, the spin and the curve is so slight, you'll never be able to tell.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one, man.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Zanuck also said that in 9th grade, they demonstrated the Selenelian eclipse in class.
What?
Yeah, Zanuck said that.
Wow.
Ninth grade, they wouldn't even tell you what a Selenelian eclipse was.
I never heard of one till Flat Earth.
Yeah, me either, man. I never heard of it either. There you go.
But Zanuck also claims that he used to kayak by the oil rigs in the Black Swan, so, you know.
Then he can claim that he knows them better because he knows the place. So no, it's curved.
Exactly. That's his whole thing.
Wow.
You can't see those oil rigs. I kayak near those.
He's like that annoying kid at school that's always got something better than you.
Oh,
exactly.
Yeah.
The one upper.
Yeah, the guy that
that's
never
Zanuck.
listens. He's just waiting to talk.
I love that. Freaking one-uppers. Yeah, that's Zanuck for sure, bro. I built the motors, man. They go like 1 million miles an hour. I swear to God. Fuck. Okay, dude.
No, my uncle's daddy's brother worked for NASA.
I actually know who Zanuck is, but I'm not going to dox him. He was actually a pretty good athlete, like almost I shouldn't say the sport. Yeah, so he was a pretty good athlete, almost pro level.
Yeah.
So he was competent, so I don't know why he does this weird stuff. You know what I mean? Dude, you don't have to be an expert in everything and say you did everything and have 42 professions: pilot, race car driver, judo master. What?
It's like, dude. Yeah. Did you ever
15-inch cock, has 32 women. I got it all, man. I got it all.
Dude, we had a flat earther ex-professional NFL football player for the Detroit Lions come in here one day, man. I haven't seen him back around here.
Oh, cool, man.
Yeah, I remember him.
You remember that guy?
He came in, and then there was a couple of days of turmoil when there was a heap of people arguing and stuff like that. And I think he came in and he goes, "Hey guys, just relax, and someone told him to fuck off." And I don't think he came back after that. Yeah, I know.
Come on, we're running off. People. Sucks.
Flat earthers.
Running a flat earther off. That sucks.
Gotta stick together.
Yeah, I don't think.
No matter what our opinions.
It's almost never about flat Earth that people get in these little spats. It's always about some side topic.
Right.
People have their little pet
Yeah.
project, right? I'm into Tartaria. I'm into the Mandela effect. I'm into like some other thing.
Right.
They get caught in these side topics, and that's where it always blows up.
Yeah, it ends up being an ego thing, you know. Like someone can't let go of their ego about a certain thing just because they're doing. Yeah, you're right. Just because they're doing a project or something.
I had a name for it. I can't remember. It used to be a problem, like in the beginning too. People would
Maybe
like,
you should
yeah, it would used to
create
go
a
like off topic. People have like these pet projects, right? My pet project, like 9/11 or whatever, or Sandy Hook or whatever it is. Everybody has some pet thing that they're into because you can't like do flat Earth like exclusively 24/7. So then they like come in and then they say something, and of course it'll be controversial as it is, like the Mandela effect. I've heard so many arguments over that. Or
I used to be on
veganism.
Mandela effect when I came in here.
Oh yeah,
but now it's transhumanism, dude.
No, Lou. There never was an argument about the Mandela effect ever. That's just you having a messed up memory, man. The Mandela effect, the Mandela effect doesn't even exist anymore.
Are you telling me I was never Mandela affected?
Nope. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember.
I don't know. It keeps flip flopping.
That's like
I can't tell.
That's like a crazy, like, snake eating its tail rabbit hole you can go down.
Come on, it's called the Mendoza effect. You guys are fucking with me, right?
Indio, I would love to talk with you about the Mandela effect because, dude, it's an interesting topic.
Yeah.
I'm not saying, it all has to do with people when they want to disagree with it. Like, literally, they're acknowledging, by disagreeing with you, they're acknowledging that there is an effect. Because we're not saying the Mandela force or anything like that, right? Like,
but listen, they did report that Mandela died in prison. I remember seeing it on TV.
Nothing to do with Nelson Mandela. That's the thing. It's just a stupid name.
I thought that's where the idea came from for the Mandela effect.
No. That's when it got popularized and coined by a certain person, which was like a witch, like Fiona Broom. She wrote a book and then disappeared off the map.
He just trolled the world. He just threw that shit into the middle of people, and we're like, I'm out.
But it's a phenomenon that was reported long before she ever grabbed a hold of it. It was called under different names too. Like, it has nothing to do with Nelson Mandela. The story, though, that was popularized was about a Reddit forum where people were talking about Nelson Mandela. Some people reported him, where it was when he became president, and they were like, "Wait a minute, I thought he was dead." And then all of a sudden, a whole bunch of people were like, "Yeah, I remember him being."
Prison. I'm telling you, NBC News reported that he died in prison. Dude, I remember specifically freaking watching it. Like, I can even they showed a picture of him.
Look at you, dude.
Dude, listen. No, and then. This is before I ever heard about the Mandela effect. And then when they were like, Nelson Mandela was free from prison, I'm like, how'd they free a dead person? He's dead. Like, this is before the internet. Like, this is before any of this shit.
Right. It's just old memories, just like the Ed McMahon and
Publishers Clearinghouse, man.
Well, I know for a fact they report. Listen, 100%. They reported on TV that he was dead. Now, maybe they were reporting that he was dead and they were going to try and kill him, but they didn't get to him, right? Because we know that happened. So they'll put they got the news story. The news story got ahead of the event.
Does anybody got that on tape anywhere? Anybody?
No, that's the thing. Nobody's presented the tape. It's just gone from existence.
I'm waiting for the evidence. Did you guys ever talk to Airplane?
Dude, it was Peter Jennings. I'm telling you. It was like 1985 or something.
We had video cassette back then, man. No problem. Somebody's got it.
It was like 84, 85, somewhere in there. I remember seeing it. The latest it could have been was 86. I was a kid. I wasn't into politics. I just remember that it was like It was only, but they didn't make a big deal of it. They like did that story, and like the next day, it wasn't in the papers. It wasn't on TV again. Nothing. And like, every once in a while, they would do a story on the news about apartheid.
Oh yeah,
those dirty. But it was sporadic. There was no like rhyme or reason to it. It really kind of wasn't tied to events there. It was just like in apartheid, they threw some rocks at some white people, like. And Nelson Mandela has been in prison. Like they had like a count, right? Nelson Mandela has been in prison for like 400 something days, right? I'm sure you remember that. They had like this weird count. Every once in a while they pop in the news and say how long Nelson Mandela's been in prison. And then one day they pop up and said he was dead. And then like 5 years later, they're like, they just let him out.
President.
And now he's old as fuck, dude. But the pictures they used to show, he was young. That's how long he was in prison.
Yep. He was in there like a really long time, man. James Richard needs unmuting.
No, we don't. No, he don't.
You don't?
Look,
Okay.
I haven't even been in here. I've been like looking at the live stream without even the sound on. But I've only seen his name lit up for like an hour. So,
no, yeah, I took care of that one, Indio. He had his chance for the night.
All right.
Yeah, he was like, I might not even talk, and then the next thing I know, I see his name lit up for an hour straight. I'm like, what the?
Come back tomorrow, man. Have a better shot in the morning.
Dude, no, you guys look. I know. I'm sure some people are like, I love it, whatever.
I don't know who he is, man.
No, he's been like one of those guys for ever.
Monologuer.
All right, enough of that.
Okay, if you want to get done talking for the night, we'll unmute James.
Yeah, instead of like having like the bot play some shit, we're just like, all right, James, take over, man. We'll be back in a couple hours.
Change his name to like a Flat Earth Discord bot.
Well, I literally threatened to mute him. He said, and I said, is there anything else you want to say before I mute you? He said, well, please don't mute me. I'll just do it myself. I said, fair game. Guess how long it took before he started speaking again?
27 seconds.
No, he did better than that.
That's a Helio move. Even though I love Helio, love you, Helio, if you're listening. Someone else talk, and then just the minute someone else starts talking, he starts talking again.
Hey guys, let me tell you. Shit, Helio, bad timing. Oh, my bad. I'll try not to do that anymore. Okay, you guys carry on, all right? Don't pay any attention to me. I'll be just quiet, okay?
He just does this. He's like, "Fuck, I haven't talked over anybody in about 20 minutes. I'll just tell everybody to talk and just wait until I hear a sound." He's trolling us too.
Love you.
Nah, it is always the side issues though that get like veganism or religion, or it's never flat Earth. It's always something else.
Flat Earth, never. I mean, we get some Globers in here like going, "Nuh-uh," and but that never turns into like, oh, well. Not lately, anyway. It hasn't turned into, well, you're just stupid flat earther, dumbass, fucking stupid ass.
So here's a funny thing. They're like, well, flat earthers can't even agree on anything. They can't agree on this. They can't, like, dude, like, have you, like, looked around the globe Earth?
Yeah.
I could ask two Globers to find mass, and they'll end up arguing with each other. Right?
Exactly.
What's the definition of mass? You and you. And then an argument will ensue. I listened to one on Nathan Oakley's for over an hour. He asked, there was two Globers on his show, and he asked one what the definition of mass was, and he started giving the definition. The other one just jumped on him, right? He wasn't even prodded. Like, he just jumped on him. And then those two start arguing, and the whole show was two Globers arguing over what the definition of mass was. That was the whole show. The flat earthers didn't even say anything. They just like, okay, go ahead. Have your fight. It was hilarious, man. And then they're like, oh, you guys can't agree on anything. You can't even agree on the most fundamental thing. You can't agree on the properties of light. Does light bend? Does it go straight? Is it parallel? Is it converging? Is it diverging? Like, what's it doing? You can't even decide that.
It's divergent and converging with a bit of refraction thrown in for good measure.
Yeah. It depends on which flat earther you're arguing with. That's what the light does. That's how you know what it's doing. You got to figure out who are you talking to.
So yeah, light diverges when it hits things. No shit. Fuck. Wow, you're smart, man. But is it? Yeah. We're gonna get to the bottom of this, people. We're getting to the bottom of this Earth thing here. Did anybody talk to Airplane? Airplane, you're kind of new, VC verified. No, nothing. All right. Thanks for playing.
Isn't that a song? Isn't there a song called Airplane?
Leaving
a band.
I heard Leaving on a Jet Plane.
Oh yeah,
That's
that
the
could be it.
There was a band called Airplane. They were pretty good. Let's see. Song Airplane? I don't know.
Jefferson Airplane. Jefferson Starship. They couldn't make up their mind. They were like Globe Earthers and Flat Earthers. So they were like, they went from Jefferson Starship to Jefferson, or Jefferson Airplane to Jefferson Starship. I can't even remember which one.
Oh yeah. 2 waters. That's awesome, man. Hey, welcome to Comedy Hour. I need a beer. Damn. Is that funny? Probably not.
This is the Flat Earth Comedy Hour. Let's just show pictures of the globe.
Hey,
let's talk about how the moon is made of petrified wood. And
let's point at the globe and laugh. Can we do that?
Well, you have to point at your TV. You can't point down.
Oh, that's true. We can't actually. Well, if you got like a plastic globe laying around the house, you can point at it and laugh. You can laugh. It's okay.
Yeah, I think I do have one around here somewhere.
I had some, man. I threw them in the side yard, started pissing on them, and then I chucked them out. There you go.
Come on, man. There's no reason. Like, what? Why are you gonna be like that? Like, it ain't like a friggin' prop that you put on your table. Like, did you any harm? You can use that as shit.
Oh, yeah, I probably think I got one up in the attic somewhere.
Oh yeah, I'm going to Chicago. I better bring my globe in the car.
When I was doing,
no, I didn't say navigate with it, silly. What the fuck? No.
I had like 4 or 5 globes when I was doing the Flat Earth Hollywood on the street thing, man. We had a bunch of globes out there, and I just one day, man, we're not doing Hollywood anymore. I just had to get rid of that shit, man. It's like too many globes laying around, man.
No, I've got one that I had since like the late '80s when I was a kid that still has the USSR on it, and fucking
oh, that's cool.
I don't know. It's a pretty good little globe. It's come in handy a bunch of times. I'm at the computer and I start talking in a conversation with globers, and like when you want to visualize, because like Google Earth doesn't really do it. It's a 2-dimensional fucking map. Like when you want to try to visualize a concept that's been talked about, like you can actually like have a 3-dimensional globe there that you put one finger on one side and another finger on another, or try to view it from a certain angle. And it's like, it's useful for trying to like come up with ideas of like how to debate them. And you know what I mean? Like,
dude, that's when I was in Hollywood. That's why we had the globes there, because I would say, hey, man, explain it to me. I'd hand him a globe and be like, explain to me how planes fly around the Earth, man. Go ahead. They go, well, is the plane curving? And he's like, well, yeah, of course it is, but you don't really notice the curve.
Yep,
Really?
I never
So
noticed the
the
curve.
nose would have to dip down, right? Well, not technically, but maybe, I don't know. You know, it was that kind of shit where we just had it as a tool to show people, man. It's great being out there just on the street talking to people about Earth, man. They come up with the craziest shit on the fly, man. Craziest. They don't know, but they just try to make it up on the fly. It's cool.
I think we could actually engineer like an avionic system with an actual physical ball, right? And you integrate it into the avionics of an airplane, and it'll have like a laser pointer that points like where you are on this ball, and it'll also spin the ball so that it rotates at the right speed, right?
Right.
And like this is how you'll fly, right? You just like you stick a pin somewhere on this ball, right? And that's like it'll make your waypoint, and that's how you fly across.
Yeah,
you know, it'll be an actual physical representation, right? But that's the actual avionics of the airplane. Should work, right?
Yeah, good luck with all those calculations, man. Good luck.
Oh, you don't have to do any calculations because you have a physical representation of the Earth.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Showing how to spin.
Yeah,
I'm gonna think about that
right.
one.
You have like a gimbal that the ball is in, right?
Right.
And there's somewhere on the gimbal is like where your airplane is, and it shoots a laser down like onto the surface, and that's where you are, right? And then like the avionics, like how fast you're going, you're heading, all that stuff. Positions, like where the laser is, like so the direction and everything. It's all integrated into the avionics of the aircraft, right? So you fly across the ball, right? You don't need any calculations. It's just a model. Just simple calculation. What?
Sorry, you're so on. I was just gonna say something cool. That it's not like for real, but for sure yet. But there's a chance that in the future here, not so distant future, like I might be having a for work getting a DJI Zenmuse L1 freaking LiDAR drone.
For what? How's that for work?
Wait. You said LiDAR?
How is that for work, dude? I'm not the IRS, man, but I'm not like. Don't you do sighting or something? Like what do you need LiDAR?
We're doing a big change. We're doing a big change. So like, my boss, like he's retiring, and I didn't want to buy the company, but my brother-in-law is buying it, and he works for the Carpenters Union, but wants to start his own business. This is just one of the stepping stones to a much bigger company, where he wants to like take on huge jobs. You know, like he's union carpenter. He wants to get like big government contracts and shit like that. And he's already doing pretty good, like getting some of that stuff before even buying this company. And like I just recently did a bid for him, like. I used my own personal Mavic Air 2 to go get pictures on a couple of 5-story buildings that they had like a crew of people trying to get pictures for a couple of weeks, and they just couldn't get the pictures they needed. And I went in there and got like the entire building shot in about 45 minutes. And so he saw the value in like that. And all of a sudden he's like, dude, like, what about getting you a commercial license? And then all of a sudden, and he's one of these guys that like, he just, once he sees something and he's like, I want that, you know? And like, he was asking me about other drones, and I was pointing out to some, and he's like, can we get LiDAR on these things? And I thought he was joking.
What you gonna make like 3D models?
It's like a radar. It makes an image.
I know what LiDAR is, but like, how does he want to use it? Like in the end, like
take a look at go to DJI and look up the Zenmuse L1, and there's like a good demo video for you. Like it's pretty short.
Okay, I'll check it out. I'm not doing it right now though. But I'm just saying, like, how would he use that in practice? Like,
I mean, in construction, like, it's great for project management, and even for surveying.
Well, that's what I mean. Because you can make like you can use them to make what's called a point cloud.
Exactly. That's exactly what you do. Yes. Yeah, that's what it does.
And then you can put that in like a 3D program and then do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah. So because you have LiDAR, you can, before you even break ground on a site, you can like easily perform a task that would take many, many hours for multiple men in just a short period of time. And like it identifies because of like the different refractive properties of the different materials that it hits, whether it's like the tree canopy or the trees themselves or the ground layer itself or man-made things like concrete or whatever else. Like it can differentiate the difference. And so you can like separate those things out in layers. So like you can just strip the trees out of there and then see what's underneath it. You can do topographic mapping of like the environment beneath the foliage, you know, and you can see like all kinds of detail that you would never see otherwise.
Yeah, awesome. How much
Yeah.
is it? 20,000?
About 40,000.
Ouch. That's basically the camera. It's not even the drone. That's just
No.
the camera.
The gimbal, the camera, that goes for like 13,900. But the drone itself, and then if you're gonna do it professionally, yeah, you're gonna get the base station. You're gonna get multiple other batteries. You're gonna get like and like
Probably
when
a
you,
service contract and, you know, all
yeah,
bunch
yeah,
of shit.
there's all kinds of software and stuff that comes with it, and all like tons of shit. Yeah, so like, but I was just talking to a guy right after I got off of work or actually I was talking in here, just talking about possibly getting a ladder, and this Glober came on, and he was like, I use that for work. And I was like, oh, really? Like, awesome. And I got to talk to him, and that's where I asked him what it costed, like said and done, to get the shit going. And he said, yeah, he was like 38,000, but I think they might have been Canadian. And excuse me, let me clear my throat. I'm here to drink too.
Yeah, everybody take a sip. Take a sip.
Anyway,
there we go.
Yep. So, but yeah, after all, whatever, I just got to talk to somebody who actually uses it, and he said that, yeah, I mean, yeah, it was like 40 grand or something for the company, but it's totally worth it. He said the first time he used it, and it's all automated. You just set it up in the computer and it goes and does it on its own. They completely 3D mapped out with LiDAR a 250-acre fucking plot of land in an afternoon.
Damn.
Nice. That's awesome. Did it account for curvature?
That's why we want it.
He says it's all on the geoid.
There's no curvature. Yeah.
It's all on the geoid, which when he says that means he's acknowledging that it takes flat data and wraps it around the WGS-84.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
thanks,
like
asshole.
he doesn't know what he's talking about because the geoid is the gravity. It's not. So the geodetic model is
then maybe
a
I'm
gravity
wrong.
model
Maybe I'm wrong.
combined. Listen, it's the gravity model combined with the oblate spheroid. So it's two models, and then you go out and you actually start doing some measurements. That's the what's called the orthometric height. So like when you do surveying, right? There's the oblate spheroid, and then there's the geoid, right? Like where sea level would be at that particular location. So if you're on a mountain, right? The sea level is going to be somewhere below your feet. That's the geoid. Wherever the sea level would be anywhere on Earth, mean sea level is the geoid. So when he says he uses a geoid, he's just talking out his ass because the geoid is the potato Earth thing.
Right, okay.
Oh, they don't use the geoid in that. They might use the oblate spheroid shit, but not the
I knew what he
geoid.
meant. He was talking about I assumed he was talking about the WGS-84, and I think he agreed with me even when I was saying.
He probably was talking about the WGS-84, but he was trying to sound smarter than he was and said geoid or something.
And then I topped him without worrying about it. Got it.
A lot of people confuse the two. They think the geoid is like the physical Earth. The geoid is like the direction of gravity. The physical Earth is the oblate spheroid, but not the measured one. In the mathematics, I guess the physical one that they say they measure is called the orthometric Earth.
Yeah. So one of the things about
mine is the ellipsoid, right? Because like the geoid doesn't match where the ellipsoid is exactly at all points. So you know what I mean? It's not a perfect, ideal oblate spheroid. right? So sea level is higher or lower in some places. So that difference is the orthometric height. So, for instance, say your geoid is like 4 meters above where it would meet the oblate spheroid. So, think you have two shapes that are superimposed over each other, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to the geoid isn't going to perfectly match the oblate spheroid. So that difference is called the orthometric height, and that's supposed to be the actual surface of the Earth. See, so the thing is, why is it so complicated in the first place? Why did it take so much fucking effort?
Yeah. I mean, especially when you got all these drones running around, that they're not like the data they're taking. It's just the Earth, and then it all depends on the model you're using, how you're going to model that if you want to go bigger, right?
And they're not using refraction, and they're not using curved lines of light, and they're not using any of that shit.
With LiDAR, I don't think refraction really comes much into play, though. Like,
yeah, well,
I don't think there's any refraction with the LiDAR, dude.
Yeah,
no, I mean there shouldn't be. It's infrared. It's infrared. I don't know what wavelength. LiDAR is infrared.
Isn't it infrared and radar together? Isn't that what that is? Something like that.
I don't think it uses radar. It's too frequent. LiDAR is usually like two frequencies. They use two frequencies.
It's shooting a laser. It's shooting a laser shit and getting
Yeah, usually what they'll have is it shoots a laser and it picks it up. This is how like FLIR used to work. You know what FLIR is, right? FLIR is like what they would put on helicopters to find like bad guys in the woods and shit.
Yeah. No, but this isn't just infrared. Like basically, it's like that's what FLIR is, right? It's not that. No, this is way better than.
Well, yeah, because they're using a laser, so they're using like FLIR just does like the ambient environment's infrared, right? That's not visible. LiDAR is using a laser to illuminate everything. It's like using a flashlight, right? So it's actually, it knows, it's not just using like the ambient light, which is scattered. It's using a laser and actually picking up the reflected light.
Well, it also
it can make a higher precision measurement because it's using a laser to illuminate shit. It knows the direction the light is going in, and it knows the direction that it has to come back in. You know what I mean? Geometrically. And they're not accounting for freaking curvy rays.
But it can measure, like, if you got like a boulder in the middle of the field, man, it's going to know exactly how tall that fucking boulder is. Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's down to like millimeter, man. It's going to know it fucking super fucking accurate.
Well, what Lou was saying, like, it can measure it's not just measuring like the direction the light's coming in, it's just measuring the intensity of the light, right? It's doing a lot of different things. It's measuring the intensity of the light, so it knows the reflective properties of whatever it's hitting, right? And it can tell, if you have like, a database, right? You do a bunch of tests. Oh, rock of this type reflects like this much. Leaves of this type reflect that much. You can create a database and you can say, okay, now we know this is, pine tree. This is coniferous frickin' oak. This is, this type of rock.
We wanted to use the LiDAR back to measure the curvature of the Earth, man. We were going to fly this.
Well, no, that's the thing, is it's just going to be presupposing something or another. Like, that's not what it's looking for.
It's just the same thing as the airplane flight, man. Okay, you fly up. It's like we were going to fly 100 feet above for 10 miles, and we're just going to keep it at this altitude. Whatever it says, that's where we're going to keep it. At some point, man, at 10 miles, there should be like, 60, 80 feet of something missing. Anyway, that was the dream.
Yeah, you gotta remember, this thing is like scanning, right? So this isn't like taking a photograph with infrared where like, pixels getting, it's like shooting a laser, right? It's making it just for a second, and it's picking up that reflection. So it has like literally just like a point and a direction, and it knows the direction that shit came from. And it just does this over and over and over again until it has like basically scanned the entire area.
Yeah, man. I saw one fly over.
I've got the link for it in live stream voice.
I was just looking at it. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw one video, one flying over the city, and it literally picked out, all the buildings, the cars. I mean, it was.
Oh, dude, it's amazing when you check out some of the videos, demo videos and stuff for this thing. It's like, oh my god, like that's so cool.
So yeah, it's definitely a flatter tool, man. At some point, but
Do you know what the resolution is on these? Like 1 point per meter, an inch.
Like how accurate it is.
Yeah,
they call it centimeter range, but the guy I was talking to said they were getting it within 3 mils.
I doubt that. I mean, how do you even verify that?
Well,
that would be something like you'd have to test. Like you take a ruler and scan that and see, see what it comes out on in the LiDAR versus what the actual.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. In the field, he said they were getting within 3 mils. On the website, they only claim centimeter range.
Yeah. Yeah, that's lawyer speak, right? That's what their lawyer said to put in.
Yeah.
Under promise, right, and over deliver.
Yeah, I mean, hey, why not?
240,000 points per second. What I wanted to know was the separation distance between those points. Right?
Can set I think you can set that stuff. They have high resolution, mid, and low.
Yeah. And then, of course, higher resolution just takes longer. So, how long do you want to be out there?
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting shit. The Earth is flat. Hey, did you guys talk to Dr. AV? Anybody? Dr. AV. Okay.
See what roles he has. He has VC verified, so he can unmute himself all he wants.
I know. I'm just shouting him out.
Yeah. Why do you think you live on a spinning water pair whizzing through space at 1.5 million miles per hour? Or, sorry, miles per second. I almost screwed up, man. Miles per second, man. 1.5 million miles per second.
Yeah, it's a crazy speed, man. Hauling ass. Ooh. I got the spins.
So we're spinning, orbiting again, and then the thing we're orbiting is flying towards the great attractor.
Yeah, we're ripping ass, then. And the whole universe is expanding at 95 million miles a second. Did you know that number? Ever heard that one?
Yeah. So
that's a big one.
I can't, that's what blows my mind. How can you go towards something if the universe is expanding?
It's
is space expanding, or is I don't get it. I'm trying to figure it out, man. Help me out here.
At an astronomical unit per second. What?
They put the ass in astronomical unit, man.
Yeah, no shit, right? An astronomical unit. Yeah, ask 10 people tomorrow if they know what that is.
Is space expanding? Is the matter in space? Am I expanding?
Yep.
I'm on a diet. Why am I expanding? I thought it was calories in, calories out.
Yeah, man. Gotta burn some calories.
Well, space expanding, what's the point? I might as well just get fat as fuck, man. See? Goddamn modern cosmology, man. It's for nihilists. It's for hopeless people.
Oh, it's bad out there, man.
I'm never going to lose this weight if space is expanding. But then, again, if space is expanding, then maybe I'll be less dense. So no one will notice. If I have to ask if my ass is fat, people will go, yeah, it's a little fat, but at least you're less dense.
So, India, you been over to the Cosmology Tartaria server?
A couple times.
Yeah.
It's not that entertaining. There's too many trolls.
Yeah,
I should say trolls, anti-flat earthers, and they don't really do anything to them. They just let them
all
run
the people
around.
we got sick of listening to for years. It's right, pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah. It's all. I mean, and some others, right?
Well, yeah. There's Xanax in there, and A few other.
Oh, it's a who's who of anti-flat
Sean
earthers.
G's in there. Sean G's in there. Yeah. Thanks, Sean. Oh, that dude, man. I fucking.
Oh,
had
the
it.
fake flat earther from way back.
Oh, fuck. Oh, we went at it, man. Whew. Same with Zanuck, too, man. That Mongo.
Why, you were over there? What were you over there to
Not
debate?
there,
talking to
man.
him?
This is back in the, I've had it out with Zanuck here, man, but it's like, that guy's like, come up with, and he never will admit anything that the flat earther came up with was anything to consider whatsoever. He'd be like, oh, well, that's just ridiculous, man.
He'll also never admit that he was a goddamn fake the whole time, and he never became a flat Glober from a flat earther. He was always a goddamn Glober, and everyone knew it the whole goddamn time because we used to talk about it.
Right.
But then he tries to act like he tricked everybody. Like, you didn't trick anybody.
Yeah. Mongo.
One of those things like you have to write something down and stick it in an envelope and then open it up afterwards, right? Prove that, like, you weren't fooled. They're too obvious. It's obvious to me when someone's a fake flat earther. I don't know about everybody else, but it's super obvious to me.
I'm gotten such fake radar, man. Fake flat earth radar. I got fake flat earth fucking LiDAR, bitches. Check that.
Indio, you were asking like what we would need it for, though. Like, so in construction sense, it's for, like I said, project management. If you're doing big projects, it could be huge. Like, yeah, literally surveying that plot of land before you ever break ground, saving all the time and work of like actual men on the ground doing it in a fraction of the time and cost. Along with like just during the progression of a build, you launch that thing daily or you launch it, get the photogrammetry, whatever. And like, just, you can literally have like a 3D model in the computer of a day-to-day progression of the entire structure. Like, that, it's very useful actually.
No doubt, man.
I wonder how, like,
why would they?
Because they have surveying for like court stuff, right? Or for like property. So if you want to know the meets and bounds of a property, you got to have like a surveyor come out and figure out where the property.
Yeah, you can just fly one of these things over and have it done. Like, you could get the whole neighborhood.
Is that legit though? Like, will they accept that?
It's legit. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, yeah, it's.
I know the surveyor has to like sign off and make like a certificate that like, they restake the property or something. It's really formal and legal. Like the
higher
formality.
I still
you get a way higher resolution. Like, you get way more information and data like in resolution than any like man team could go out and get. It's
I listen, I understand that, but that doesn't but it's not a person doing it. So that's that might be the problem. The little LiDAR robot can't sign an affidavit that says, yeah, I surveyed this and this is the result I got.
No, it would be that if you're like a surveying company
operator, you would sign that.
I would suspect that in order to keep things fair, you would still maybe have, if you were like a big surveying company or whatever, or they would have to check it every so often, right? You would have to set up targets, have a man team go and do it, check to see that the things are calibrated properly and work right? But
yeah,
if everything's going good, it all checks out, then what's the problem? This thing's doing it better.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm just it's like the law hasn't caught up to the technology in a way.
I mean, yeah, I'm not talking about, for, like the same reason like you just described. I'm talking about like within a construction business, why would we use it? It would be, yeah, like
that's like an informal thing, but I'm just saying the formalities of the legal system, like when you're because that's one thing. Surveyors, they don't always just survey for construction projects. They also survey for if you want to sell a property, right. you gotta stake out the property. So
yeah, you go find the cornerstones and whatever else, and
Yeah. So, but normally that has to be done like manually. I can't imagine you could do that with a drone. I mean, you could be the first one. I mean,
No. A lot. That's they do it. I wouldn't be the first one. That's what these things are used for.
Yeah.
They're used for, many things, but they're used for search and rescue because they can penetrate through the tree canopy.
like, what's their range? Like, how high can you be, like, in the air?
I think the effective range of the LiDAR is up to 450 feet, they said.
That's pretty far. That's like a football field.
Or it might have been meters. I could be wrong. It might have been meters. That would be a huge difference.
Yeah. I just want to play with one. At this point,
Get
one of those to play with.
Get a cheaper one to play with. Or you just want the LiDAR?
Yeah, man. I just want to play with the LiDAR. I mean, I want the drone too. I mean, shit, man.
Yeah. No, get a cheap drone, and I'm pretty sure you can actually access LiDAR mapping online too, like where you can just see what other people have already mapped.
Oh, really? That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
They got a 3D program for that and everything?
There's one of these guys that does like almost like mud flood research. He does like ancient, was it Paul Cook? And he's often like going to some website where he's pulling up the LiDAR of an area where he's hiking in and shit and looking at interesting like formations in the ground that you wouldn't see because it's buried underneath the tree canopy. And he's like, that might be a place of interest that I want to go and check out.
That reminds me, one time, man, I was on the Appalachian Trail. Now, this is like a long time ago. So I was with this person, and the thing about the Appalachian Trail, like every so far, there'll be some town where you can do post office drop boxes and mail yourself stuff, and you go into town, you pick it up. So we had to get into Manchester, Vermont, and we walked way past like where we had to go down. So we're like, we'll go down these high tension lines. Well, it happened to be that like they went off a freaking cliff. So we went kind of like beside the cliff and walked down, and we hit. It was like a perfectly round, 6 foot deep water hole cut by a waterfall. That I swear to God, no one probably ever seen this in their life. Dude, it was like the most amazing thing, and the sun was almost directly overhead and completely illuminated. It was crystal clear water with like sand. It was like literally like if you were like, I want to make a whirlpool.
Get the LiDAR out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I want to see what else is out there because I know no one's ever seen this shit before. Not even the people that made that like the high tension lines, because it just where it was just like impossible. But it was just like whatever way it flowed, the water flowed down and it like hit a flat rock and it cut a perfectly round freaking hole that was like 6 feet, like a cylinder, like a 6 foot cylinder. And it was just a pool of water, dude. You could get your whole body into.
That's pretty cool.
It was the coolest shit I ever saw. Well, pretty like up there. But like as far as like a natural formation, that's like holy shit, dude.
I mean, I would love to. I mean, along the Appalachian Trail, I'd love to. I mean, I've never been along.
It's just like off the trail. Like we weren't supposed to be there. Like there's no like it was just like, how do we get down this without dying, right? And we're just like walking on the sides of these cliffs, like. But there was like a creek that just like this small, teeny little creek. The creek probably wasn't even 2 feet wide. But when we got to this one part, boom, all the water had flowed into this thing, and it was like this pool. It was nuts. Man.
Okay, I'm kind of picturing something bigger that would maybe be in a track. You're saying just this tiny little stream basically created this, huh?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. I can even show you on Google Maps where it is. It's got to still be there. Where's this LiDAR site?
What about the LiDAR site? Oh, you know what? I haven't looked it up. I was saying Paul Cook uses it though on his channel.
Paul Cook's doing pretty good, man. Got a lot of people helping him out, doing some work, getting boots on the ground.
I don't watch him a lot, but once in a while. I mean, I like how he's boots on the ground, actually going out there and doing shit. Like exactly. I don't necessarily agree with his conclusions every time, but no, he's out there just
Yeah.
Like getting out there.
Getting it out there, man. Having meetups and shit. Yeah, he's doing it, man. Good for him. Why not? Yeah, get out. Check it out, man. We live on Earth. We can check it out. Go check it out. It's not hard. Yeah, it's right there. Go outside, check it out. A lot of questions coming up in the YouTube chat out there. Shout out to T-Wad and Dale and Oi. What's up? Shout out to those guys out there in the YouTubers. Anyway, LiDAR, man. Sounds like a fun thing to have laying around. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know for sure he's really going to get it, but just knowing him, it's one of those things that if it's something he really wants, like it might not be coming this year or anything, you know, but he's going to
figure out a way to get
it. Yeah. He was saying, I mean, he's right, dude. Like, if it's really worth it, like the guy I was talking to said that it's worth every penny, even though it's expensive. Like, these things, they pay themselves off pretty quick. Like, when you're talking about having to pay a team of surveyors, you know, a week's or just, you know, months even worth of pay, and you got this thing, dude.
It's over, yeah.
It's no contest.
No contest. Yeah, it's a no-brainer, man. If you can finance one, get it out there in the field, do your job, yeah, it'd be good. That makes sense. Yep.
And yeah, the thing too is just it's so simple. Like it just does it on its own. You basically just tell it what you want it to do. You like, it's like going on Google Maps and you go like, you know, do LiDAR over this area, use this angle.
Yeah, and you like
and then
grab
it
scratch, say, hey, I do this area right here. Go, click.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just clip this. Yeah. And do that right there. Go ahead. I'll be back, man. I'm gonna grab a beer. I'll be back.
Right. You take a nap, friggin'. No, you can't take a nap, but you friggin'. You have a coffee, smoke a couple cigarettes, let this thing just friggin' do its thing.
Yeah. Sitting there on your tailgate. Yeah. It's like,
and you look important. You get like a vest and shit. It says like drone operator and like
a couple tripods and shit laying around.
Get a cool hat. You need a cool hat, man.
You gotta have a cool hat. Set up some tripods and some surveying equipment and shit.
No, actually, you should screw with people. You should get like just like one of those cheap, you know, VR goggles and just wear those. act like you're controlling it with your mind or something.
Some fake VR goggles.
Yeah, exactly. Just the ones that you used to stick your phone in, like those.
No. You literally get like an Oculus and just play video games the whole afternoon.
Like the one you stick your phone in. Get the fuck out.
Dude, they made those. Like, I don't know. Like
I know they did. I know. A buddy of mine had one. He goes, check it out. And I'm like, oh, fuck off. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. I might fucking blow my eyes out doing that shit. Come on. Yeah, I think this VR thing is going to backfire on a lot of optometrists. I think you're like, well, you shouldn't have been playing.
Have you ever used one?
Like 40 days.
Have you ever used one? Have you used like a real good one, not like a shit one or a good one?
I never used a really good one. I used a pretty good one time at a museum. And it was the moon landing. You know, I was walking around the moon, and I was like, oh shit, it was pretty, you know, I could still, you know, it was still CGI, but yeah, I was like, hey, this is kind of cool, you know, it's kind of, that was, one time.
It can be pretty good. The thing is, it's like one of those things where like nobody can really figure out how to use it good.
Right.
Because games are cool, but like nobody actually wants to play a video game where it actually takes effort. Like nobody wants to actually run around in real life.
No, man, they want a bong in their hand and a beer.
You know, if you're gonna
and a-
play guns, right, then I'll
Lie
just
on the
go out and
couch,
get a paintball gun, right? I'll just go out and play that. Like, why am I gonna get like a little harness thing and where I run around in VR and play pretend war? Like, I'll just get like my regular clothes on and go out into the street. And then there's like the movie thing, right? So okay, so it doesn't work so great for. I mean, it's a novelty, right? You play video games from them for a little while, but like that novelty wears off super quick. Listen, I actually developed shit for the Oculus Rift like almost 10 years ago now. I made shitload of money because they only had like the developer version. And I knew two people that like, so it's because it was a developer version, it was hard to get to work like on people's hardware. So people paid me to get them, like people that wanted to like develop games or media for it, they couldn't get theirs to work, but they would pay me because I'm kind of expert in hardware to get their shit to work, which I did do, and I made like fucking thousands of dollars doing it. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is why I was like, because they would give me their hardware and I would take it home. I have kids, right? So the kids would come, like my kids had friends, they'd come over. I'd say, hey, check this out. Check out this VR thing. And this is like in 2006. So they would check it out. But the novelty wears off really quickly. It's like, oh, this is so cool. But after you play for like, you know, a 30 minutes or an hour, it's like not cool anymore.
Yeah.
So, but the other thing is like, okay, so what else can you use it for? Like movies, right? So you can make these kind of immersive movies, but no one's figured out kind of like a good way to do it. So it's like one of those things where it's, yeah, it's an awesome novel technology, but like no one's figured out how to like really take that like next step with it, right? To do so, it's like one of those things where like someone's gonna have to come up with something so crazy, so creative, so unique that like people will be like, yes, I have to buy one of these just to experience that one thing. That's the only way it's ever going to happen.
Yeah, like a touch screen phone. Oh my god, that was a game changer, man. The touch screen.
Well, I think of it like movies, right? The first movies were shit, right?
Yeah, of course.
And then sound came out, right? Like, hey, someone figured out how to make sound, and then color came out. And then, like, you know, they had to work and develop, like, how to exploit the technology. I think VR is the same way. It's going to take decades to figure out how to really exploit the technology.
Yeah, they probably got it figured out, but they're just not feeding it to everybody
No,
yet.
because you're stuck in the normal mode of thinking. You're stuck, like, in like, how do we make video games, right? The traditional way of making video games versus in the traditional way of making movies. Right, this is something that's completely different where you're in it, right? You're in the movie, right? So how can I put someone in the movie, right, without them actually having to expend effort, right? Because nobody actually wants to, like I said, nobody actually wants to run around.
No,
I'm trying. This is the entertainment and relaxing, but I have to get up and like run around my house and like not run into a wall. And like,
well, they had I don't know. You remember the Wii Fit?
Yeah,
you like stand on the board, and you're the ski jumper, or you're playing tennis. You had a little racket, you had your little wrist thing. Yeah, I mean it was work, man, to fucking play that shit, man. It's like you said, most people don't want to do that.
Yeah, I mean,
they sold millions of those fucking things. Yeah. But
people bought them and never used them, right? Oh yeah, I'm gonna buy this. I'm gonna get in shape. Yeah, bullshit. Like you can buy it and just set that shit down.
Yeah, I had it for the kids. We were bowling. We were doing the ski jumping, and
yeah. I mean, some of them are okay. I think some of the lightsaber stuff was pretty cool.
Yeah, but you know, it wears off quick, man.
Yeah, it's a novelty. Like you're just like, oh, cool.
I mean, you can go down to the Goodwill store, man. You can buy 100 of those Wii Fit fucking things for $1. You know, like what? Yeah, we got a whole box of them here. You want them? Here's $1.
You got people playing like Call of Duty, right? And like they're not gonna like go play VR Call of Duty and have to like run around their house. No one's doing that.
Nah. Just give me a controller, put it in my hand. I'm good. Here we go.
Yeah, it's supposed to be entertainment, like relaxing, right? After work, sit on your ass and then just like do something that's just, that you don't
If
have to
they
actually
did
think.
want to, if they did want to do something like that, yeah, like you've seen it in maybe a couple like sci-fis or something, but like you'd have to have some kind of like booth that you go into where it's like a giant treadmill, like like some kind of special like
They make
where you
them.
can-
They've actually made these, right? Accessories. They're thousands of dollars. That you like, there's a harness, you get inside one, and you can actually run around.
Yeah, you can run up.
You
the
run
wall.
on it like it's a treadmill. It's an omnidirectional treadmill.
Right.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
Like,
hold
but
on.
that stuff becomes immersive. You have to have something like that, otherwise you're running into fucking walls.
Yeah. Well, you'll be able to walk into a room someday, and the whole fucking thing will be digital. It's like,
Well, I think that's the idea that they're going with too. Here, I was talking about how I'm going to the transhumanism. To beat that, instead of giving you an omnidirectional treadmill,
look at the chat,
they're going to
bro.
figure out a way to trick your brain into thinking you're getting the exact same thing. Like that's
holy shit! Look at that.
Yeah.
Holy shit! There you go. Yeah, that's Disneyland shit right there, man. There you go.
Yeah, but who actually wants to run around?
No,
Right?
she does. She's 20 years old, man. She wants to run around.
I've seen demos when they were developing this. Like people were like pouring sweat, right? They're like sweat's pouring off their freaking face while they're filming them using this thing. Like,
Yeah, it's a workout, man. You gotta be dedicated.
well, think about how many hours someone spends playing video
Most
games,
people-
right? Like 6 hours straight of Call of Duty on this, and you're dead. Like it's like playing a basketball game for 6 hours. Like you're gonna die.
Yeah, most people are so fucking lazy. They won't even cook themselves a couple of eggs. They'll just go to McDonald's. You know, it's like, yeah, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
You know, lazy ass. And eat that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just saying, like, the average basketball game is 3 hours. Like, no one's going to do this. Like, no, kids don't play Call of Duty for 3 hours. They play it for like 6 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the vision that they have is basically eliminating the screen completely, just taking over your brain. Like that, you can see what you want to see or what they want to show you. You can experience, it's the idea of the metaverse and all that stuff. Like, imagine just a perfect metaverse that you actually got lost in and forgot you were in there. Like.
I don't think that's ever going to happen, Lou. Man.
No, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I think that's the vision.
It'll
That's
happen
the
for
vision
some
that they're
people.
working with.
No,
For
I
some
don't know,
people,
man. I'm not. You can't just plug your brain into a game, man. Fuck that. It's not
But
going to happen.
what if you can access a VR game inside of a VR game?
I'm not
Oh,
sure what that is.
It's
Cam.
turtles all the way down.
I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, like Elon Musk is supposedly in the next 6 months starting human trials with the Neuralink.
All right, man. Let's see how that works out, man. Let's find out.
Thank you.
Who's gonna? There'll be lots of people to sign up for that shit. Hey, remember when they were asking, "Hey, man, you want to go to Mars on a one-way trip?" And there was like 470,000 people said, "Yeah, okay. We're taking applications for the one-way trip to Mars. Who's interested?" And they got.
I actually watched a video that someone said that shit already exists, but like between people, and that the military, dude, you'd have to see it, man. It's a Harvard professor too that said he worked on it for the military. Did you see what I put? You saw? I'll just post it in a live stream. It's a video about like mind control, and this guy's going over some of the mind control technologies
MK
that
Ultra
have been
shit.
developed.
Stuff like that.
More like the voice of God, where they can talk into your head using like
yeah.
sound waves and shit like that.
Robert Bassano went into that shit back in.
Yeah,
what the fuck was it?
I mean, I'll post the thing.
2016.
Yeah, this technology exists, man. It's existed.
Yeah, dude, he was reading a paper that came directly from NASA. It was like 47 pages of this shit, and he was reading it off.
Look, there's video of them doing it
in the middle of the night through your Wi-Fi, man.
There's video of them doing it in the 1940s.
Yeah, they've been able to do
In
this
black and white video of them doing film. They're doing it in the 1940s. That they could use radio waves to count to 10 in people's heads.
Unbelievable, dude. Yeah, so yeah, they got. I say put a tinfoil hat on. That'll help it from infiltrating your mind.
This was research done by the Navy. It's like, you know how they have those old World War II, like, you know, public release films that they would show in like movie theaters. It's one of those, right? And then they're like, "Oh, that stuff's all tinfoil hat shit." It's like the Navy was saying they could do it in the 40s. Like, what are you talking about? It's like the weather modification. They've been modifying weather since like the 1800s with like cloud seeding. Like what? Like what are you talking about? Weather modification ain't possible. Like,
right.
We've been doing it for 200 years. What are you talking about,
dude? There was a guy in San Diego right here did the cloud seeding back in 1890s. He's like, I can make it rain, and they're all like, yeah, whatever, man. And he built a tower on top of a hill, and he sprayed this shit, and it fucking rained. And he's like, they're all like, hey, we like that, man. How'd you do that?
I learned about cloud seeding when I was in like 3rd grade.
Crazy, man.
Silver nitrate.
Yeah.
They spray it from freaking clouds with crop dusters.
Yeah, it causes the electrical charge or something. And yeah,
well, because the water in the air needs something to like nucleate on, right? So like raindrops are like water formed around like the little dust particle. So what they do is they put a lot of dust particles in there, so the water, you know, comes out of the air and nucleates on the dust particle, causes it to rain. But that's a conspiracy theory. There's no such thing as weather modification.
Yeah. It's funny you use weather modification terms because I'm pretty sure in Congress here in America they use that. Yeah, we can modify the weather. Like, oh really? Oh, that's interesting.
They're trying to modify the temperature. They think that they can stick a thermostat on the world and like turn it down. It's absurd when you think about it, right?
Dude,
just think about like I want to control the temperature in my house. What do I got to do? Right? Open the window. They can't do all those things because you open the window, all the air gets sucked into the vacuum. So you can't open the window.
That's why Mr. Burns has to create that thing that blocks out the sun.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. You're probably just trying to get us to live in caves because they're trying to get us to eat bugs. So, you know, why not go all the way?
Hey, I watched a video today, man. There's a test pilot at McDonald's where you actually never talk to a human or see one. Or see one, a human. It's
sometimes at this rate, I don't see that as a bad thing.
Look, dude, this is like absolutely like, how can you go 100% inorganic, right? A McDonald's with no human beings in it and serving McDonald's quote unquote food. There's nothing biological in there. There's just
dude, I'm not gonna praise
time in a robot.
Oh hell no! You're not gonna praise.
Not to praise McDonald's by any means, but back in the day, like it was like when you were a kid.
Oh hell
like
yeah!
They had the playhouse, the ballroom. You know, you got your Happy Meal.
You're being too nostalgic, bro.
No, just check it out. What I'm saying is now if you go into one of them things, those rooms are still there, but they're empty, and there's nobody inside working. The floor is sticky. The tables are messy. They want you to order at a kiosk, and you freaking
kiosk, and you don't even see anybody, and like somebody might bring you your bag of food or something.
It seriously looks like a fucking like futuristic dystopian freaking thing. Like when you go into a McDonald's now.
It's a complete
those playhouses are nasty too.
No, I'm not saying they were great. I'm just saying when you were a kid, it was at least welcoming. You know, until you know shit.
Those guys behind girls and guys behind
was family oriented.
Hats on. They were like, hey, welcome to McDonald's. And they were like happy to see you and shit.
McDonald's used to be
nice. Now it's like,
family-oriented.
here's your fucking food. Fuck off. You know, it's
No,
basically-
no. See, you didn't do it right. That was too good of English. That's too broken fucking English. Maybe that's just where I live. But they listen, people used to, at least when I was a kid, right? McDonald's used to have a playground on it, and you would go there. It was like going to it was like going to the amusement park, right?
Hey,
You could only go to the amusement park during the summer, but like all the other times of year, if you wanted to go to the fake amusement park, you'd go to McDonald's. And I remember going to McDonald's when I was a kid, and it would be full of children.
Oh yeah, bouncing in those balls and sliding down the
screaming,
slide.
crying, give me the fries. Johnny hit me. Johnny pulled my hair. Just all the nonsense of like 100
And all
kids.
those children grew up to be obese.
Yeah,
we
well,
call it.
I don't know. I'm not obese, so I'm one of those children.
Me too. I'm not obese.
That wasn't the point of what I'm saying either. I'm just talking about how cold and unwelcoming, how unfriendly these places are now.
They've changed it. They've changed.
I
Like
agree with you,
McDonald's
Lou.
has changed their thing, dude. It's just
It's a complete model shift into this. Maybe you'll get some food, and you'll never actually say hi to anybody or exchange money or anything or get a refill on your Coke. No, that shit's gone.
And the dumbed down curriculum, that explains why you can't get complete sentences out of these kids that work there.
We got a no roller in here, Z4, IXO.
the reason I can't get complete sentences out of the people at
No.
McDonald's is because they just got here like 20 minutes ago from whatever country they floated on a door over from.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's true too.
I live in a city. It's like 90. Like I don't even want to say. It's mostly foreigners. They
You
literally
guys wanna
just
talk
got here.
Z4. It's up to you guys, man. I gotta go to bed. All right. Pretty quick here.
Yeah, it's like 4 a.m. I'm not going to bed, but it's 3 a.m.
Yeah.
It's 2 a.m. for me.
Hey, it's midnight for me. How is that possible on a flat Earth, man? Come on.
Must be a ball then.
Gotta be a ball, right?
Gotta be a ball then, because I can't answer your questions.
Can't
It's gotta be
explain
a ball.
it. Yeah, I know you couldn't, Indio, man. Stump the flat earther tonight.
Yep, I'm stumped. It must be a ball if I can't answer every question immediately to their
Maybe-
absolute satisfaction. Then it's a ball.
Maybe LiDAR can solve it.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. LiDAR. Isn't that
Does LiDAR work on water?
I don't know if it works beneath the water, but I'm sure it can find the surface of the water.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah. Yes, it would. Water. Bendy water. Is there any bendy water? Be good.
So do a lot of people just sit in this chat and listen, or they just have?
Yeah, we call them lurkers. They're just
Yeah, we got a lot of lurkers.
Just
Some
lurking.
of them are agents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to get a word in edgewise with us.
That's
Some are
crazy.
just playing video games and playing our audio for their sound.
That's so weird.
Cam, we broadcast this on YouTube?
I
didn't
think
tell
so.
you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kim
Okay.
knows that.
Yeah. I'm not worried.
Sometimes people will just listen in here or they'll listen on YouTube. So they just lurk, you know what I mean? They just lurk in here. I mean, what else are they going to do?
Sometimes I'll jump around and see what's going on in all of them. Earlier, Witsit was in the Tartaria. I can't remember the whole
Tartaria, cosmology, Tartaria or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I was listening in. I was just jumping around because I have a few Discords.
What were those? What were they talking about?
Oh, a bunch of stuff, dude. There was some debate tonight on some smart path.
Debate.
Fight the tight shirt.
Have you guys seen the mask debate with the mask?
Yeah, where they keep doing fight the flat Earth versus everyone, like it's his show.
Remember the masks?
Why would they give that guy freaking anything?
Dude, they keep doing it, and dude, he's getting quite the following over there, man. When he does it,
is he live streaming it too on his channel?
I'm sure of it. Yeah, I don't know.
Making money making money on super chats. Ugh, dude, it just disgusts me that guy's making a living off of this.
That stupid channel, the Professor Dave, he drives me insane with how just visceral he is. He just thinks he's so arrogant. Man, I just can't stand it.
That's an act. He's an actor. You know that, right?
Yeah. I mean,
He's
I can see that. I see through all of it now these days. It's just ridiculous.
Well, we got videos of him being an actor. Like if you go on the Internet Movie Database, he's an actor.
Yeah, I've seen him. I've seen him do some acting, and I've seen him try out.
Nathan Oakley's an actor too, isn't he? Nathan Oakley.
He's actually good at piano, guys.
I believe he has IMDb.
There's also video of him admitting that like he just reads. People write scripts for him, and he just reads them.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Zanuck was on American Gladiators and was a race car driver.
Fuck off.
Yeah, dude.
He called me a moron. I was being silly in his comments one day. And I wasn't being disrespectful. I was just being silly and truthful. And he was like, oh, look, we've got a moron. I'm like, I'm not a moron, dude. And I don't think that you are either. I just think that you're making money off of doing what you're doing. Or something like that. I can't remember.
Who was Zanuck? Like I don't think Zanuck's making...
No,
Zanuck is probably
Professor Dave.
Oh, yeah. He only talks about flat Earth because it makes him money.
He called me a moron.
Oh, he called you a moron?
Yeah, I'm just a bumpkin, man. I ain't no moron.
Like what? In his comments of one of his videos or something?
Yeah, I was being silly because it was something about creation. I think it was for that not professor, one of those scientists that he was just trying to debunk for creationism or
James Tour or Ken Hovind.
Yes, it was James Tour. I think so. Anyways, the things he was saying, I was like,
he bit off more than he can chew with that guy.
The things he was saying in that video made no sense. I'm like, dude, we have a creator. It's clear. We're intelligent.
One of the
There's no clear way.
top 3 best synthetic chemists in the last 100 years. Okay. Like, talk about biting off more than you can chew. Like, he didn't just, like, fuck with any, like, just like a chemist. He fucked with, like, one of the best chemists in the world.
Well, there's literally
the elite of the elite. He's got something like 110. Like he cited in like something like 110,000 peer-reviewed research papers. His work is cited. That's how accomplished this guy is. He's pioneered, he's pioneered things in the field. He's made the world's smallest molecular machine.
And he doesn't know
that. Professor Dave decided he was going to pick on. That was a big mistake. Like.
Oops, my bad.
Well, he's still picking on him. He's like making rebuttal videos, and people are following it like.
Well, then they're just. Yeah, they must be blind. Well, like the people that follow the Dave. This is the thing about it, is that they're too dumb to know that he's dumb.
That's right.
It's like they don't know the difference between a smart person and a dumb person. But he says what they like, so they're just going to say, and he uses words that sound smart. So I'm like, he must be right. He's using words that sound smart. This other person's just wrong, and they don't understand any of it. But they're just
just condescending, and they like that he's condescending.
Yeah,
they get behind. Yeah.
But the thing is, he has no justification for his condescension because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Pardon my French, but he just doesn't. He says things which are just factually wrong.
Yeah.
So there's a guy named Pierre Robitaille. He's a PhD. He has like an alternative idea about the sun. And Professor Dave found out about him and did a little video about him. And basically, it's the same Dave type video, just insults, blah, 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 blah. He's not religious, so he couldn't pick on that. So this dude, Pierre Robitaille, who's a PhD, he another one that's like the top of his field. He's a chemist and a medical doctor. He has the world record for the highest resolution MRI ever done. He developed the technology to do it. This is who Dave's picking on. Someone that's not like just a normal, like someone, just not. He's picking on people that aren't like normal scientists. They're at the top of their like profession. So he did a rebuttal video, and literally all he did in this video to rebut Dave was read from the astronomy textbooks. Right? So like literally just reading from the astronomy textbooks. Dave made a whole video about this, about basically trying to roast this guy, and nearly everything he said was wrong. But if you go look in the comments for the video, you see a bunch of cheerleaders, not realizing that everything this guy who you're cheerleading said was wrong. But I guess the deal is, if you kind of like ridicule the other person and say it with confidence, people just think you're right.
Yeah, think about that kind of mindset. It's hive mind. Oh man. They're appealing to hive mind, and it's working, and that's sad.
It's been working a long time, man. These
There's also say
I'm waking up to it pretty recently. I'm pretty new to waking up, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's been like a year.
Yeah, you're good, Cam, man. You're right there. How you doing?
So what do you think about 9/11?
Cam,
the buildings literally disappeared into dust, and the cars in that parking lot were rusted. That's crazy. You can't think that planes hit it. Planes didn't hit it. It was literally like whatever kind of microwave nuclear bomb that they had going off. It's clear.
Yeah, okay. Just check it. I mean, 9/11 is just like one of the easiest things to prove wrong. It's just so easy.
Yeah, but
you know that like jet fuel. People have this idea that jet fuel is like explosive. It's actually not explosive. In 1973,
did you know that those planes were CGI?
Oh yeah, but listen, just listen to this.
Sorry.
1973, Congress passed a law that made jet fuel. It made a specific formulation that had to have a flash point of 110 degrees. So the jet fuel doesn't even vaporize until it's heated to 110 degrees Fahrenheit. And the jet fuel itself can't light on fire. Only the vapors light on fire. Right? So jet fuel is not explosive. The vapor's explosive, but the jet fuel itself has to be heated to 110 degrees. It does not explode. It's specifically engineered to not explode. And if you look what it's listed as a non-combustible. So how did a non-combustible liquid explode?
Well, also that news anchor was talking about Building 7 falling, and it was.
Oh yeah, there's so many holes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to me, I just go, what's the first thing we supposedly saw? A plane crashing into a building and exploding. Okay, is this even possible? No, because jet fuel doesn't explode.
There you go.
It's over. Like right there, jet fuel doesn't explode at sea level. And you know how we know this? Listen, you might remember this. Is that there's a flight called TWA 800. It took off from LaGuardia, and it blew up off the coast of New York. Right. There were shitloads of witnesses, and they said that they thought they saw a missile hit it.
Right.
So to disprove this missile, they did all these tests on jet fuel to come up with a theory on how the jet fuel exploded. So we have all this data on the properties of jet fuel, on how to get it to ignite, on how to get it to explode, on how to get it to do all these things done by the Caltech Explosion Research Laboratory. So all this stuff exists.
Yeah.
Right? Put out by the government to prove that the plane exploded. And they said, well, the reason it exploded is because jet fuel at this particular mix and at this particular altitude and at this particular temperature will explode, but this from a spark only under this rare condition, and this happened. But the thing is, because they got all this testing, they know that jet fuel does not explode at sea level. Like if you're at sea level, which the World Trade Center's at, it doesn't explode. That plane exploded at like 20,000 feet. So like when the air pressure goes down, it vaporizes more easily, right? So because it's at higher altitude, the air pressure went down in the wing and it vaporized and it became explosive, right? But it also says other things. That the maximum flame speed of jet fuel is something like 6 centimeters per second, right? So if you lit jet fuel like a fuse, it would only burn at 6 centimeters per second. And it also says that because of this evaluation, it says the strongest parts of the goddamn airplane only restrain a force of 60 pounds per square inch. That's like the car pressure tire pressure of a car. Now, how to cut through the steel building, right? That the strength of the steel in the World Trade Center was what the hell? Hold on a second. It was 9,000 KSI. So 9,000 pounds per square inch it would take to shear one of the buildings. Like one of the beams.
Yeah.
It takes 9,000 pounds of pressure per square inch.
I believe it. Yeah, there was a piece of the
but aluminum. But the point is, the aluminum only takes 60 pounds of pressure per square inch, and the plane hit the building, right? So what's gonna fail, the plane or the frickin' steel? It's like a no-brainer, right? So like the aluminum can't cut through the steel, and that's why we don't have people have sword fights where one guy gets a steel sword and the other guy gets an aluminum sword, because that's not fair. Right? So so it's like 9/11 is just, it's so easy. Like you could just the first so-called thing witnessed, you can debunk that. You don't need to debunk anything else after that. If you just debunk the very first part.
When the news is controlled by the CIA, they're only going to interview people that are vetted on the streets. And if people that said that they saw a plane, they all had different descriptions of the plane. And then there was a cover story about the guys from Saudi Arabia in Florida and those people that like trained them on that flight course. And
listen,
there were so many cover stories.
Yeah, people that say they saw a plane, you go to New York, right? Especially in that area, downtown, like the southern part of Manhattan. It's nothing but tall buildings. You can barely see the sky at all. Right? You're at the bottom of a canyon. Your view of the sky is like, in half an inch wide. And you're going to identify freaking something that flies across that gap at 400 miles an hour. No, you're not. You're just going to see a flash. It's going to be just something that flashes across the sky. You're going to be like, what the hell was that?
So we are on the same page that there were no planes, because there's
I don't think there were planes personally.
No,
I have a hypothesis on what was shown on camera was a combination of, I don't want to get into it on this, but there's something called 3D projection mapping, and it's a technology that's existed since the 1960s, where they can project. They can project. It's not a hologram. You have to project it onto something, but you can project it onto like a cloud or a vapor, right? So say I had a puff of steam or like a fog machine. You can actually project images onto the fog machine or onto the 3D images onto the vapor as if it was a solid object. And they've been doing this since this technology was revealed by Disney in like 1969.
Oh, I have to tell you, I've been having crazy dreams about like Disney characters and like Mario characters being projected into the night sky. Like, and people are just looking up at it like it's normal. Like, I've been having dreams like that lately.
Yeah, I mean, I remember. So they had like in Australia, they had like the 100th year anniversary of like the Sydney Opera House. I think this is like maybe in '89 or maybe I don't remember what year. I remember seeing it on TV. and part of their like celebration was them showing holograms. And I specifically remember what they did was they created like they used huge steam generators so that the steam went way up in the air above the Sydney Opera House, and they projected like 3D images, right? And one was like an Aborigine, one was like a video of fireworks, one was like, ships sailing. Like it was like a 3D projection. This was done outside, right? In a huge area. The Sydney Opera House is huge. So this technology has existed for a long time. So I think what people might have seen is some type of 3D projection, but projected onto an object. That was like maybe outgassing something because I know a lot about 9/11. Like I could sit here for fucking 5 hours. Like
yeah, I've deep dive researched into it too. You guys should check out the Fact Hunter. He's got a Spotify, but he's also got a website, and he has a lot of stuff that he's researched and helped me research too. So
well, the thing about 9/11 is I stopped believing it like in November. Right. So it did not take me long. There was an article in November of 2001. It was called Muslims Violate Laws of Physics. So I'm like, that's curious. It was on a site called the Web Fairy. This is way back. So this is like in the beginning, way before like Loose Change and Luke Radagix, whatever his name is, and like September Clues and all these like 9/11 videos. This is way before any of that. Way before.
Well, William Cooper predicted 9/11 3 months before.
Yeah. I'm aware of that. Like, dude, there's like literally almost nothing. I can see a video on 9/11 and tell you who's the person that took that fucking camera shot and where they were standing. Like, I know it to that level of detail.
Yeah, that
any video. Yeah. There's 24 shots. There's 24 shots of the so-called second plane hitting. There's one shot of the first plane hitting. That was done, like I can tell you who took the photographs, the Naudet brothers, which one filmed it, what happened to the other one, he was sick, and then like what fire department it was, how many of those people frickin' said they died in the goddamn building. It's a whole, like, I know like way too much about it. It's an unnatural amount. So here's something people don't know about it. Like I'm gonna tell you a little thing. So after 9/11, people came down with what they were calling what's it called? People were coming down with lung diseases from working on the pile at 9/11. Yep. So Mount Sinai Medical Center started biopsying people's lungs. What they found was inside these people's lungs were single-wall carbon nanotubes. Single-wall carbon nanotubes are like, think of chicken wire. You took chicken wire and rolled it up. Carbon atoms rolled up like chicken wire. They don't occur. They don't occur in nature.
So you've seen that presentation that lady's done about 9/11, right? I feel like
Judy
if you've
Wood?
researched it,
Judy Wood.
I think that's her name. Yeah.
Yeah, Judy Wood. Yeah.
It's kind of like an
Where'd
older
the Towers
film.
Go? She wrote a book called Where'd the Towers Go? Yeah,
that's how I know about them just dissipating into dust because of her research.
Yeah, I mean,
and the cars.
Look, I think. Listen, I think she's partially right. I don't think they're weapons from space, though. I think.
Oh gosh, no.
I think they did.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I actually researched like some of the shit she said, like some of the microwave, right? So you can actually look. You can destroy concrete with microwave. There's actually where Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory looked into it because they wanted to like figure out a way, because they had like radioactive areas because of the research they've done. So now the concrete is radioactive, but they don't want to send, because they can't send somebody in with a jackhammer because that's going to spit up all this radioactive dust, right? From jackhammering this radioactive concrete. So they tried to figure out a way to get rid of this concrete without using a jackhammer. And one of the ways was they made like a little teeny freaking robot, and they used high intensity microwave radiation, and the little robot would drive over the concrete and irradiate it with microwaves. And that microwaves, it was so powerful that whatever residual moisture was in the concrete would make the concrete brittle and it would crack into freaking tiny little pieces like eggshells, right? And then they could just pick it up with like a shovel. So I don't think you could use that on a freaking World Trade Center. Because that's her hypothesis, is that a microwave weapon, a directed energy microwave weapon, vaporized the freaking building. I don't think so.
Right.
I don't think so.
I mean, something like that.
I think it was something like that.
Technology, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a novel technology that nobody knows about. I just don't think it's not. You're not going to be able to read about it somewhere, or even probably hypothesize what it was. It's something no one ever heard of.
I think Airplane Holocaust up there had something to say. They have the pictures of the 9/11 buildings or the Twin Towers.
Yeah.
Did you want to say something?
I don't know if he's muted.
He wasn't. He unmuted
Oh,
and
he's
then muted that.
right. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go do something real quick.
All right. Yeah, it's pretty crazy that paper that was falling from the buildings wasn't even burnt. That was nuts. And that dust cloud was enormous and slow moving. I just watched the Professor Dave skit. Oh my gosh, how funny.
Yeah, I'm back. So I'll just monologue. Most people don't. So this carbon nanotube thing, people, because it's so obscure, people don't understand the significance of it. In 2001, the only way to make single wall carbon nanotubes was carbon laser ablation under high vacuum. So what you do is you take a nickel or zinc sheet and you vaporize a pure graphite rod with a laser, and that carbon vapor makes a little forest of carbon nanotubes, and then you wash it with an acid, and then the carbon nanotubes come up. We're talking like tens of thousands of dollars to make a microgram of it. This shit was found in people's lungs that worked at the World Trade Center pile. This isn't like my opinion. This is in a published by the EPA published paper with tunneling electron microscopes with pictures of this shit. Okay, this stuff was biopsied out of people's lungs. How it got there, why it was there, I don't know. But it's completely man-made. Is not made in nature. Does not exist in nature. Has never existed in nature. Never will exist in nature. Why is it there in such a quantity that people are inhaling it?
That's nuts. You said
It is nuts.
They're
carbon nanotubes. Carbon nanotubes. So it's pure carbon, carbon atoms, but they're like, you know how diamond is the hardest material? It's made out of carbon. Well, carbon nanotubes are the strongest material as far as known material as far as tensile strength. That means you can't pull them apart. Something like 100,000 times stronger than steel. Right? So if you had a steel wire, if you had a carbon nanotube wire, it would be unbreakable. Let's put it that way. If you made a rope out of it.
That is crazy.
Yeah. And why are people breathing it in? That's the thing.
How can you? Unless it's in just in the air, and that dust cloud did loom over for a long time. I don't know. That's crazy.
I posted in a chat. I'm actually gonna post a thing to the paper.
It's on Wikipedia?
Well, carbon nanotube article is on Wikipedia. This is on Wikipedia because I put it on Wikipedia. I put it in the regular World Trade Center thing, and they freaking nuked it.
Oh snap! Look at you.
Yeah, they nuked it, and then they made a thing. They made it. There's a wiki page. Environmental effects of World Trade Center disaster, and I posted on that. And they had, as far as I know, I haven't looked in a while, but they haven't nuked it there. It says case report: lung disease in World Trade Center responders exposed to dust and smoke. Carbon nanotubes found in lungs of World Trade Center patients and dust samples. So they use tunneling scanning electron microscope to because they're tiny. They're molecules, man. I have scans of them. I'll post a scan of the image, a scan of one of the images. Fuck.
You put if you did this page yourself, you made it so detailed. Wow.
So there's images. I just posted them in the chat. So there's images of the carbon nanotubes they found in people's lungs.
That's insane.
Angled, long, transparent, hair-like ropes and stacks of single. The thing is, they can make these, but have defects, and they're called multi-wall carbon nanotubes. Single-wall carbon nanotubes are like purified ones, and they can at time that this 9/11 happened, there was only one way to make them. You had to get a vacuum chamber, put it at like negative, what the hell was it? Like 0.8. what is it, 0.0008 torr, which is like almost the pressure they claim is in outer space, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Take a carbon rod, shoot it with a laser, turn that carbon into a carbon gas, and cool it down until all that carbon grows onto like zinc or nickel bed, and then wash that what's left with acid. And when you wash the metal with acid, all the carbon nanotubes come off, and then you filter them out, and then you have like a little teeny bit, like micrograms. So they must have had pounds of this, though. So how could they have pounds and pounds of this? It blows my mind. Like, this to me is the smoking gun, because you can't explain like this away. Like, why is this here? There's no reason it should be here. It should not be present.
Especially from the narrative that everyone has taken. Exactly. This debunks it right here. Just this.
It's like finding, like, I don't know, I can't even imagine. It's like digging a hole in, 1,000 feet down and finding like an IBM PC or something. Like it's not supposed to be there. It's
Yep. You found the one bit of evidence that disproves the narrative.
Yeah, they found other stuff in their lungs too, like elevated aluminum and elevated magnesium.
Yeah, but couldn't that be explained away?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because the gypsum, like I guess gypsum board,
Mm-hmm.
The sheetrock, that has some of that stuff in it. But they also compared it to people that also work construction, that do that for a living. So they compared like their levels with the levels of the people working on the pile, and the people working on the pile had levels that were 100,000 times higher than people that other like construction workers.
Dang.
Yeah, this is just
Thanks
one
for
of the
sharing
smoking guns.
that.
Yeah, there's like a lot of people don't. There's like a lot of these little things, and these like events that they concoct. Part of what they do is they stage the crime scene, right? So like they make the crime scene so that there's always conflicting evidence there. So one person will say, "Oh, we found these red dust chips. It must be thermite." And then someone else will find something else and they'll say, "No, it's not thermite. It's this because we found this." And then someone else will say, "No, it's this because we found this." So we end up just like the people that we all know it's bullshit, but everybody's fighting over what the bullshit is. And because everybody's fighting over what the bullshit is, nothing ever happens.
That's how they get away with it so much, because
they got rid of JFK. Oh, it was the mafia. Oh, it was the CIA. Oh, it was the army. Oh, it was the Russians. Oh, it was Lee Harvey Oswald. Right? They get everybody just like fighting, or the other one, or it was Lyndon Johnson. That's the newest one. It was Lyndon Johnson. So like now you have 5 theories, right? And the people. Narrative. Yeah. So now you have 5 hypotheses of what happened of JFK. And they're all fighting over which one. Everybody everybody knows it's bullshit, right? But they're all fighting.
But there is one true narrative out of all of them. There always is.
Yeah, there's one truth. He wasn't assassinated, right? He wasn't assassinated by Lee Harvey Oswald with 3 frickin' bullets from a 6th floor building. You know,
that's right.
They all agree on that, but like the details, they latch on to one piece of evidence that they think is the best evidence. And then everybody fights amongst each other, and then it doesn't go anywhere. And that's that's part of it. It's you stage the crime scene with conflicting evidence, and it just works. You'll never get convicted.
There was 2 of the agents that were supposed to be riding on the back of the cab that he was riding in, and they waved them off before they started the motorcade. So the 2 main ones that would have been protecting him, like with their body, as a shield, were told to leave. There's footage of it too, like they're shrugging, like, why am I not going on this motorcade?
Yeah, well, when they're at the airport, right? Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, when they're starting their motorcade, from the
Yeah.
airport. Yeah, the two main
I
agents.
hate to say this, though,
that
the
were,
Zapruder film is a fake. People don't
yeah.
realize that the Zapruder film is a fake, dude. It was absolutely. There's a PhD physicist that analyzes the Zapruder film, went to Daily Plaza, did measurements, took photographs. 100% proven that the Zapruder film's a fake, dude. It's a
Because I
complete fake.
completely bought I mean, because of William Cooper, I did buy that the driver turned around and shot him, and then
That's possible.
I know better now. I know better now because it was clearly the glare of the sun on that bald guy's head. Or not, I guess he wasn't bald, but his hair was shining right there, and it looked like a gun at a certain angle. And that, I guess, I don't know if that was fabricated or tampered with there.
Like, I know that, like, some witnesses. So, like, the story changes. And the thing about witnesses is the memories are most accurate, the closest in time to an event.
Yes.
Right? And they only get worse because they hear somebody else talk and then they incorporate that into their memory. And then, like, their story will kind of, like, meander over time. The first people that said they saw something basically said the car came to a complete stop and they just heard gunfire open up. Like, not like one or two bullets, just like machine gun fire. And that it just like opened up. And like they destroyed the limo.
If you analyze it, you can see that he was shot. You can see that he was shot once, like through the shoulder, because he's like touching himself. And
well, that's the film I'm telling you is fake. That Zapruder film is fake, dude. It's that whole thing is.
You may be right. Yeah.
It's 100% right.
I mean, I know you.
A simple reason, right? And I'll tell you why. Why? Because you know the part of there's a bunch of reasons, but I'll give you like the number one smoking gun on why that's a fake. Part of that video, right? So the limo's coming down the hill, and it goes behind the Stemmons freeway sign, right? And then comes out, and then he's shot. That Stemmons freeway sign is perfectly square at 90-degree angles. That's impossible because every camera ever invented has barrel distortion. If you take a picture of a square, you can measure to see if like the top and the side are at a 90-degree angle. That Stemmons freeway sign is at a perfect 90-degree angle.
I didn't even.
But nothing else in the images. But that's the thing. Nothing else in the images. So you can do perspective corrections. So this is what this physicist did. He did perspective corrections on the video, on like the elements in the scene, like because there's a wall with squares. So the more square something is, the more it will have to hold perspective. Nothing lines up. That film is a bunch of layers. Right? So perspective in one layer is maintained, and then some objects that are closer to the camera, they have a different perspective, right? Because you can use perspective to figure out where the horizon would be based upon the angles that things get smaller, right? So like you can say, okay, this wall, it should taper off like this, and so the horizon would be there. Well, if you take some other element in the image and figure out where the horizon would be for that, it doesn't match the other horizon. And this object doesn't match the one for that one. And this one's too square and not like the perspective of the entire thing is all off. Like it's a bunch of layers stacked on top of each other.
So
and this analysis was done on the like original film. So in the original film, right? I'm sure you've seen like the video, right? That video isn't showing like the entire film. Like when it's a film camera, so when you take the picture, like so you've seen film like on the edges of the film, there's sprockets to roll the film, right? Where gears go in, teeth of the gears go in and spin the film. Those sprockets, in between the sprockets, actually have part of the image. But you just don't see it when you develop a photograph or develop the film and you play it back. It doesn't show what's in the sprockets. But this guy took the original film where you can see stuff that's in the sprockets, and it doesn't match what's in the image, like the edges of it. It's really it's a pretty. I actually have the video on a YouTube channel. Like on that YouTube channel is like that's the only thing on it. because this guy did a presentation before YouTube would let you show. They had a 10-minute time limit on videos, so it was like 10 videos. It was a 3-hour presentation with each segment being 10 minutes, man. So I took all those videos and I put them all together, so it's all in one. It's like a 3-hour presentation. It's super fucking boring because it's all super technical. But this dude unequivocally proves 100% that the Zapruder film is a fake, dude. The thing is completely fake. But the thing is, people use it as evidence. People use the fake ass Zapruder film as evidence. And like I was saying before, right? You stage the crime scene so that the evidence contradicts other evidence, so that you can never get anywhere. So if you find some piece of evidence that indicates this, and you go, well, it don't match the Zapruder film, so that can't be true, right? Because the Zapruder film, that's video of it. Or because people go, well, he was shot from the front because it shows on the Zapruder film, so there had to be a guy over here. No, the Zapruder film's a fake. A complete fake.
Yeah, there's that guy, Terry R. Eicher, on he does a lot of flat earth stuff. It's Flat Out Truth that he does on YouTube. He keeps getting deleted off of YouTube.
Yeah,
but he comes back. Yeah, he's investigating the JFK assassination. And he's the reason why I know that there's footage of those two agents that are supposed to be back, like on the back of the cab of the car that JFK's in. Because there's like little like places for you to step up, and there's railings for them to hold on to while the car's moving. And those guys were let go before they started the motorcade. So that's the only reason why I even knew that. So honestly, what I show people these days is how many things have a context box, and I show them that it's censorship on YouTube. So all the things that are censored on YouTube, I go and I try to find a bunch of stuff like global warming or Pizzagate or climate change or the New World Order, Great Reset. All these things have these context boxes. Flat Earth, have context box and censorship underneath the videos. I'm like, this is the proof of the things that they don't want you to know. They're giving you the answer by default. That something suspicious about it. You should look.
So here's a funny thing. They have the little blurb, at the bottom of the YouTube videos for Flat Earth videos. It has like, contact. Yeah. We had somebody come in. We had somebody come in here and say that verbatim, literally say it word for word, and never realized And listen, he never even realized he'd ever read it before.
Yeah, well, you know what?
That's the scary part, is that he never like consciously realized he saw it. Because listen, I'll play the audio because we recorded it. It's pretty funny.
Okay, yeah.
It's short. Hold on, I just gotta find it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's how you know that they are engineering people to police each other. It's ridiculous how
it's like subliminal suggestion. And the guy didn't even realize he was like being brainwashed.
But people are still doing it though. Like they're policing other people instead of just letting other people be. Who gave them that entitlement to police other people? Like, put your mask on, get your jab. You're gonna kill me. Sorry, I'm sorry. You know what I mean, though. Like,
yeah, I know exactly. Yes, I know exactly.
They're engineering people to police each other. They're not even gonna need to have. They
started this a while ago, though. I remember they were trying to get kids to rat out their parents if they were selling drugs or on drugs.
Oh yeah, from Dare.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's crazy.
So that's kind of to me when when it started, like society wide, is that was like the foot in the door. Do it for the children. You know how it always starts, right? Do it for the children.
Yeah.
With the Fauci ouchie, it's do it for the grannies, right?
Yeah, they're making you feel guilty when you have nothing to be guilty about. Like you didn't do anything, but you're guilty. Granny. But okay, whatever this fake thing is going on, you're the one guilty. like not us or not somebody else. That like all the crazy narratives of the China thing, and I don't know. It just reminds me of the Spanish flu. Clearly, just now it's China, not the Spanish one. Like it's crazy.
There's the avian flu going around now, so they're starting all over again.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. So hold on, let me play this. You'll get a good chuckle out of this.
Have you guys found a claim yet?
This is a recording.
Again, I'm not trying to convince anybody here.
What are you talking about?
I think you're trying to convince
this is a recording.
yourself. Actually, I don't think you are.
I think you're right about that, EXO.
It's a recording of this guy. Just listen.
Question from 20 minutes ago, like, why are we ignorant? Why do you think we're ignorant?
What on earth was the question?
I think that's self-apparent, but I can restate it. So the reason why I think that you're ignorant is because the notion that the Earth is flat is an archaic, debunked notion.
Spoken right off Wikipedia. Unbelievable. What a fucking robot. Unbelievable.
You're censoring us.
That's like what you see on the YouTube videos too. It's like, I think you're ignorant because I can recite something that's been thrown in front of my face 500 times in the last year. I know how to recite passages from...
Yeah, that was a guy that came into chat one time, and like he recited that without ever knowing he'd ever seen it before. Like it blows my mind that these people are like being subliminally brainwashed without even realizing. Yo, you alive, Mickey? Maybe not. You just listen to us.
No, I'm here. I'm just having my after work dinner. Then I'm gonna probably head to bed. But it depends. Is there a good conversation going on? Who was that you were talking to? Who's that in that recording?
Yeah, Charlie. Well, the video is called Charlie the Robot.
You should play it again because that's hard.
It was just yeah. I'll play it again. Hold on.
Sure.
it's I'll play the whole thing this time.
Charlie
not that long. Charlie the Robot, brainwashed by the YouTube algorithm.
Have you guys found a claim yet?
Again, I'm not trying to convince anybody here.
Well, I think you're trying to convince yourself, actually, which I don't think you are.
I think you're right about that, EXO.
Point out real quick, you didn't answer Roger's question from 20 minutes ago, like, why are we ignorant? Why do you think we're ignorant?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's self-apparent, but I can restate it. So the reason why I think that you're ignorant is because the notion that the Earth is flat is an archaic, debunked notion.
Spoken right off Wikipedia. Unbelievable. What a fucking robot. Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. I know, isn't that funny? That's like what you see on the YouTube videos too. It's like, I think you're ignorant because I can recite something that's been thrown in front of my face 500 times in the last year. I know how to recite passages from Wikipedia. That's why you're ignorant. Is that your best evidence for our ignorance?
Wait, that's in Wikipedia?
Archaic perception.
Dude, underneath every single Flat Earth YouTube video, if you mention Flat Earth in any video on YouTube, you'll get a little banner on the bottom that says, it's a debunk thing from Wikipedia. It says,
so can you use the word debunked?
Yeah, bullshit.
I mean, okay. Even if I was reciting it from there, I share that opinion
the
anyway.
globe Earth is what's been debunked, my brother.
Well, that's the point. Is that you're saying so you're saying the whole world depends on an archaic idea. The entire world experiences a flat stationary plane, so the whole world experiences this archaic idea.
What?
Yes.
Everybody on Earth experiences. Yeah. Everybody on Earth right now.
Yeah.
Is only experiencing a flat and stationary Earth. I guess
Right.
You're just here denying all reality on all your senses.
Charlie, watch this, Charlie. Watch. You'll admit right now that you don't know where you can experience the Earth curvature. You can't tell me when I can begin to see it.
So, what theory on shape is an archaic? Aristoteles?
Bro, you asked me a question why I think you're ignorant, and I did.
Oh my
your
God.
number 2 and 3 best proofs of the flat of the globe are archaic. Guess that makes you ignorant there, Charlie.
Yeah, how about the Copernican principle? Is that archaic?
Yeah, what about that?
I don't recall what that is. What is that?
Oh my gosh. Why is this still here?
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar, discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
He needs to make it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. We have a little organized thing here.
I do subscribe to it on YouTube. I just didn't. It seems super official every time you have a recording up. I didn't think that it was a 24-hour live feed.
It is.
Yeah, I didn't know that because you have intros.
Yeah, well, because we also have, like, I've taken excerpts from the live stream, and I made podcast audio out of them. So they're on Spotify and iTunes. You can actually go on there and sub to, or whatever, follow, whatever they call it on that.
I'll do that on Spotify for sure.
Yeah, there's probably like 23 or 24 like different debates or discussions, whatever you want to call it. But that outro, I add that to like all the audio, that little ending. So if someone listens to it, right, they know where to go to, like, if they want to like engage in the topic or whatever. I actually haven't looked at the analytics for that in a long time.
I started my own YouTube channel. I've been procrastinating, but I'm going to put my ugly mug on there. I got a
YouTube channel. I'm starting to write another song tonight, actually.
I need to speak to that guy. He needs to come into this Discord.
For real.
Or come back, I should say.
I'm down to always do the girls' night on here, but it usually is hardly any girls.
Yeah, I mean, we were going strong for a while. I guess some of the girls decided to just take a break from it. I mean, it'll fire back up. You girls got to get together. Like that's.
We're all over the plane.
Look, take it upon yourself to find all the other females on the server and get on there on girls' night. The thing about girls' night, the men are not in control of that, and like.
Well, I don't mind them because honestly, there's many times where they've come in and helped out too. But some people like to send the girls down a rabbit hole, and we have to look over their supposed evidence. And my main thing is anytime they present it, I'll act like I'll just look through it and then just tell them this is just proof that the sky moves. Which it's usually true because if it predates Einstein's relativity, then it is just proof that the sky moves.
Hey, Indio, when legendary status, man? You know what I was thinking?
Oh,
I had a thought about that.
We talked about it like in the mod meeting we had over Helio's strikes. You weren't there.
I had a thought about it too.
Okay.
I was thinking that I don't know if I mentioned it to you or not, but each one of us or who are in here who are going to get that status should have a little bio by us and like maybe the accolades that we had within Flat Earth and this server, specifically this server, I think, because this server is where it's going to gain the popularity from more people wanting to be here and participate and so forth. So I think that it's going to be beneficial here.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I'd love, yeah, that'd be pretty cool. There's already so much.
I'm tired right now, so my brain ain't working right. Sorry, Maggie.
There's so much to this Discord already. You guys have like everything that you could possibly think of.
Yeah, we're like the Swiss Army knife of Flat Earth here.
Yes, you are. That's a great depiction. Yeah.
What do you want to do? Like probably the beginning of the year, Indio? Make a big server change and.
I want to do. I was thinking about this today, man. I want to do something. I want to like have an event where we just like thank everybody that's been on the server for all this time, man.
I like it.
Oh man, I'm a newbie.
Because man, like there's so many people that do such awesome things here, like gold members, silver members, like people that have been here, and like we don't really promote that much because like people kind of don't leave, right? So there's no like attrition. So you know what I mean? Like for a goal to become a mod, like a mod has to leave, like because we can't have like 400 mods. That'd be stupid.
Yeah.
But you know, and then, but I want people to know that, like, you know, like even if you're freaking gold or silver or even valued, whatever your role is here, like you're needed, not just wanted. Like you're needed here. Like it's just one of those. I just don't think people get. Think there's no obvious signs of appreciation to like some of the lower ranked to some of the lower ranked members, and I'd like to just like do something like I don't know.
What are you thinking about this? Like,
have
man,
have a VC party for the like I don't know, an award show. I don't know what to do. It's just something that came to my head.
I could offer up EBT prizes, bro.
What? No, because I was thinking like, yeah. Hang on. I'll mic up in a bit.
I love your name, Flatter Day Saints. I said that on a live stream, Witsit's live stream one day.
Thank you.
I'm the same Kim Hopkins.
Hi, thank you. Appreciate it.
You had bars, right?
Yeah, I took my raps I took my rap to the beach and dropped it on the ground and made a sandy hook.
Oh snap! That was deep.
8 miles deep. Oh, no.
That was good. That was good.
How have you been?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, good. Just
good.
Having a nice family.
Oh, that's cool.
Taking care of my family. Oh well, at home. My husband takes care of us for real. But yeah,
dude, that's really wonderful, dude. You guys sound like a good family.
Well, my husband, he's not straight up down for the flat Earth, but
how long have you been married?
He always takes up for me if I say anything about it. We've been married 3 years.
Oh, okay. Congratulations.
But we've been together, for a long time.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Anyways,
that's cool.
He doesn't get down on the flat Earth. He doesn't want to know about it. But when I bring it up, or if somebody asks me questions about it, he'll take up for me. He'll be like, "She got points." That
Oh shit, that's right.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
It would be nice if he was.
Did you hear the cuss word? Did you hear the cuss word? Sorry about that.
Sorry. I don't
she said
care.
sorry. Say sorry.
Sorry.
She's sorry.
Yeah, you're fine. It's fine.
Okay.
I'm not just like, you can't cuss around me. I wouldn't hang out in these Discords if that was the case, because people cuss. And
I was just trying to be polite, like,
I appreciate you. I appreciate it, but you're okay.
Thank you.
Man. I swear like a drunken sailor, man. Curse word.
Dude, Indio, you're a legend, bro. Like, seriously. The things you say to people, the way you put it, dude. I mean, somebody else could say the same words. It's just like, it's a combination of like words, enunciation.
Told you, Indio.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna start my fan club any day now.
Yeah. Hey, Indio, can you sign my? Can you autograph my chest? No. Bro.
Yeah. Permanent ink.
Yeah. Actually, I was wondering if you could just put some Lumiferris under it with your Could you write your signature in Lumiferris?
I don't know. Globers just bring it out, and maybe just because I don't know.
No. Like if they bring that out, then I mean, always use that everything as fuel for the fire. But some people have it. Some people, I mean, everybody has it, but some people can put it out there in a way that, I don't know. Maybe to some people, you might sound like shit, and it doesn't make any sense. But like to somebody who's been listening to this for a while, the way you put it is just like you don't really waste any words,
I started writing a song, and I just dropped the lyrics in the chat, guys. So there's my bars.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like you're asking me to like to describe something. It's not like I work at it. It's just like you're asking Michael. It's like asking Michael Jordan, like, why can you dunk? Like, it's just
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you know what I mean? That's just
Yeah, no,
it just
yeah,
happens.
for real. You know what I mean?
I
For
fill
real,
this
though.
brain full of useless information and then I puke it back out. Like I don't know what else you want me to do.
Right. Dude, India, whenever I start talking to Globers, like especially on here, like I'll start talking, and after like a couple minutes, if like they say something that gets me to stop for 1 second, what I'll do is I'll forget what I was talking about, and I'll be like, and you have to stop me, like, wait, were we? So it kind of messes up like the middle of a point, you know?
Yeah.
In some ways, you know? I do that a lot, though.
I mean, a lot of it's just like experience of just like dealing with people in the lobby and VC. Like I know where they're going.
Yeah,
but
dude, you see it like a mile away.
I know, like I already know where they're going with it. Like in the first sentence, and I can anticipate like what they're gonna say. Like all the possible forks in the road that they can take to try and get out of something, weasel their way around it or whatever. And I just funnel them where I want them to go. But I can they can go where they want to, and I can deal with it that way.
Yeah. Yep. Just like almost like courtroom style, like where like you're never gonna ask a question that you don't absolutely know the answer to. I mean,
exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly. And they don't have any questions that I don't know the answer to.
Yeah. And you know what?
That's another thing with experience. Like I've literally I've heard like just about every possible thing. Like,
yeah.
From neutrinos prove the frickin' Earth is a ball to, like the neutrinos thing. That one always got me.
Or parsecs.
Or parsecs. Yeah, I'd like to get in here with the parsec guy. That's another thing.
You should have been here, man. It was a 2 a.m. kind of debacle. And I was like, well, India's not here, but these guys, man, they're smooth brains coming in here thinking that they're gonna get their way because we don't know. Oh man, you don't know about parsecs, and that's because I barely know about parsecs. So what does that say about you? It's like he's really smug about it, and to shut him down. Because he got a little spicy with his ego. It was just too puffed up. So I was like, I'm going to have to take him down a peg. So I did. And then
arrogance is being bred into humanity somehow.
Well, I mean, it's. I feel like because of the psychology behind the topic, that usually, there comes a time where you're going to get the ego and the pride from like, well, we got all the scientists on our side, and you flat earthers are dumb. Like, I mean, you're gonna get that for sure.
Yeah, but they don't realize that they're just following the crowd instead of being an individual. It's crazy how you can engineer a society to be that way.
Interestingly enough, you can tell them exactly what you just said, and they will still, like the guy that was in here earlier, he goes by the name Steph Curry, and he was saying, dude, you sound like a pastor. I'm like, oh, because I'm telling you to think for yourself. Like, how is that, dude? Like, you're basically these guys are telling you what to think, and I'm the one telling you like you can think for yourself, and I'm the one sounding like a pastor. Like that, it sounds a bit like you're telling me that as a derogatory statement. Like how are you always down by that? I don't understand.
That's always the thing that's in the background, right? Is the character assassination, right? So like when they get in these debates, they're not coming here with like evidence to prove the globe. They're trying to prove you're stupid, and therefore because you're ignorant, by default here's the globe. So what they're trying to prove is that you don't know something, and because the fact you don't know something, by default it's a globe. And like what you just said about you're a pastor, right? That's another thing they do is, oh, flat Earth is just religious. Mm-hmm. So they're trying to come up with a reason to do like the hand wave dismissal. Flat Earth is just a religious cult. I can hand wave dismiss it. Flat Earth is full of stupid people. I can hand wave dismiss it. Right? So they have they never come in and say, oh, okay, so like here's an example. Some dude, Metatron, he was in like the debate text chat. He said, the Great Arc Triangulation Survey proved measured curvature. That's 900 pages.
Isn't he a flat earther?
Okay, but the whole thing, I don't think so. No, I ended up banning him just for other reasons, but it's 938 pages. Do you think this guy read that? 938 pages? Okay, no. I actually started reading it because I am going to read the 938 fucking pages. Because I'm a sick person. There's something wrong with me. But at least I can admit it.
No, that's a good thing, man.
I think I'm at page like 123 right now. Well, because I've heard like a couple people, MC Toon, bring it up and like nobody's ever read this, right? Like you guys are like citing something you didn't read. I know you didn't read the 938 pages of dry ass mathematics, survey data, and like I know you didn't read this. So like, that's the other thing. They'll bring up something, right, that nobody ever heard of, and that nobody's ever going to look at and say, "This is my evidence." Right, and try to bamboozle people that way, like it.
Yeah, but you guys and Witsit, all of you guys do so much research, and every one of us probably does a lot of research, but we all fall down different rabbit holes. Or I'm just kind of new to it, so my rabbit holes are not as far as everybody else's. But
I'm only
there's
on
a
page
lot
one.
of Doug
I'm only on page 51. I just looked at what page I'm at.
51.
I am going to read the whole thing. I'm telling you. Watch.
51 and it felt like 123.
I have been immersed into researching the scriptures, so I don't want to do anything else. Like I've tried to read "Fruit from a Poisonous Tree," and it's a good read, and everybody should read it. Everybody, and maybe some of you have. I don't know. It's a good read though. It's very telling of the Spanish flu. So.
Who else is in here? Just us? Flat Earth Professor, what are you doing hiding in the corner? Bro, usually up and about around this time. You're a couple of sheets to the wind usually when you're in here.
Who? Me?
Flat Earth Professor.
You know, I kind of am sometimes a little bit that way when I come in here. My bad, guys. I don't mean to.
No, that's fine. Just don't. It's okay to drink and be in here. It's just like when people get to that drunken state where they're just like having a conversation with themselves.
Yeah,
and it's like annoying.
You start missing social cues when people are talking, and you jump in the middle and you just start talking. Like all of a sudden, in the middle of someone talking, and then it's like we're hearing some rambling going on. And it's like, who's talking? Like while we're speaking.
Yeah, I'm not going to mention any names, but there's people, not even an individual person, but people, like, they get so drunk, they just start rambling. Yeah. Then you mute them, and they don't even realize that they've been muted, and they're still just rambling with their mic muted. Even worse is when they accidentally deafen themselves, right?
Oh, yeah.
So they can't hear you telling them, hey, shut up, because they deafen themselves. And they're still talking for like 30 minutes. So yeah, that's some of the stuff that happens. But I mean, that's like when you get carried away.
I like listening to you guys, and I like listening to other people too on here. Just listening to people talk sometimes is just awesome. I want to hear people talking about flat Earth.
There's a lot of great people here. That's the thing. That's what I'm talking about. I want to I don't know.
Because I don't get to hear that in my everyday life. And it feels good to hear other people talking about it, even if I'm not a part of the conversation.
Yeah, everyday life conversations very basic. Super basic. Not.
I have dreams. I have dreams about.
Put it that way.
I have dreams about like saying out loud to everybody around me that the Earth is flat. Like I just want to do that all the time. I have dreams about it.
Well, Nathan Thompson made that dream come true because he does that everywhere he goes.
People do it in such an awesome way. I want to do it in a song or something. I want to write a song about it.
Write a song, yeah.
Dude,
get inspired, do something.
You know, we have like tons of like flat Earth music here.
Yeah,
I don't know where
I
the
don't
playlist
know.
is.
I need.
By
to
the way,
listen to
India, what are you doing up this late? Isn't it past your bedtime?
Yeah, I fell asleep and like now I'm awake. I like accidentally fell asleep for like from like 6 o'clock to like 10 o'clock. So now I'm like wide awake.
I'm just in the middle of not being able to sleep until late every night. I have a problem.
I haven't slept for 8 hours straight in like months.
I just have a problem.
I can't sleep for more than like 3 or 4 hours. I sleep 3 or 4 hours, wake up over and over.
I like having time like this because I'm busy and occupied usually during the day, so I can't engage or anything.
You got a 5-year-old, right? Is that what you said?
No, almost, but 4. He just turned 4.
Well, you know what they say, man.
Spend all day chasing
out at night.
He needs a lot of.
Out at night.
That's right. The freaks come out. The freaks come out.
Well,
nobody's around.
I was hoping for 2 a.m. Flat Earth chats. It's been kind of juicy lately, but I don't know. There's nobody in here today. Seems like
no flat Earth debates.
No.
When is the last time I actually talked to a Glober in voice chat? I don't even remember, man.
I don't think I really stopped debating. Well, it's been a while, but not more of a debate. I'm just really trying to get them to understand they don't know these days.
Yeah. I'm the same way, dude. I'm sick of debating. Like, I mean, I'll if they're like being jerks, right? Pompous assholes, I'll smash them. Like,
yeah,
I have no problem with that. But like, if they're
coming
just
into the lion's den, though, because there's so many more flat earthers than Globers, right?
Now I've noticed it used to be the other way around, where like we're getting a lot more flat earthers than we used to, as like a ratio of Globers to flat earthers. Well, it used to be like 100 Globers for every 1 flat earther, but it's kind of there's more balance now.
The one thing that we do have to start doing is like I really want to treat this place like an academy, because there's a lot of new flat earthers that don't know their way around flat Earth, and some of them are like, "Well, I've been in flat Earth for 7 years." I'm like, "Well, I can't tell." Like this, you're saying you have all this seniority in flat Earth, and it's like you argue like a friggin' like somebody like off the street. Like you really don't know how to carry an intellectual conversation. It's odd that you've been in flat Earth for this long and you don't know how to carry yourself. It's weird.
Well,
right?
A lot of flat earthers have been isolated. Like, that's kind of that was kind of like the purpose of some of this. That was partial purpose.
Isolate.
It's still like so people didn't feel I shouldn't say isolated, but yeah, isolated is a good enough word.
Mm-hmm.
Because like people are just on like on YouTube and in comments, they don't actually get to talk to another person.
Well,
that was flat earther.
Yeah, I think that's mainly kind of it's part of it, but it's more of like they're trying to handle arguments in here. Like they'll come in here. And it's like I can just the vibe, you know. It's almost like they want to handle it their way and the way they know how, and it's like it's always point for point, you know, getting on the case of the Glober and like, nah, man, you're really stupid. It's like there's not much on the bone, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but maybe it's one of those things where like, right, you've been sitting on the bench for a while and you're thinking, if I get in there, man, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. Like, these guys suck. Like, you're backseat driving in your head. But then when you get in the game and you actually have to perform, you're like, shit, I suck. Right? And you don't know what to do. Right? And so you just lash out and just say ridiculous things. And then you act like a Glober. That's like, you know how the Globers spiral, right? They start spiraling and...
Well, they get kind of visceral anyways right off the bat.
Well, no, I was actually referring to the flat earthers in here, the newer ones, Kim.
Oh, okay.
And sorry. So and like this forum, it really gets people on a different mindset, because I've talked about it before. I was like, we've had a lot of trouble with flat earthers, the new ones that don't really know this forum. and it seems like they come in here, and because of the fact that we've like the people that made this 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, like we've curated this forum to be like what it is, so it stands out amongst the other servers. And you got like a lot of other servers that are they try their best. I mean, bless their heart, they try to do their best, but they can never come close to what we have here. This is like the top notch, top tier, like best place to be if you're going to be in Flat Earth. There is no other, like there isn't, not in the world. There isn't another better Flat Earth server. And I'm tooting this horn, man, because of the fact that like you get the people who I would say like the elders or the legendary people, like they have made sure that this place has been what it is, so that other people can benefit from it. And I can see now that other people have been benefiting from it, so it's cool. I mean, you can see the effects of like what we've been doing for years in here.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys, I just like to listen in to you guys. I love that I can get right in and just be able to listen. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. So we had we started with kind of like a core group of guys, I guess you'd say, right? So, and then like we end up debating all the time. We were kind of like, it isn't right that we're just like hogging all the time. Like we want other people to like debate Globers and like flesh out their own ideas instead of us just like hogging it. And like over time, let's just like spread. Now there's probably like 50 people in here that can handle any anti-flat earther that rolls in here without an issue.
Right.
Without any issues. And before, like in the beginning, it was just like a handful. Because it takes a while of like actually doing it. It's one of those things you have to do it in order to be able to do it. Right? You can have all the ideas in your head, but to actually be able to do it like on the fly when a Glober's pulling all their little tricks, right?
Yeah.
Their little
logical.
It really is. Yeah, exactly. It's a bunch of tricks. It's not like that's the key. The key isn't like learning the facts or the arguments even. It's learning their rhetorical tricks that they try to play on the audience and you and everybody else and counteracting them. That is more because they don't have any evidence. That's the thing. They're trying to create the appearance that they have evidence when they actually have none. And they're probably all getting triggered in the YouTube stream if anyone's even in there listening. The Glovers are probably spiraling.
I hope
yes, we have evidence.
Indio, I'd love to, like when I go on my rants in the morning, I trigger some like one or two people that come in here. At night, sometimes I trigger people, but the reason why I do that is because I think that a lot of them feel that they want to come in here and just tell us how archaic Flat Earth is. Like, I feel like they just want to get it off their chest, like when they hear me talking. And that's good, because it's like, if I bring somebody in here that just wants to tell me that, like, then I got my way, because I think that's, people have these ideas.
This is how I know when I've won. I'll tell you, the best sign to know when you've won, when they start talking about you or Flat Earthers. When they start saying Flat Earthers this, Flat Earthers that, blah, 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 you've won right at that point. Yeah. They've abandoned making arguments, and they've just decided that I'm going to just talk about you. Like,
the character, yeah.
You've won. You've just won. Like, you just conceded I won. Like, it's over.
I like what you said earlier about, like, how people usually think that they pop in here, and it's like, it's a struggle is real. So, like, if you think, like, well, if a Glober comes in here, I'm going to get on the mic and I'm going to talk to them. And it's like, you think you have all these ideas of how it's going to go in a conversation. And when you finally have it, it goes completely the opposite. The freaking Glober, like, jukes and jives, and you're trying to, like, no, you're stupid. You know what I mean? Like, that's all that comes out.
Yeah, that's what ends up being. No, you're stupid. No, you're stupid, Mom.
Yeah, Mom. No, and that's the thing, though, is we got to step in here and be like, okay, guys, like that. I mean, let's get to know what they know, and we have to start guiding the conversation. Usually, I mean, I don't usually step in here because I like to see them, the Flat Earther, kind of struggle a little bit, because it's kind of cool to see them, like, see where they go, and then later on they start formulating their own way, and it's kind of cool. But for the most part, I think everybody starts to see the example, because we lead by example. So now they start to see what we're doing, how we're doing it, addressing the logical fallacies. Don't gish gallop to another topic. Like stay within the parameters of the that specific topic you brought up, or because one of the things they love to do, and I kept making the flat earthers aware of it, is throw a lot of bait out. They'll start fishing. Like if they're talking to me or some other, like you and you, they'll throw some bait out. Oh, what about gravity? And then the new flat earther who's been in flat earth for 7 years, who hasn't been in this forum, is supremely triggered when they hear that. Oh, me. Can I please, Indio? Can I please tell them, like, real quick? And so that as soon as they open their mouths about gravity, then like 10 other flat earthers are going to jump in, because now you're on a rabbit hole with gravity. It's like you're arguing a derivative topic from the main presupposed, like the Earth is a big and a question. You know what I mean? Like you haven't even established the Earth as a globe, and they're already talking about like how the physics are going to work.
Well, yeah, I agree 100%. Globers want to argue certain things because they can't ever be resolved, right? So let's argue about space pictures. That'll just go in a circle forever, because like they're totally inaccessible to either party, right? They can't prove they're real. We can't prove they're not real, and so we just argue about them, right? So over and over in a big freaking circle. Gravity's the same thing. Is it the cause? Is it the effect? What is it? Like, is it space-time? Is it a pull? Is it a push? Like, it's just an endless rabbit hole of nonsense. And like, you're doing that for like 40 minutes instead of going, okay, yeah, but what's the shape of the Earth?
That's what I say. I always go, how can you measure the movement of the Earth? Like, how? That's the one thing right there. Like, you measure it right now. Give me the proof.
But see, they want these derivative topics because they can't prove the fundamental part. The fundamental thing about the curvature of the Earth. So they have to talk about all these things, which maybe or maybe not you can infer around Earth from, but it's not directly related to it.
You have to point where it's a philosophy at one point. That's what I'm saying.
It is.
The one thing that makes it the philosophy instead of actual science. It's scientism at that point.
And the guy that came in here was
no definitive evidence.
The guy that came in here was talking about parsecs, man. I just like, I even told him, I was like, man, you don't even know what that is. Like, I was starting to get upset, dude, because like he was invoking friggin' like fairy tale land. Like it's already bad enough. The globe is bad enough, much less him.
Yeah, I'm like,
much less him telling me about parsecs. It's like freaking light year, a unit of measurement. So I wasn't even interested in any Star Trek talk, dude. I just want to like.
That's literally what you're talking about too.
Idiotic, man.
That's probably where he first heard it. It was on Star Trek.
Probably.
These people have had like space just glorified and.
He's like, dude, I'm gonna destroy you guys with it. If I knew a little bit more about this, I would have destroyed you guys. Freaking, you wouldn't.
Witchcraft.
It is witchcraft. Oh yeah,
it really is. Dang.
But that's just
a wild time to be living.
I know the evidence is out there somewhere. If I just knew what it was, I would prove you flat earthers wrong.
Yeah.
But I'm sure 100%. Listen, you don't even have evidence. There's evidence. So why don't you just be quiet?
Yeah, I wanted because he was having kind of an easy chat, but I think he was a snake coiled up in the grass. Like he was just waiting to like.
Yeah, they try to sandbag. That's another one where they try to act all innocent.
Yep.
And like coy and like, oh, I'm just here to have an honest chat and discussion. Yep. I have no ill intentions. We're buddies, right? No, we're not buddies.
You know what, man? Let me find that clip because it was only. Let me see. What are we today? Tuesday? It must have been last week. Maybe Friday. And Yeah,
that's one of the things we're talking about, though, Mig, is that the new guys can't see through some of the things, right?
No, they can't.
That we can see through instantly. As soon as you can hear just from like whatever it is, their inflection, their tone, the cadence of their voice, like the structure of the question, what it's about, with something that just tells you, like everything about them, like not everything, but like where they're coming from, because these guys are all like little NPC clones, man. There's only like five flavors, right? I know what flavor it is, like almost instantly, right?
Well, they're fishing, man. And what happens? You know who bit that night with that guy? It was Clay under Seal.
Oh, God.
And I'm always like, Clay, don't. And he's like, but I just want to tell him about can I just tell him about the Star Trails? Like, I was like, no, Clay, he's gonna hand wave dismiss what you're gonna say. I told him before he even said it, dude. Listen. I'm like, I can't say I'm so good with it, but I just already know the play, man. I know the play.
You're also
So I told
good at
Clay,
lying with
I was like,
statistics,
listen,
too.
as soon as you start talking about Star Trails, because he's saying Clay's claim was that all the stars move in the same speed. There's no difference. And the other guy was like, this is great, love it. No, he says they're all different speeds. So the other guy, his name was Abel. Anyway, Abel was saying they're all different speeds, and Clay was like, no, they're all going the same speed. And I was like, Clay, don't show him the video. We don't need to be talking about that right now. We're gonna go off into the weeds about this topic, and doesn't prove anything. So he's like, what? It's just one thing. I just want to tell him, can I have a video? There's a video. I was like, Clay, go ahead. Just show him the video. And so once he did, he showed him the video. And immediately the guy looked at it. He's like, hey, this video, I'm going to say that I don't accept it because it's not an authoritative video. And I said, see, Clay?
Oh, my God.
Do you see what I just said? Like, I knew he was going to do that. Like, and Clay was like, yeah, you're right. I was like, I know, Clay, but we would have saved a lot of time if you would have just listened to what I said. Like, I'm not just telling you this to blow smoke up your butt, man. Like, this is for real. These guys don't care. Because, like, he was fishing for that so that he can sound like he knows what he's saying, and then he's going to use his, like, well, that's not an authoritative video. So making you look like a fool for bringing out that.
They use that it doesn't come from a credible source or authoritative video or whatever. They use that when they don't have an answer. It's something they've never seen before and they're totally ignorant of. So they'll try to kill the messenger, right? You just kill the messenger instead, so I don't have to address the issue.
And this is the tactics that they use.
All the fallacies. So
this is the tactics that they use that new people, or at least I would say those who haven't been in this forum, don't understand. They think that these are questions that can be answered, and I'm trying to like help them understand. You can't just dive right into these things because this is what I would consider bait. It's baiting you into a sidebar conversation so that whenever you present whatever said information you got, because you think you got something, they're going to hand wave dismiss it and say, this isn't from an authority. So I'm going to say, I'm not accepting this. And then the third person perspective.
That's actually an opportunity, man. To me, that's an opportunity. But like these guys, they just don't know how to handle it, right? Yeah. So when they say something like, oh, it's not from a credible source, I just ask them, okay, so what's an incredible source? What's the objective measure from an incredible source? A credible source.
Yeah, well,
I don't have one. So it's your subjective opinion on what's credible or not. So you're just like cherry picking whatever information you think is accurate, just because you feel like it. And then you expose them that way, that this person is not actually making an honest inquiry, that he's biased and he's looking for a result that he wants, and he's going to discard all other information that doesn't give him the result he wants. And that is often useful to just like expose that this guy is not an honest broker. But like, I don't think Clay under Steel could actually do that. Like,
I think there's a few people that they can't see through the facade of the question. So if you bite, then you're automatically taken in by the bait. So the bait is anything that's going to get you off, or at least get him off the hook of where we're at. Like the specific topic that we were on, we were going somewhere. And as soon as, like, because he's like, part 6, and I'm like, dude, I don't want to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about your fantasy unit of measurement, and I was like, "This is ridiculous. It's not." But why you don't want to talk about this? Because you're scared that it's gonna just. I was like, "No, dude, because it's stupid. It's fantasy. You're just falling in love with the lore of Globe Earth, and you're telling me about it, and it's like, well, let me tell you about Middle Earth. I know some orcs have spiky clubs, and some don't, and the ones that do have spiky clubs, they actually win battles." I was like, "It's pretty stupid, right?" When I start getting into stuff like this. That's what you sound like when you're telling me about stupid parsecs. I don't care to know about that. It has nothing to do
unit
with
of measure. It doesn't mean anything. It's
well,
no
yeah,
different than saying cubit, inch, meter, freaking foot. Like, how does any of that prove anything?
The definition, you have to accept that the Earth is already in motion in order for it to be applicable. So it's stupid. And I already said that from the get. But I didn't even, to be honest, Indio, I didn't even know what the actual definition was. I just knew that he was invoking some unit of measurement that has to deal with like some fantasy understanding of how they know the distance to the heavenly body.
Yeah.
So, getting back to the point, it's like I'm not gonna talk about your fantasy lore that you want to get into right now with the whole globe Earth and quasars and black holes, and I don't care about that stuff, man. You don't know anything about that anyway. So he's like, well, parsecs are, and he's going into like what parsecs are, and I mean, it's really like some of these guys, they know a bit of the lore that's behind the globe, and some don't. I can say the majority don't really know too much about the lore, but some, they're a little bit fanboys of the actual lore. They might know a little bit more intricate details, but they don't get too far into it. Even the ones that claim to know formulas and that, their knowledge is still surface. It isn't really like in depth. Like they're not going to go into like like the book that you were talking about with all this dry mathematics and whatnot. Like they're not going to go that far deep. But what they will do is they'll invoke like something that they've seen on Discovery Channel or something, and like it just intrigued them, so they really liked it, so they'll invoke that. But stuff like when like this guy was saying that, I knew he was just like smoke and mirrors. Like I didn't have to deal with that. But then when they're in here,
it's based off the radius of the Earth. Regardless, right? No matter what the value is, any astronomical value is based off the radius of the Earth. So where'd you get that? It's that simple. Like, where'd you get the radius part? Like, it always comes down to that one thing. Like, okay, so I'll accept your unit. Prove the rest of the rungs down from the cosmic distance ladder. Parsecs, astronomical units, radius. Okay, let's go down to the radius. Let's go.
That was in tandem with the parallax. So he actually invoked parsecs with parallax. That's how they know the distance to the stars. So because of that, like the different distances to like the heavenly bodies. So he invoked that.
But the parallax, is based upon the parsec is based upon the size of the orbit of Earth, right?
Yeah, but the parallax
is based. Listen. The size of the orbit of Earth around the sun is based upon the astronomical unit. That's the distance of the Earth to the sun. The distance of the Earth to the sun is based upon the radius of the Earth. So if you don't have the radius of the Earth, you can't do any of the other parts, right?
Well,
so prove the first part, right?
Well, I brought him back down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can always bring it back down to curvature just as logic, right? You don't even have to say it's lore or any of that, right? You can just say, listen, you're using the cosmic distance ladder, okay? The first rung of that is the radius of the Earth. Prove that. And then we all know, once you ask them to prove the radius, it's over because they can't prove that.
They can't prove
impossible.
That. Yeah. So I did, and I brought him back down. And the thing that he said right off the bat, because it stung his pride. He's like, I already measured it. I did that. I was like, cool. I was like, go ahead and post the information in live stream voice text. Go ahead. We need to see all the info so we can pour ourselves over that data. Oh, I don't have it on me. So you lied then? No, I didn't. No, well, where is the information at? Because you can't say you did something and then there's no information. You need to provide the information, and then we'll look into it. Well, I don't have it on me. So you lied then. So you're a liar. So you say you did something and now you're lying about it. And then it turns out that he didn't actually do it. So I was right. He was a liar. But he's like, he said something like, well, I don't have to do it. I was like, so you didn't do it. That's great. So even more now that I'm going to expose you for somebody who's lying, because it all started because this other guy that was in here was asking about the second law of thermodynamics and how that doesn't work. He's like, I came in like a year ago, and the second law of thermodynamics was a topic that you guys were talking about. The first guy, not this Abel, the second guy.
Yeah.
And he was talking about like, well, we know. He started saying we know. Once they go into the we know business, I was like, yeah, we know what. And so he's like, well, we know that the barometric pressure changes in elevation, and also when you go further out into space, that it changes even further, like lower pressure. So with the barometer, you can measure that. And so I was like, oh, cool. Did you do it? And he's like, no. Well, and I told him, well, then how do you know? And yeah, it was quiet. It was like you didn't have an answer for that. Interesting, right? Because I'm always like, okay, you go ahead, you have the information for the barometric pressure elevate and change in elevation. Go ahead and tell us that. And so he didn't. He stayed silent. So I was like, okay. Well, then since you didn't have that information, you just believe that space is real and all that because of that somebody told you. But he shut up and he didn't want to respond after that. So I was like, what? Are you still there? He never answered me. So we just moved on. And some other guy, I guess he must have got in contact with one of his homies because, he got butt hurt. So he got this friend to come in here. His name was Abel, and that's the guy that was talking about parsecs. And he started a little bit like he knew what he was saying. He was agreeing with me, and he sounded a little bit copacetic. But towards the middle of it, he shifted gears to like, well, that's not how you treated the guy that was before me. I was like, what guy? What are you talking about? And so like he wanted to attach himself white knighting for the gentleman who was like previous. No, I just yeah. After we had our conversation about like him trying to tell me about space and that, brought him back down to earth, and then get this, man. Some other person who was it? Maybe it was Ether. He said, "So, you know who you're talking to, right?" And he was like, Abel's like, "Well, what do you mean?" And he's like, "You're talking to Mickey." And he's like, "Oh." And I found it peculiar that he didn't want to say my name. So I was like, "Hey, by the way, Abel, what's my name?" He's like, "I don't want to say anything. Why do I? This is silly. Why do you want me to say that?" I was like, "Because it's weird that you're not going to say my name. I'm addressing you by your name. Your name's Abel." And he's like, "Well, okay." And I was like, "Well, what's my name?" And he didn't want to say my name. So I was like, "Okay, this is weird. You just made it weird." That's strange.
Was that some weird dehumanizing thing?
I guess maybe if he said my name or something, it would have like give me powers. I don't know what he was thinking.
They can always make it weird. I think that it is good to address where they're diverting situations, though. So, you know what? You guys are doing the work, man. You're keeping this discord alive. Appreciate it.
Oh, them diverting to the topic is like red meat to me, man. Let's go right for that.
I know. I can tell that you are learned, my friend. I'm just a musician from Alabama.
You should have asked them, like, if you were in a basement and you were looking at your barometer and you started watching the pressure go down and all of a sudden it was 900 millibars, does that mean you're not underground anymore and that now you like rose up into the air?
Yeah.
No, it means you're in the eye of a hurricane, dummy.
That'd be funny. These guys, they're just crazy. Every conversation,
they don't realize the leaps of logic that they take. They just take these giant leaps of logic and just like fill in the blanks with the lore.
That's right. I even addressed somebody, like it was a conversation. I've been having a lot of good convos lately, Indio. I don't know, you haven't been around, There's a guy that I said that to. Oh, it was Mr. Sensible, actually. It was Mr. Sensible. And then we do have a clip of that. When I asked him about Michio Kaku.
You were supposed to play another clip, too.
What's that?
Didn't you say you were going to play a clip?
Yeah, but I mean, I had to find it, and I'm on my phone, so.
Okay, yeah, I don't mind. I thought you were going to play one. Yeah.
No, the clip was of the guy Abel. It was like a few nights ago. Some people weren't here. They heard me have that conversation with them, but.
Hey, I may have. I've been listening in.
Maybe you weren't here. I think you were. At any rate.
I've heard you guys have a lot of conversations.
We do.
With a lot of folks. Yeah.
Sure do.
Pretty active on here.
Yeah, you've been in here quite a bit, Kim.
I like to listen. Even if I can't engage, I like to listen.
Put a Bluetooth earphone in. This is the advice I give everyone, just because. Don't assume what they're saying is true. Okay, they'll say something, and like it'll be some obscure like reference to some scientific study. And don't assume it's true. Well, I'm just saying a lot of things they say are just like they're just factually wrong. They just say things because it sounds good to them because they saw it like in a Discovery Channel documentary or something. I don't know where they get half the stuff they say. Because I know they didn't like learn it in school or like read a research paper or a peer-reviewed paper and see it, read it there. So they just like make it up out of their head.
Not here. My first girl's not here. I mean, there was one time where we got stuck on somebody sending papers in about something that proved the rotation of the Earth, and it predated Einstein. So I guess I waited on somebody else to say something for a while.
Dang, what was it?
Yeah, it was probably something stupid. Yeah. It was probably something really stupid. And I was like, wait, this only proves that the sky moves, not that we do.
Yeah, there's things like, oh, if you make a triangle on the surface of the Earth, you take 390-degree turns, and that only works on the sphere. They'll say stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually no one's ever done that. That's not true. No one ever measured a frickin' three-corner 90-degree corner triangle on the surface of the Earth. No one's ever done that. But they'll say it, and it's just like it's just an example of things. Just don't assume what they're saying is actually accurate. You always have to ask for the actual evidence or the data that supports their claim, because they think that their claim is the evidence. Oh, I said it. So, the Earth orbits the sun. Okay, what's your evidence for that? That's what I always ask them. When they make a claim, I just ask them, what's your evidence for that? Which is reasonable, right? I'm not asking for anything crazy. I'm just saying, okay, what's your evidence for that? You made a claim. You're supposed to present the evidence for your claim. It's pretty simple. It's not difficult. You should be readily available. But typically they go, oh, I have to find it. Then after 5 minutes of them Googling, they don't find it. And then they come back. And then they just gish gallop onto something else and act like that never happened. And they say something else to make a claim without evidence. And then you just keep asking, okay, what's your evidence? What's your evidence? And then they spiral, and then they're like, you flat earthers are all the same. You don't believe anything. You think all science is wrong. You think you're smarter than Einstein, yada, yada. Like all this, they spiral into their craziness and they get kicked out. And then they say we ban everybody. Like, what? Like, we only ban dishonest people, pretty much. Or people that, are just too emotional to actually have a conversation with.
I don't blame you.
Well, I mean, my position is, what's the point of having a conversation with a dishonest person? There's no point. It's like
We
if
got
you're in an
Dr. Wong,
argument
man.
with, if you're arguing with someone and that person is just like lying about everything. Like, why even continue? You're not
We got
getting
Dr.
anywhere.
Wah in here. Indio, I don't know if you've seen him in here.
Who's in here?
Dr. Wah. He's a new guy, looks like.
Dr. Wah. Dr. Wah.
Where?
He's got listening pass.
Oh.
Should we take a risk?
No, I wouldn't mind.
I'll just unmute him.
What's up, Dr. Wah?
Did you unmute him?
No, I didn't. I thought you were gonna.
Yeah, I got him. Dr. Wah, you can unmute if you want to talk.
Is he just a lurker?
Yeah,
Looky Loo?
Maybe he's just listening. If he's got listening pass, that means he didn't make it through check-in.
No.
Hey, don't forget that some people listen in just to hear it.
He couldn't hold it together for like 3 minutes that it takes to check somebody in.
Oh, okay.
That's what the purpose of check-in is. If you can't like control your troll for like the 3 minutes it takes to check you in, you can't like. I don't know what to say, man. If you can't control yourself for even that long,
Yeah. He gets a little antsy, I guess.
So I've been studying the scriptures just about every day. And I have
the good book.
Yes. I have only understood that the real gospel is the salvation of all. And people have called me a universalist. I just read that in the scripture, studying it and stuff. So I believe in the salvation of all.
Well, I think that some are guaranteed salvation, and then others are for God to judge, and that's not my problem.
Yeah, well, I don't believe in. I believe that death will be abolished. I mean, I've read that in scripture, so death is the last enemy to be abolished, and God will be all in all, or Yah, the Creator, whatever. I mean, it all means something. Whatever your heart means, you know. I've been reading the concordant literal version, like. I'm not cutting out, am I?
No, I hear you. I'm
Okay.
just thinking. I haven't read the Bible in a long ass time.
I do it every day.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I
in
did that
some
every
way,
day when I was a kid. So, I mean, I've probably been through the Bible freaking 20 times.
Well, good for you. I'm a baby. I mean, it's been less than a year since I knew that there was a creator, and I didn't go
Really?
searching for. I didn't go searching for, like, literally found me.
So, what, were you raised atheist or something?
No, but no. I've been to church like growing up, but it never took or anything.
Yeah.
So I guess I just thought I was too smart to believe. You know?
Ain't that ironic?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
I was an
the craziest
idiot,
thing.
is what I was. I was so stupid.
Well, isn't that part of
Yeah.
it, right? Part of the social conditioning is like, oh, only dumb people believe in God, and all the smart people,
Yeah.
they're atheists. Like,
Yeah.
whoa, like that's kind of like the narrative that like the world tries to impress upon people, at least the Western world.
It worked on me for a while, so
of course you're an
that's all
impressionable
I'm gonna
child,
say.
man. And it even comes down to like
I
peer
was on my
pressure.
own at
Other kids
15.
will
I was on my own
pressure
at
other
15
kids.
too.
What? Say that again.
I was on my own at 15, so it was kind of like a weird childhood that I lived through. So
I could see that.
traumatic here and weird and cringy and a lot of things, but overall, I can't really complain too much because dang, I've been blessed. Since I was on my own, I figured it out eventually, but it took a few years. I started figuring out my own ways. I didn't make a lot of good choices. I did some things that I shouldn't have. I still do, to be honest. But I'm at home. I drink a bottle of wine, and now I'm monologuing. Sorry. I, I came to the faith first, and then Flat Earth, and it all made sense. Read the Book of Enoch, and it made more sense. I feel like this Flat Earth movement is the prophecy in the Book of Enoch that talks about the sevenfold doctrine of his whole creation. So I would look into that and tell me if you agree with me. But I don't know. Could be a series of things that are sevenfold. So it could be a lot of something.
Well, I mean, what does the Bible say about the world, right? It's that it's the world of men and it's ruled by Satan. And that Satan is called the great deceiver.
Of the air, though. Think about that for a second. Of the air. He's the prince of the air.
But he's also the great deceiver.
The airwaves.
That's
the airwaves.
What is the greatest deception?
I know, but I'm talking about like where he's pinpointed specifically. If he controls the air, he controls the airwaves.
What can you tell a man about earthly things? What can you tell a man about heavenly things if he can't even understand earthly things, you know? Exactly. Anything above the ground is heavenly, and people all want to explain these things. Like, basically, when they're talking about outer space and all that stuff, they're talking about is stuff described in the Bible, these heavenly realms, and people want to explain that. So how could they? I mean, it's just as simple. Like, how could they know something that happened 365 billion years ago if they don't even know how the pyramids were built? I asked that one dude, that bald nerdy guy, and his answer was, "Oh, we've known how the pyramids were built. The Egyptians had pictures of it." But then I'll ask him another question, like, are they photograph pictures? And he won't respond. He just like respond to like one thing. They cherry pick it pretty hard, Crickets.
Well, that's the thing about the globe and the whole thing, right? It's not an exo puts, he always brings this up. It's not just that the Earth is a ball. That's like part of the whole Big Bang cosmology. There is no God, and I haven't brought this up in a long time, but the whole why, the people ask the why, okay? There is no God. The highest authority is man, right? So if you have a hierarchy of the highest authority and you go down, there's God, then there's men, then there's in the men being, there's God, then there's the government or priests, then the government, then like your family, or like your family patriarch or matriarch, whatever the case may be. So there's a hierarchy of authority. Well, you have the Big Bang, you strip out God as the highest authority, and now the highest authority is men. So you have these men saying, we are the highest authority. I am the government. tell you what to think, I'll tell you what to wear, tell you what to drive, tell you where you can walk, tell you how to think, tell you what you can say, right? We also perform miracles, right? If you're sick, we'll cure you, just like Jesus cured the sick. We have modern science. Get the Fauci and we'll be like God and cure you of disease, right? So all the things that, like, God claimed, people claim God could do God's miracles. Now men claim they do them all. All the miracles of God now are done by men.
Dang it, you're so right. You're so right. Everything you're saying is right.
Yeah, it's to displace the authority of God with the authority of men. And like the funny part is in history class, they used to teach us, the Pharaoh thought he was a deity. Oh, the Emperor of China, he thought he was a deity and people worship him. The Emperor of Japan, he was descended right from God. The King of England, that he took over, and there was the divine right of kings, which came from God, and that's why he was a king, and that was his authority. Like, they tell us all through history, the government, people that ran the government, they kept their authority by saying that they were descended from God, or their authority came from God. Now it's just like, there is no God, so I don't need an authority that descended from God. I am God, right? now, like they got rid of the God part, and now they say they are the God. It's to me, it's obvious that the whole thing is a complete artificial construct of to create a worldview that men are gods. Men are the highest authority. Your salvation is in men, right? In technology, in science. That's where your salvation lies. Your salvation. You want to go to heaven? Oh, be super smart. Become an astronaut. Jump on a rocket. You can go to the heavens, right?
Or you can live forever if you just wait.
Or you can live forever.
Yeah, you can plug into the Matrix.
Yeah, that's your eternal salvation. And like, listen, here's the thing. You can have these things. You can have these things without having.
And then another Matrix.
Well, this is the most important. This is the most important point: is that you can have God grant you God. Now that God is man, right? You can have men grant you all the things God would grant you, but now there's no moral conditions. You don't have to perform anything. Just go out and make money.
Nope.
That's all you have to do. Now you don't have to be good. You don't have to have like, you can lie, you can cheat, you can steal, you can do all these things because there's no moral connotations to it. People don't lie, cheat, and steal because it's morally wrong, not because the government's going to punish you. Right? Just because it's the wrong thing to do. It's now people don't do those things because the government might punish them. It's a totally different motivation. Right? It's not, I want to be good, so I won't do those things. It's, I don't want to get hurt, so I don't do those things.
Yeah.
They've totally taken the psyche of men in their world, the average person in their worldview, and twisted it. And that's why, like, Flat Earth to me,
they're so arrogant
when I
about
realized
things that they don't even know.
That was just one of the things that fell into place. The great deceiver, his deception is so all-encompassing. It encompasses anything about the world, right? On the TV, in the books, in the media, the whole society, public schools, the government. It's just an all-encompassing thing.
You think that he's mimicking God, and that God has a higher divine matrix that he's working through all things because he created it all.
Yeah.
He is the creator of all things, even evil. He works through these things in our intricate daily lives. We experience a lot of trauma. We experience like sorrow and like, it brings you to the end of yourself at one point. And then you really do seek truth with your whole heart. That's what happened to me anyway. So I'm assuming that this happened to you guys too at some point. Probably way sooner than me because you're smarter. But Yeah. I just researched the heck out of everything. I had all the reason to believe that, I don't know, that there was no God at one point. And then he revealed himself to me. And I was graced with the faith without even knowing the scriptures. And then I started looking into the scriptures. And then I found flat earth. Flat earth made sense. Flat earth made the scriptures make more sense. I found the book of Enoch. And I read through that a lot. And that's why I found the sevenfold doctrine of his whole creation prophecy in there. And I believe that the flat earth movement is that prophecy coming like into fulfillment. So just saying. I'm studying the scriptures of the Bible for sure though.
Anyway, I gotta go to bed. It's like 5:05. I should get
It's
at least an hour sleep.
4:05. I need to go to bed.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Good night to you guys. Thanks for letting me talk for a minute. I
Yeah,
guess.
I'm gonna get like an hour sleep and be right back.
Oh, dang.
Power nap. Just a quick shutdown. Reboot.
I appreciate you guys for sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good night, guys.
You too. Thanks for being here.
Grace and peace to you both.
You too. God bless you.
Bless you.
What's up, Crit? Before I jet.
Oh, not a whole lot.
Dude, I seen all your posts in Golden Globies, man. Some of them are fucking hilarious. You post a lot of stuff over there. Some of them are hilarious, man.
Yeah, I know. It's like you get these people, like, you know, like it's like I try to get them talking because that's when they really let it out. I go, this is your safe space, right? I'm on your server talking about a topic you want to talk about. Now, what do you have to add? And they just go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. You know, I'm like,
They're so emotional. Yes, I posted this to Golden Globies today. Just believe in the globe; it's better. Like, what the hell is wrong? Like, what? This guy's been in here in the server for like a week talking about aliens. He's just like trying to convince us there's aliens. Like, what's wrong with you, man? And then this is like one of the last things he posted. Just believe in the globe, guys. Come on, guys. Can't we just all get along? Just believe in the globe. I want to go to space. You flat earthers are screwing everything up for me.
yeah, see, look at this one. I had just changed my username, and the dude got completely dumbfounded. Like, there's like another crit on the server. I go, if your tools of discernment are that bad that someone can just change your username and suddenly you have no idea who they are. Okay, how exactly did you figure out the Earth was a globe? You know,
Have you ever seen that Christopher Reeve movie, Somewhere in Time? It's old 80. It's like
yeah,
an
it sounds
80s
familiar, but I can't require the. Like,
So
the
he
plot.
goes to, I'll tell you the plot. So he goes to a hotel and he sees like an old picture on the wall of a lady that lived in the 1920s, and he like falls in love with her. And he wants to like meet her, but you know, time travel's not possible. So then he goes finds a physicist or something. He says, you know, you can travel back in time with your mind if you really believe it, but you have to like really, really believe it. So he goes out and he buys like 1920s garb and everything, right? So to like actually like really immerse himself in the idea that he's in 1920s and meets this lady. Anyway, so it works. And to make a long story short, meets this girl, they fall in love, takes him forever to like get her, but he ends up get her. And then when he finally gets her, like they're in bed eating grapes, you know, they just screwed. And she goes, hey, what's in this pocket? He had like one of those watch pockets, and he reaches in, and he pulls out, and then he sees a penny from 1970 something. And instantly he flashes back and like goes back into the freaking 1980s, and all is lost, right? Because now he doesn't believe it anymore. He put doubt into his mind because he saw that penny. That's how Globers are. Like if we keep reminding them that like the Earth is flat, they're never going to go to space because we're just ruining it just by saying it. Right? We're going to ruin the idea of space, and no one's ever going to go as long as there's flat earthers around. And you flat earthers, you just got to go away because you're stopping our space fantasy. That's what it reminds me of, like how they act. They remind me of that movie where Christopher Reeve saw the penny, and like because he didn't believe it anymore, he wasn't time traveling anymore.
Oh yeah, that's what I sometimes I say something similar to that, where they feel like as long as they keep faith in the government, that someday man's space flight will return to humanity. As long as they kept faith the whole time, government will gift them a trip to space.
Yeah.
If they lose faith,
it's the flat earthers' negativity that space is fake that's holding us back, and the flat earthers just went away all of a sudden. All the technological challenges that they say exist would just suddenly disappear because there's no flat earthers.
Which is interesting too, because they'll tell you in the next breath that flat Earth is completely irrelevant, just a bunch of online gooks who don't matter. Okay, so I don't matter, but yet I'm responsible for why you can't go to space.
Yep. Yeah, we don't matter. Flat Earth is dying, but you guys are keeping us from space. And we're going to go back to horses and buggies and beating our women if you flat earthers get your way.
Yeah, that's contradictory. Okay, I mean, come on.
You're going to send us back to the Middle Ages. Dude. Yeah, all the flat earthers are going to give up their cars because the Earth is flat and it's not a globe. Yeah. Like the Luddites, right? The Luddites that broke all the sewing machines because they didn't want automation to take their jobs away. Anyway, I actually do gotta go sleep for a little bit.
Oh yeah, good night.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, take care. See you later.
Peace out, Meg, if you're still listening.
is the truth. Nothing more.
Not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science. There are still questions.
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
what do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has
that's
ever
not what
been in
they
space.
mean. They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of hundred miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
So you have NASA saying they don't have the technology to do that anymore. The technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, they don't have it anymore. But then you hear your ex-president say they're still using the same technology that they used between 1963 and 1972, which is their current excuse for not being able to go past low Earth orbit. Now keep that in mind.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go, and this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's mind. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys, and the last time they went was 1972. And they just all happen to be Freemasons. And let's have a look at their reaction when being asked about going past low Earth orbit.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Please? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir, I don't have nothing to do with this, but you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
you can't solicit like this on this property.
Keep shooting.
All right, well then I'd go through my measures.
Yeah. You got to keep shooting, man. Okay, well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Just come with me, Buzz. You really like it?
Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Okay.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Several, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Owens. Bart Several, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot. Oh, asking you to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon, you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out? Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Yes. From the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but if you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the Apollo programs were fake is just sheer nonsense. And you can talk till hell freezes over and you're wrong. Okay?
Well, would you affirm...
I won't continue on this line.
Would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay. Put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. And say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but
if you
penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
Understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay. As an independent producer, we're heading out. Doing that is against moral ethics. Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get...
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of my house. You ever get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope. You want to call the CIA? Have them whacked?
Now, you would think that these guys would be falling to their knees to swear on the Bible that they walked on the moon. You think it would be something they'd be proud of, but that's not their reaction. They're acting like criminals with something to hide, like someone who just got caught lying or cheating. But anyways, as I was saying, out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space. And that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. And that is why every rocket or shuttle launch that you've ever seen in your life on TV always curves off because there's a firmament. There is no place to go.
Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more. offering is the truth. Nothing more.
This is in some of y'all church.
That's right.
Thank God for television. This is in some of y'all church. This is in some of y'all homes.
That's right.
Now, your pastor is telling you Jesus' birthday is coming on the 25th.
Amen.
Your pastor is a liar. The Bible ain't never said Jesus was born December 25th. Not only is your pastor a liar, your mama.
That's right.
You talking about my mama? Your mama.
Amen.
Your daddy. Children, there is no Santa Claus. Your mama or your daddy bought them presents. There is no Santa Claus. Stop lying. This is heathenism.
Heathenism.
This is paganism.
That's right.
This ain't got nothing to do with God.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Amen.
10th chapter, book of Jeremiah, real quick. Let me read it.
Jeremiah 10, we'll start at verse 1.
Come on, son.
Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel.
Hear ye the word of the Lord that's coming to you now, Dover, Delaware, and the world.
Thus saith the Lord.
Thus saith Geno Jennings.
Thus saith the Lord.
You hear this now? You've got to be a hypocrite to go back to your church tomorrow. You got to be a child of hell.
That's
when
right.
you go back home tonight, when you drive up to your house and see it all lit up and that fake manger got down there, hey, tell me, who's that little dirty, ugly baby you got on your lawn? Who's that dirty, ugly plastic baby
That's right.
you got on your lawn
Amen.
and on your church grounds?
Amen.
Now, you may be ignorant, but do you know when you got a baby and you claim it's Jesus, you blasphemed?
That's right.
Because Jesus Christ is God, and God said, make no image of me. Who told you? See, that's blaspheme.
Yeah.
Why is it, Pastor Jennings? God ain't no baby.
That's right.
When Jesus walked this earth, he ain't still no baby.
No.
Who told you he had blonde hair, blue eyes, and white skin? Yeah. Who told you he was light skinned or brown skinned with dreadlocks?
Yeah.
You ain't never met him.
That's right.
He ain't walking the streets of Delaware. Who told you he had curly locks? Who told you he had plaits in his hair? And when you go back home, you take that manger and collect it and put it in a plastic bag and set it out on trash day.
Amen.
Well, Pastor Jennings, that's the Christian thing. That's paganism.
Amen.
That's idolatry.
Yeah.
Who told you Mary looked like that?
Yeah.
Who told you Joseph looked like that?
That's right.
I want you to get the old troublemaker. I want to bring you back the Bible and get you away from these foolish church traditions.
That's right.
Everybody go hungry all year, then the church get a spell from hell and want to give out turkeys in December. Hungry all year long. All year long, folks is hungry. And then the church get a spell from hell. And all of a sudden want to get involved in the community, you bunch of heathens.
Amen.
Jesus stayed involved.
Yes, he did.
Didn't he?
Yes, he did. Go ahead.
You see, you talking about you in a Christian home.
Yeah.
A Christian home, and you got the symbol of a heathen.
Amen.
Finish up Jeremiah.
Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel.
What did God tell us?
Thus saith the Lord.
I want you to judge yourself tonight, Delaware. Thus saith the Lord.
Learn not the way of the heathen.
What?
Learn not the way of the heathen.
I want you to judge yourself and ask yourself, are you a heathen tonight?
Amen.
A heathen.
Heathen.
Not a Christian, a heathen.
That's right.
Yeah, a heathen.
Yeah.
Not a Christian, a heathen.
Heathen.
I want to emphasize on the H, a heathen.
That's right.
I want you to get the breeze. The Bible says Jesus breathed on them.
That's right.
A heathen.
Amen.
Judge yourself now.
Amen.
Judge yourself.
Yeah.
All of you that say Jesus was born December 25th, you lied on the Son of Man.
That's right.
You lied on the Messiah.
That's right.
You lied on Christ.
Yeah.
When you go to a church and your preacher got to preach a sermon, you got a heathen for a pastor. Are you listening to the old troublemaker?
Thus saith the Lord.
Thus saith the Lord.
Learn not.
Learn not the way of the heathen.
And be not dismayed at the signs of heaven.
Why?
For the heathen are dismayed at them.
Read to Dover, Delaware, what the heathens do here.
For the customs of the people are vain.
Anything that's vain is no good.
No good.
What do they do, son?
For one cutteth a tree out of the forest.
Oh. Cut it. You ain't got to cut it now. They cut it for you and sell it to you.
That's right.
They cut the tree down at the forest. What they do, son?
The work of the hands of the workmen with the axe.
What they do?
They deck it.
With what?
With silver and with gold. Deck it. Deck it.
And what did God call them that do this?
Learn not the way of the heathen.
And what do the heathen do to the tree?
They deck it with silver and with gold. It's right there.
Fa la 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 la. You sang a liar, just like you tell one, you liars.
That's a lie. Amen.
You lie. You thought you was a Christian, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
The word Christian means being like Christ.
That's right.
What do Christ and Christmas got in common? Nothing.
Nothing.
Because Christ is not a heathen.
That's right.
He ain't never left on record when his birthday was.
No.
Never.
Never. Customs of the people are vain.
Never. Give me the first chapter, book of Luke. Let's see what month did Gabriel came to Mary.
That's right. That's right. In the book of St. Luke, chapter 1.
Follow me.
And we'll start reading at verse 26.
Move quick.
And in the 6th month.
In the 6th month.
The angel Gabriel was sent from God unto a city of Galilee named Nazareth.
And what?
To a virgin espoused to a man whose name was Joseph.
Now, Gabriel came to Mary in the 6th month.
In the 6th month.
So that means she conceived in the 6th month.
That's right.
With the English calendar, the 6th month will be June.
That's right.
June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. That's a whole different season coming.
That's right. That's right.
They don't care.
No.
6 months.
In the 6th month, the angel Gabriel
was sent from God
unto a city of Galilee named Nazareth. 6th month.
In the 6th month he came.
That's right.
It didn't even give the date of the 6th month of the conception.
No.
It just said the 6th month.
That's right. That's it.
You bunch of heathens.
Amen.
Now go home to your lighted up house. Go home to your light up house. Amen. Because when you leave tonight, you know you're a heathen and not a Christian.
That's right.
Pastor Jennings, I'm a Christian. I don't care what you say. Give chapter and verse again.
Jeremiah chapter.
Wait a minute. Where?
Jeremiah.
No. Jennings.
Jeremiah.
Geno Jennings.
Jeremiah.
Geno Jennings.
Jeremiah.
I didn't call you a heathen. Jeremiah.
That's right.
The prophet Jeremiah.
Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you.
Who said it?
The Lord speaketh unto you.
The Lord said it through Jeremiah. You got Santa. If you listen at what they say about Santa, they put him in competition with God.
Yes, they do.
Because according to the Bible, God knows what you're thinking.
That's right.
It is God that knows whether you've been bad or good.
Amen.
And it is God that's everywhere.
Yeah.
God didn't make reindeer to fly.
No.
Santa is everywhere. Yeah. In one night, he's everywhere. You bunch of lying heathens.
Amen.
If there was a man named Scrooge, he had the right spirit until 3 devils came to him. When the 3 devils came to him, he got nice too.
Amen.
If there was a real Scrooge, he was all right when he was against Christmas.
Yeah.
That goes to show you what happened to you when you go to these churches and they got Christmas wreaths on the door, Christmas wreaths all on your house, and you talking about a Christian family. You a bunch of heathens.
Thus saith the Lord.
The Bible speaks plain.
Thus saith the Lord. Amen. Learn not the way of the heathen.
Read what the heathens do.
And be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them.
What do the heathens do?
For the customs of the people are vain.
You may as well go take your stuff back to Best Buy. As well take your stuff back to Best Buy, Radio Shack, Walmart, and Target, and Kohl's, and Macy's, and JC with her pennies.
Amen.
May as well take your gift cards back.
Yeah.
You heathen.
Amen.
You a bunch of heathens.
That's right.
When you holy, you don't give gifts to celebrate a lie. You don't accept gifts. You don't participate in Christmas parties on your job.
That's right.
You don't even bake nothing for the party on the job.
That's right.
Anything that endorses Christmas, God's people take a Bible stand because we refuse to be heathens.
Amen. Amen.
Are you listening?
Amen.
But you look at Joel Osteen and T.D. Jakes, they have all the choirs on television singing Christmas carols.
Oh, yeah.
Bunch of heathens.
That's right.
I'm going to point you to the Bible. I'm going to point you to the Bible. If you don't want the Bible, stop telling people you're a Christian.
Right.
See, the people want the parts of the Bible that don't hurt them. Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want him. Daniel in the lion's den, and Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego. That don't hurt you.
No.
John the Baptist was in Jordan baptizing people. That don't hurt you.
No.
Preachers will tell you that all day because he know that stuff don't touch your sin.
That's right.
You will sit there with your second wife and blow kisses at her while he talk about Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego.
Amen.
Learn not the way of the heathen.
For the customs of the people are vain.
What you done was vain. I come here to ruin your Christmas. Humbug.
Amen.
We're going to ruin it.
Ruin it.
You stop. You come out, you love your children. If you love your children, tell them the truth. Why would you take them down to a mall to sit on the lap of a pervert?
That's right.
You got your daughter standing between the legs of a man you don't even know?
Yeah.
You got your son sitting on the lap of some old pervert?
That's right.
What's the matter with you?
That's right.
You're supposed to be a protector for your children.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you listening to the old troublemaker?
For the customs of the people are vain.
Vain!
For one cutteth a tree out of the forest.
Look at that tree and think of what's in your house.
Amen.
You left your house, all them lights still blinking. You heathen.
That's right.
You're thinking about it while we're preaching, you heathen.
Amen.
What he said?
For the customs of the people are vain.
You thought you did something. Some of these fool people go try to compete with each other in the neighborhood.
Yes, they will.
Got lights on the doorknob, lights all on the roof.
That's right.
Lights trimming the shape of the windows, lights trimming the shape of the house.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of trash all on the house.
Yeah.
All lit up. And then want everybody to pray that God would give them a miracle blessing to pay the light bill.
That's right.
You heathen.
Heathen.
Huh?
Amen.
Amen. This is a soul-stirring message. I want to call you back to Bible.
That's right.
Because the church got away from the Bible, and God made me deal with things to pull you back to the Bible.
Amen.
No need to shouting, no need jumping, no need falling out. Come on back to Bible so you can be sure that you're on the right journey to the kingdom of God.
That's right.
It ain't no such thing you going to heaven anyway. Nobody going to heaven anyway.
No.
It ain't nobody going to step a foot in the kingdom unless you come on the Bible order that God left here.
That's right.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more. offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Well, this might be a good conversation starter at the Thanksgiving dinner table next week, or at least an interesting one. Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Thousands, if not millions of people believe the world is flat.
Scientists say that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem, and it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the Flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam. Scientists are worried that Flat Earth could become a political issue like climate change, vaccination, or evolution. Guys.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives, we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes:
Flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this neutral buoyancy lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
Lynn, NASA calls it their Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself. Do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and you know, impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this.
One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, you know, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. 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 So whatever. That's news. That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to believe.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are: is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window. At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline. And you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left, and I went on the other side of the plane. It was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. But we're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hirsch, CBS, North Carolina.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Alrighty. Good morning, everyone.